Chapter 296. Boom! Over 200 huge beams of light with a diameter of at least 5 meters collided with over 1,000 devils who were charging at full speed. In midair, the 13 balls of light had completely fused with Long Houchin, and he chuckled. What a splendid display of fireworks! Indeed, what a splendid display of fireworks! The sudden bombardment left the demons with no time to dodge. No matter how fast they were, could they outrun light? Therefore, they instinctively defended with all their might. In the process of charging, the Type 8 powerhouses flew at the front, while the top powerhouses of the three races formed the 80th Demon Dragon Squad, followed behind. When the defense of the demons met the bombardment of the magic cannons, what kind of dazzling explosion was that? Countless colors burst forth in the sky, forming a huge ball of light in the sky, and a terrifying elemental storm wreaked havoc in this ball of light. A large number of demons were sent flying by this bombardment. These were the demons whose defenses could withstand the bombardment, or at least not be blasted into pieces. As for the weaker demons, or those who were at the center of the bombardment, they were not so lucky. From afar, if the dragon-resisting pass was seen as a single entity, then it would look like this entity had fired a cannon, blowing up a bunch of mosquitoes. Roar! The demon god emperor was truly infuriated this time. That golden-black dragon fiercely flew out from the heaven-defying devil-dragon pillar and spat out a golden-black breath towards the battlefield. The distance of more than 5 kilometers was actually crossed in an instant. That intense golden-black breath collided with the devastating elemental storm and actually forcibly dispersed the elemental storm. Without a doubt, the might of the magic cannons was the greatest at the first moment, and the unparalleled charge of the demons was forcibly halted. Of the thousands of Type 8 demons charging at the front, at least a quarter of them were killed by this terrifying bombardment, and more than half of them were injured. Among all the magic cannons, there were a few that were the most violent, and the most tyrannical one was a deathly gray. Not only did it kill 7 to 8 Type 8 demons, but it also landed on the body of a heaven-defying demon dragon. Even with the demon dragon's terrifying defense and the moon demon and star demon on its back, it could not withstand this attack. The heaven-defying demon dragon was seriously injured, and the moon demon and star demon on its back were actually killed. This deathly gray aura was actually the power of death. To be able to burst out such a powerful magic cannon, the magic crystal that provided the mana was naturally extraordinary. To be precise, it was the demon god's crown of the undead demon god, Samakina. The 4 demon kings of the demons fought for the inheritance of the undead demon god because the demon god's crown was not passed down. However, with their cultivation and status among the demons, as long as they received widespread recognition, they could forcibly inherit the position of the demon god. They never thought that Samakina's demon god's crown would actually be used as fuel for the magic cannons by the Temple Federation. The other extremely powerful magic cannons were all fueled by the demon's demon god's crown. Also, the magic crystals used for the dark attribute attacks naturally came from the demons. Whether it was Long Houchin or the higher-ups of the Temple Federation, they were very clear that humans were no match for the demons in a head-on battle. Of course, they had to use some special methods to deal with the demon emperor. In a situation where information was completely blocked, the magic cannons exploded and immediately dealt a head-on blow to the top demons that the demon emperor had brought. Although this was not enough to shake the foundation of this group of demons, at least it gave them a strong deterrent and shattered their morale. The elemental storm dissipated, and the demons gathered together again. However, they did not charge forward again. Many of the demons had looks of horror on their faces. More than 200 magic cannons. The humans were too well prepared. The demon emperor's anger had reached its peak. He glanced at the purple moon in the distant sky. Then his figure flashed and appeared from the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. Agars, after this battle, I need you to give me an explanation. Feng Xiu's voice exploded in the ears of the moon demon Agars, but no one else heard it. In this crucial battle, the strength of the moon demons accounted for 1/3 of the strength. Now was definitely not the time to blame Agars. The top priority was to completely destroy the defense of the dragon-resisting pass. More than 200 magic cannons in the dragon-resisting pass had already begun to charge for the second time. With the replenishment of the 9th grade magic crystals, their power was certainly not as simple as a single burst. Perhaps their effect in the future would not be as great as at the beginning, but at least they would be a powerful deterrent on the battlefield. However, Feng Xiu did not give them a chance to explode. In the void, he only took a step, and in the next moment he surpassed all the demons and arrived at the forefront. The dark golden dragon was still roaring in the distance, and Feng Xiu's eyes also lit up with a dazzling, dark golden luster. The black hair behind him turned into a round disk like a black sun. Feng Xiu's eyes shone with a dark golden light, and his luxurious robe fluttered without any wind. When he appeared in front of all the demons, his whole person seemed so quiet that even the sky became quiet. The moment the demon emperor Feng Xiu moved, Long Haochen also moved. The huge snow-white wings brought by the eternal armor unfolded, and in the next moment he stopped in the air 500 meters away from Feng Xiu. Their eyes met. This was a confrontation between the leader of the humans and the leader of the demons. In an instant, Long Haochen was suppressed by Feng Xiu's aura. Only when facing the angry demon emperor could he truly feel how great the pressure he brought was. At this moment, Feng Xiu gave Long Haochen the feeling as if he was facing an ocean, vast and unfathomable. However, of course, he was unwilling to be suppressed just like that. On Long Haochen's chest, the eternal divine stone burst out with a dark green luster, and the clear sound of a heartbeat rang out. Suddenly, Long Haochen's aura seemed to explode, and the dark green aura that was full of vitality rapidly spread out, clashing with the dark golden aura of the demon emperor. "You can't stop me," the demon emperor said coldly, then raised his right hand towards Long Haochen and stretched out his right index finger. Seeing this action, Long Haochen's eternal heart suddenly shrank. Back in the Star Demon Tower, the demon emperor had used this method to kill him, destroying his heart. However, his trance only lasted for a moment. Long Haochen had already raised the eternal sword above his head and pointed it at the demon emperor. The eternal domain and the light god's domain combined, and a dark green halo burst out. At the same time, his body also disappeared in the dark green halo. 3 eternal swords, revival of all things. The tip of the demon emperor's right hand lit up, and it was a dark golden light that was only the size of a fist. However, within the light there was a deafening dragon's roar, as if there was a huge dragon sealed within the small light ball. Wah! A terrifying sound wave erupted from the demon god emperor's fingertip in the next moment, while that 1,000-meter-long dragon in the distance roared towards the battlefield. However, the sound was clearly emitted from the sphere of light above the demon god emperor's fingertip. Amidst this terrifying sound wave, Long Haochen's all things revival was like a green bubble that had been blown up. When this bubble expanded to its limit, it suddenly exploded. The sound wave went straight towards the dragon-resisting mountain pass, and Long Haochen was not to be outdone. He slashed at the demon emperor with his sword. It was a sword that shone with a lustrous white luster, and also had a slight buzzing sound. It was this strange buzzing sound that allowed Long Haochen's body to not be affected by the dragon's roar. The lustrous white luster of the eternal sword looked so smooth and moist, but not a single sword light was released. It looked like a simple slash, as if it was no different from the slashes of ordinary grade 2 or 3 warriors. However, it was this incomparably simple and plain slash that moved the demon emperor. He instantly retracted his finger and changed it into a fist, blasting towards Long Haochen's sword. Clang! The fist and sword collided, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. Long Haochen's body shook, and a layer of white light spread out with his body as the center, while the demon emperor's body was instantly pushed back 100 meters. In addition, there was no spiritual power overflowing from the center of the collision. On the side of the dragon resisting mountain pass, the human powerhouses were already holding their breath. They were very clear that whether Long Houchen could block the demon emperor was the most important thing in today's battle. If Long Houchen was defeated, then the humans would no longer have the strength to fight against the demon emperor. No matter how well they prepared, the final outcome would still be unchangeable. Not only on the side of the humans, even among the demons, there were some who were nervous to the point of having their hearts stop beating because of this collision. To them, whether Long Houchen could block the demon god emperor or not was equally important. The demon emperor lifted the hem of his robe, and under that luxurious robe, there was actually a tear of more than a foot. His fist was actually unable to completely block Long Houchen's sword. Moreover, on the back of his right hand, there was also a thin bloodstain. This bloodstain was slowly healing. Nodding to Long Houchen, the demon emperor smiled slightly and said, "The speed of your growth is indeed astonishing. Domain is the true essence of my domain, plus this sword containing a domain technique. Very good, I can praise you. In my race, there are no more than 5 people who can escape unscathed from this sword of yours. No wonder you have such confidence to challenge me. However, I'm afraid that your magic cannons have all stopped firing." That's right. All the magic cannons that were charging up previously had all dimmed. Long Houchen didn't need to look back. With his powerful spiritual power, he could feel what happened there. All the people operating the magic cannons had died in that dragon roar just now. In the end, he wasn't able to completely stop the demon emperor's attack. In the collision between both sides, he was still defeated. However, if it wasn't for his resistance, then not only would he have died, but the sturdy magic cannons would also have been shattered by that dragon roar from the demon emperor. Long Houchen was very clear that his full-powered attack, the attack contained in the eternal sword of divine light waltz, was still defeated. Although the defeat wasn't obvious, the demon emperor's strength still gave him a feeling of admiration. This was because he who hadn't used the power of the demon god transformation and the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar was clearly far from being able to go all out. The demon emperor said very casually, "Leave the matters here to the people below. Let's go up and have some fun. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to pique my interest. Just this alone is enough for you to be proud." As he spoke, the demon emperor turned into a dark golden light and rose into the sky. Long Houchen also didn't show any weakness. The wings on his back flapped, bringing with it a lustrous white stream of light. The leaders of both sides rose into the sky at the same time, going to their respective battlefields. For the demons, it was incredible because they never thought that anyone could compete with the demon emperor in a one-on-one situation. For the humans, it was a great relief because Long Houchen actually blocked the demon emperor, which gave them too much confidence. Just as the leaders of both sides rose into the sky, the war between the humans and the demons was also in full swing. Without the demon emperor's command, all 19 demon gods, including the moon demon and the star demon, threw themselves into the battle, leading the demon army towards the dragon resisting pass. The brilliance of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar didn't change because of the demon emperor's rise into the sky. The dark golden luster still protected all the demons. It could be said that if it weren't for the protection of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, the attack from the magic cannons just now would have definitely brought greater losses to the demons. All the human powerhouses also mobilized, brazenly facing the demon army, and both sides launched a full-scale collision. It had to be said that Long Houchen had played a huge role in this war. It was because of his effective resistance against the demon emperor that the magic cannons weren't completely destroyed. After the demon emperor died, new people could use the magic cannons. Although they were a little rusty compared to the original manpower, with the assistance of more than 200 magic cannons, Both sides actually maintained a balance at the beginning of the collision. Of the 63 eternal heroes, except for the 9 who had already died in battle, almost all the other eternal heroes were gathered here. It was precisely because of their existence, more than 50 domain masters, more than 10 with the ability of domain masters, plus 2 peak rank 9 and level 7 existences, that the human powerhouses could have the strength to fight against the demons. The battle was unprecedentedly fierce. Shu Yongxiao sought out the moon demon god Agars, while Xiao Hu sought out the star demon god Vasak. It should have been the other way around, but Vasak was a great prophet. Assassins were no threat to him at all. No matter how strong Shu Yongxiao's attack power was, every attack could be predicted by the opponent, so how much combat power could she exert? Therefore, Shu Yongxiao and Xiao Hu swapped positions. Shu Yongxiao and Moon Demon Agars trembled, while Xiao Hu faced Star Demon Vasak head-on. The battle between both sides entered a white-hot state right from the start. All the Type 9 powerhouses of the Light of Dawn monster hunters also found demon, god-level existences. Kaer also appeared on the battlefield at the first instance. She joined forces with the 12 holy guards, surrounding as many as 3 demon gods. However, the most intense battle was not in these few places. Instead, it was between the Judgment and Judgment Knight of the Seal Long Xingwu and the red-haired and muscular 7th Pillar demons, Mad Demon God Anan. They were also a pair of old rivals. All along, it was Long Xingwu who was slightly inferior to Anan. When they met again, their eyes were red with jealousy, and the moment they met, they were locked in battle. Those who welcomed the other demon gods were mostly Type 9 and Level 5 Eternal Heroes. Star Holy Knight Yang Haoyu led the human powerhouses to resist the Demon Dragon Squad. For a time, an all-out holy war had begun outside the Dragon Resisting Pass. Long Haochen followed the Demon Emperor all the way to an altitude of more than 3,000 meters before the Demon Emperor stopped. Long Haochen stopped a few hundred meters away from him. During the process of Long Haochen's previous ascent, his heart had completely calmed down. Regardless of the final outcome of the battle between the Federation and the demons, the final outcome of the Holy War was still determined by the battle between him and the Demon Emperor. If he lost, then needless to say, no human could stop the Demon Emperor. On the other hand, if the Demon Emperor lost, then even if the Dragon Resisting Pass was defeated, he still had a chance to turn the tide. Before the war began, Long Haochen had issued an order that if they really could not resist the attack of the demons, they could strategically shift and temporarily abandon the Dragon Resisting Pass. Inside the Dragon Resisting Pass, in fact, there were not many people left. In this pinnacle against pinnacle battle, ordinary knight and warriors simply could not play a big role. They had all retreated to the Night Holy Mountain, forming a second line of defense. Once the front line strategically shifted, they could rely on the light magic array of the Night Holy Mountain to hold on for a while. Moreover, he had every reason to believe that as long as the battle between him and the Demon Emperor lasted long enough, even if both sides suffered heavy losses in the end, the final victory of the Holy War would still belong to him. Yu Ye's organization had yet to play its most crucial role. Long Haochen, even at this time, are you still unrepentant? The Demon Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly unconcerned about the war below. I'm unrepentant. Long Haochen looked at the Demon Emperor with a somewhat funny expression and said, I don't know why, but seeing your Majesty again this time, it seems that your Majesty's mentality is a bit off. Or is it because of excessive training that there is something wrong with your brain? The Demon Emperor was not annoyed by Long Haochen's sarcasm. Something wrong with my brain? Long Haochen, do you think that I'm only treating you like this because of your talent and current ability? Do you think that with your current strength, you really have the ability to compete with me? There is a reason why I've always tolerated you. Long Haochen was surprised. He did not expect that after ascending into the air, the Demon Emperor did not immediately attack, but instead spoke to him in a meaningful and heartfelt manner. He didn't know why, but the demon emperor's expression and tone made him feel slightly uneasy. What reason? Long Houchen asked coldly. Stalling for time here was only beneficial to him, so he was naturally not in a hurry to fight the demon emperor. The demon emperor smiled indifferently and said, I can see that you are very confident in this battle. You know that your strength is inferior to mine, but you still dare to face me alone. Just this courage alone is unmatched in this world. Before I tell you the reason, let me first tell you about your confidence. If I'm not wrong, your confidence should come from Agar's or even Vasak, right? As soon as the demon emperor said this, Long Houchen's body suddenly trembled. He really could not control the changes in his emotions, and he never imagined that the demon emperor would say this to him in such a relaxed tone. A cold light flashed in the demon emperor's eyes as he said, Agar's, what a good Agar's! As my most trusted brother, he actually laid such a trap for me. The southeast fortress was defeated. The Myriad Beast Pass was defeated. Your Temple Federation is a bit too well prepared. Even the speed at which you received the news is far faster than me. If it wasn't for the spy among the demons, who passed enough information to you and blocked my information, would you have such results? And among my race, only Agar's, Vasak, Samakina, and Marbus have the courage and ability to do this. And the one who has always been by my side in charge of military intelligence is Agar's, as expected of my good brother. But I don't understand what benefits this will bring him. Does he want to replace me? After a brief shock, Long Houchen's emotions had calmed down. He said, the demon emperor is the demon emperor after all. After a series of changes, he immediately found the root of the problem. But I'm very curious, aren't you anxious at all? A gentle smile appeared on the demon emperor's face. Looking at his appearance, he really did not look anxious at all. He said, Why should I be anxious? Agar's betrayal is indeed very painful to me, and it is very likely that Vasak has become disloyal because of him. But do you think this is enough to shake my foundation? You don't have enough understanding of the demons. I can tell you that before you defeat me, or at least before I show any signs of defeat, the two of them absolutely won't dare to openly betray me. Do you think that the 3 words Demon God Emperor are just for show? As long as I am still the strongest person on this continent, no one dares to blatantly betray me. As for dealing with them, it won't be too late after the war is over. I believe that even if Agar's cooperates with you, it will be limited cooperation. If he dared to stake everything on one throw, he wouldn't have waited until now. Long Houchen's heart sank. The demon emperor was too confident, and his confidence affected his mentality. Yes, the moon demon Agar's was the true leader of Yez's organization. It was precisely because of Agar's leadership that such a huge organization could be established within the demons. Otherwise, how could this organization hide from the demon emperor? Back then, when Yi revealed to him that the demon emperor wanted to deal with him, it was Agar's who deliberately released it. Agar's did not want him to die, but hoped that he could lead humans to truly fight against the demon emperor. Agar's himself had human blood. Moreover, after he became an adult, he was more and more influenced by human culture. At the same time, he became more and more disgusted with his identity as a demon, which led to the situation where his most beloved concubine was also a human. However, even within the moon demons, Agar's only had 1/3 of his true confidants, and even fewer knew this secret. He had to be cautious. He wanted to overthrow the rule of the demon emperor, but he had a deep fear of the demon emperor. It was precisely because he was the closest to the demon emperor that he knew the terror of the demon emperor the best. However, the trap that the demon emperor and the star demons set for Long Houchen was too cautious. In the end, even Agar's did not know the key situation. When he returned to the Heart City with the demon emperor, he already knew that there was going to be a problem. However, at that time he had been with the demon emperor and could not send any news at all, which led to the death of Long Houchen in battle. In the years after Long Houchen's death, not only did Yi disappear, but Agar's also controlled his organization more secretively. He knew that he probably would not have the chance to launch an attack. However, he did not expect that Long Houchin did not die and even became the chairman of the Temple Federation. This gave him a new opportunity. At the same time, he also used Yu Yi as his contact and began to put in great efforts to fully support Long Houchin. If it were not for Agar's, how could the news of the Demon Emperor be so blocked? All the key issues were not clear. But just as the Demon God Emperor Fengxiu had said, with his many years of accumulated power, Agar's didn't dare to stake everything on a single throw. To truly rebel against the Demon God Emperor on the battlefield, he had to think for the sake of his clansmen. Unless Long Houchin defeated the Demon God Emperor and the general situation was settled, he wouldn't easily rise in revolt. Looking at the eyes under the mask of Long Houchin, the Demon Emperor said, "You are very meticulous, and your judgment is also very correct. For this war, the most critical point is between you and me. If you can defeat me, then humanity will definitely win. Moreover, my race's 6,000 years of rule over the continent will probably end. On the other hand, if you lose, then everything will return to the original track. Humanity will be suppressed by me with all my strength, and I will even make it so that there will no longer be any human profession above grade 6. Long Houchin said indifferently, "Your Majesty, I have to say so much nonsense. Now it's time to talk about the reason for your previous actions." The smile on the Demon Emperor's face became even wider. "Of course I have to say it, otherwise, how can I make you submit to me?" Long Houchin said coldly, "It's broad daylight, stop dreaming." The Demon Emperor did not care about Long Houchin's sarcasm. "Actually, it's good that you crippled a bow. It can be considered as paving the way for yourself. You are also very smart. In this holy war, it can be said that you accounted for at least 30% of the credit for humanity's overall victory. You also used your own strength to resist me, giving humanity enough opportunities. Very good. Unfortunately, even a wise man will make a mistake, and your failure is precisely the most important point. Why do I look at you differently? Why did I feel so much pain and reluctance when I killed you? Of course, it's not because of your talent, but because—" At this point, he paused for a moment, then his slightly squinted eyes suddenly widened. "It's because in your body flows my bloodline." As soon as the Demon Emperor said this, Long Houchin felt as if his chest had been hit by a huge hammer, and his entire body instantly retreated 100 meters. The white luster emitted by the eternal armor fluctuated unstably, and his eyes were filled with shock. Long Houchin never expected that the Demon Emperor would say such a thing, and he subconsciously raised the eternal sword in his hand. However, the Demon Emperor didn't take advantage of his shock to attack him. He maintained his previous expression and looked at him with a gentler gaze. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and the Demon Emperor looked at him with a smile. "No matter how outstanding you are, or how hard you work for humanity, in my eyes, you are proving your abilities to me. Now, you should understand why I said that when I first saw you, I treated you as my second successor. Of course, that's not the case anymore. In my heart, you are now the first successor of my race. You are very smart, intelligent, and capable, but no matter how strong you are, you still have my bloodline. We are originally a family. Think about it, if you and I join forces, what power on this continent can resist us? As long as it's something you want, I can help you get it. This holy demon continent is originally ours. You are a sage and I am a demon. We are originally a family." "Shut up!" Long Houchin shouted. "Nonsense, I don't believe you." The Demon Emperor smiled indifferently. "Whether you believe me or not, this is the truth. Think back to every time we met. If it wasn't for the fact that you have my bloodline, you would have died many times. At the Exorcist Mountain Pass, I saw you for the first time, and the second time I saw you, you were in the Moon Demon Palace. At that time, you disguised yourself as Yu Ye's maid. At that time, I knew that your relationship with her wasn't ordinary. However, I didn't make a move against you, nor did I bring you back to the palace. This was because I was waiting for you to grow up. When you have the ability to attract my attention, then your identity as the second successor would be established. But I didn't expect that your growth would be so fast, and you have such amazing talent. It seems that the bloodline of humans and demons is indeed more outstanding. No, I don't believe it. Long Houchen's heart had already set off a storm. Before he was 10 years old, he had decided to become a knight. In the past 20 years, he had experienced many tribulations, fallen countless times, and climbed back up countless times. He wandered on the edge of life and death, grew up in war, and walked step by step to where he was today. Finally, he became a proud son of heaven of his generation, the chairman of the Temple Federation, and the Knight of the Seal of Glory and Leadership. It could be said that he had relied on his own hard work and enough luck to reach where he was today. And at this moment, when the demons and humans finally collided, and he thought that he was going to fight the demon emperor, he found out that in his body flowed the bloodline of demons, the bloodline of the heaven-defying demon-dragon clan. This blow was too heavy for him, too heavy. No matter how firm Long Houchen's will was, he couldn't control his emotions at this time. If everything the demon emperor said was true, then what was all his hard work for all these years? The demon in front of him, who had brought so many disasters to humans and launched 2 holy wars, was actually his. Long Houchen didn't dare to think about it anymore. He only felt that he had a splitting headache. Looking at the demon emperor, the fighting spirit in his heart had completely turned into unstable emotions. The aura of the eternal and creator throne of God couldn't even suppress the changes in his mentality at this time. Looking at him, the demon emperor was very satisfied and said, "You have done a lot of things, and I have indeed made many mistakes. But as long as one thing is right, then all the previous efforts of humans will be in vain. I know you don't want to believe it, but whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I have carefully investigated your background. You didn't grow up in the Holy City or the dragon-resisting pass, right? You came from Odin Town, probably a human town near Wancho Pass. Since childhood, you and your mother, Baiyu, depended on each other for survival, while your father, Long Xingwu, was separated from you for 10 years. Later, he found you and reunited with you. I remember that my subordinates once sent news that the Knight of the Seal, Long Xingwu, once appeared near Odin Town and killed a group of my clan's powerhouses. At that time, he should have just found you and began to teach you the knight skill. Then have you thought about why your parents separated? Your mother knew that Long Xingwu was the Knight of the Seal and was in the dragon-resisting pass. So why didn't she take you to find him? Listening to the demon emperor's words, Long Houchen's face became paler and paler. About 30 years ago, about a year before you were born, I accidentally found your mother and brought her back to the demon palace to live with me for a period of time. Later on, she sacrificed her life for me, unwilling to continue living among the demons. Left with no choice, I sent her back to the Temple League. Your mother is one of the women I love the most in my life, even more than my feelings for Lung Shao. If I'm not wrong, after she returned to the Temple League, she probably didn't know how to face your father, so she lived in seclusion in Odin Town until the day Long Xingwu found you. The reason why Baiyu couldn't face Long Xingwu was because of me, and also partly because of you. If you still don't believe me, then let's test our bloodline. Blood is thicker than water, and there's nothing closer than bloodline. As he spoke, Feng Xiu raised his hand, and a drop of deep purple blood slowly seeped out from the wound on the back of his hand. He had deliberately not allowed this wound to heal. The blood slowly floated, and as it flew, traces of black and blue aura seeped out from it, peeling away. When this drop of blood floated in front of Long Houchen, only a sparkling and translucent purple was left. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu had stripped away all the attributes in his blood, leaving only the purest power of the bloodline. Long Houchen was a little dazed as he brought his index finger to his mouth and bit it. A drop of bright red blood that flickered with a pale gold light dripped out. Just like the Demon Emperor, It slowly flew up and peeled away the light attribute. When the bright red blood and the sparkling purple blood came into contact, the two drops of blood simultaneously blossomed with a strange brilliance. Then they actually slowly fused together. Long Houchin was stunned. He couldn't be more clear about what the blood fusion meant. Could it be? Chapter 297. Long Houchin's body trembled violently. He couldn't believe this was the truth. Could the greatest enemy standing in front of him really be his biological father? He didn't want to believe it. He couldn't believe it no matter what. How could he face his companions? How could he face his millions of fellow humans? How could he fight the Demon Emperor with all his might? Just as Long Houchin's eyes were filled with grief and indignation, and his emotions were fluctuating uncontrollably, the Demon Emperor's expression suddenly changed. That was because the two drops of blood that had fused with each other suddenly separated and floated in midair. The fusion from before had completely disappeared. How is this possible? The Demon Emperor stared blankly at the two drops of blood that had separated. Long Houchin was taken aback as well. The grief and sadness in his heart disappeared in an instant. At the same time, he quickly retreated 100 meters and raised the eternal sword in his hand once again. The blood did not fuse with each other. This meant that he didn't have the Demon Emperor's bloodline. No matter how exaggerated the Demon Emperor's words were, when the truth was placed in front of him, Long Houchin's emotions quickly regained control. No, this is impossible. You have my bloodline in you. This can't be wrong. The Demon Emperor roared in indignation. With a wave of his right hand, the two drops of blood appeared in front of him. He tried to use his own strength to fuse the two drops of blood. When they first came into contact, they fused. However, after a short moment of fusion, the two drops of blood firmly separated again. The Demon Emperor's eyes finally showed signs of panic. His greatest reliance had gone wrong. The impact on him was no less than what Long Houchin had endured previously. No, this isn't right. Something must have gone wrong. It must be. The Demon Emperor suddenly raised his head and looked at Long Houchin. What have you done? Why is the power of my bloodline in your blood so thin? It has even disappeared? Tell me, what have you done? Long Houchin said coldly, I haven't done anything. Demon Emperor, your extravagant lies have been exposed. Let's see who's the real deal. As he spoke, Long Houchin gripped the eternal sword tightly with both hands. His eyes shone brightly. After the psychological blow from before, the anger and emotions in his heart had risen to the peak. At the same time, his firm belief stabilized his emotions and strengthened his resolve. The ball of rainbow light around Long Houchin's body suddenly rushed into the rainbow godstone on his chest. Then the intense rainbow light reflected from the eternal godstone and shone on the eternal sword, causing it to shine even brighter. Long Houchin's eternal armor also became the same color. A weak aura of life spread out from the eternal sword. But soon after, this weak aura soared and turned into an incomparably terrifying life. Behind Long Houchin, the holy dragon's shadow flashed and lit up the entire sky. Take my second sword of the three eternal swords, creator life form. Tens of thousands of seven-colored radiances flashed in the sky. An enormous radiance instantly enveloped the demon god emperor. The divine dragon's silhouette behind Long Houchin's back suddenly solidified, and with a resonant roar, it rushed straight at the demon god emperor along with the eternal sword's downward slash. At this moment, Long Houchin's strength had already risen to an unprecedented height, while the demon god emperor's mind was greatly shaken, his eyes filled with disbelief. Scram! The demon god emperor bellowed and punched the void with his right fist. A huge, dark, golden dragon silhouette appeared behind him, but in just an instant, that dark golden dragon was unexpectedly covered by the seven-colored radiance. Violent explosions caused clouds of seven-colored radiance to fly out from the sky. The demon emperor was completely engulfed by the creator life form's attack. Long Houchin gasped for breath after this attack. At the same time, his emotions calmed down. His thoughts turned at lightning speed, and he already had some of his own judgment regarding what the demon god emperor had just said. "Bastard, how dare you attack me?" The demon emperor's angry voice was filled with exasperation. When he tore apart the rainbow light and appeared in midair again, he was no longer as calm as before. A trace of purple blood appeared at the corner of the demon god emperor's mouth. At the same time, his clothes were also torn in many places. Wisps of 7-colored radiance were being forced out of his 7 apertures, turning into smoke and dissipating. Even his neat black hair was somewhat messy. The demon emperor was actually injured by the creator life form's attack. Long Houchin looked at him coldly and said, "Why can't I attack you?" The demon emperor also looked at Long Houchin coldly and said, "Do you think that everything I told you before was a lie?" To the demon emperor's surprise, Long Houchin shook his head and said, "No, I believe you." The demon emperor was taken aback and said, "So you admit it?" Long Houchin shook his head again and said, "No, believing is one thing, admitting is another. I believe that with your identity you wouldn't lie, and there is indeed a part of your bloodline in my body. However, do you remember everything that happened in the Star Demon Tower? Even if there is a part of you in my life, even if your bloodline flows in my body, in the Star Demon Tower, when you shattered my heart, you had already killed me. No matter what relationship I had with you in the past, from that moment on, it no longer existed. Between you and I, we will only be enemies, and the reason why your bloodline no longer exists is because you killed me. In the process of my resurrection, and in the process of obtaining the recognition of the eternal and creator throne of God, the power of your bloodline has been completely stripped away. Therefore, the current me is Long Houchin of the Temple Federation, the glorious and leader knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars, and you and I will only be enemies." The demon emperor frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? The loss of your bloodline is just an accident. After all, you have my bloodline inheritance, so even if this problem occurs, it's not a big deal. I can help you restore your bloodline. As for the Star Demon Tower, you should be able to see that I was also in great pain at that time, but I had no other choice. Austin Griffin's existence is a fatal threat to my race, and as the ruler of the demons, I have no choice but to place righteousness before family." Long Houchin smiled. After listening to the demon emperor's words, the emotions in his heart had completely calmed down. No matter what the demon emperor had said before, he no longer cared about it. He did not have the bloodline of the demon emperor in his body, and his heart also recalled the decisive blow of the demon emperor in the Star Demon Tower. All distracting thoughts were forcibly expelled from his heart by Long Houchin. Regardless of whether he had the closest relationship with the demon emperor or not, the moment the demon emperor personally killed him in the Star Demon Tower, the relationship between him and the demon emperor had been cut in two, and it was impossible for them to have any other interactions. "You're the Lord of Demons, so you can kill your family for the sake of the safety of the demons. I'm now the chairman of the Human Alliance, so why can't I kill my family for the sake of humanity? Come on, Demon Emperor, we're just enemies. Today, either you kill me for the second time, or I'll do justice on behalf of the heavens and lead humanity to break through the barrier of darkness, bringing the light of dawn to the world." As he spoke, the aura of Long Houchin's body surged, and the white light on the eternal armor became more and more intense. The 3 balls of light around his body also rotated faster. A circle of incandescent light slowly spread out from Long Houchin's body, approaching the demon emperor. It was a fusion of the eternal realm and the god of light realm. In terms of level, Long Houchin had raised his own realm to the extreme. The demon emperor's eyes gradually turned cold. The sword that Long Houchin had just used to create the world had filled his heart with anger. He said, "So you're so stubborn that you want to be my enemy?" Long Houchin said proudly, "We're each other's enemies. Today, Let's see if you have the ability to kill me for the second time." The demon emperor nodded, and his sharp eyes seemed to be able to cut through the air. He said, "Very well, then let me crush your confidence first, and then make you kneel in front of me and repent." Until now, the demon emperor still had no intention of killing Long Houchen. When he heard Long Houchen mention everything that happened in the Star Demon Tower, he didn't know why, but he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. That's right, he had once sacrificed his own family for the sake of the demons. Then, even if Long Houchen knew that his bloodline flowed in his body, with his current position as a human, how could he easily submit to him? The only way was to defeat him first, then destroy the humans, and bring him back to the demons. With a plan in mind, the demon god emperor no longer held back. A layer of dark golden radiance slowly spread from his body, and at the same time a resonant dragon roar resounded from behind the demon god emperor. That 1,000-meter-long, dark, golden dragon broke through the rainbow-colored clouds in the sky, unfolding its pair of sky-covering wings on the back of the demon god emperor. Long Houchen was very calm now. He knew that if he wanted to defeat the demon emperor, he had to force out all of the demon emperor's trump cards first. At this time, the demon emperor was only using his demon emperor domain. He didn't use demon god transformation, let alone the more powerful demon body dissolution. Long Houchen had already made up his mind to die. Although his heart was calm, he was unwilling to admit that he once had the demon emperor's bloodline. He knew that, in terms of cultivation, there was still a world of difference between him and the demon emperor. Only by risking his life could he kill the demon emperor completely. Then he would perish together with him. Long Houchen, who also had a plan in mind, became extraordinarily calm at this time. He waved his left hand in the void, and a golden crack appeared in the air. A huge golden sword fell into his palm. The huge golden sword shone with 8-colored light, and its aura was not weaker than the eternal sword. With the two divine swords in hand, Long Houchen's aura rose again, and his domain and the demon emperor's domain collided at this time. The white domain collided with the dark golden domain. Long Houchen's body shook slightly, but the demon emperor was floating steadily in the air. When the domains came into contact with each other, there was an ear-piercing friction sound, and electric sparks were generated from the friction. Looking from the ground to the sky, one could see two different kinds of light shining alternately, like day and night alternating. Whether it was Long Houchen or the demon emperor, their aura was rising at an astonishing speed. The collision of domains was only the prelude to the start of the decisive battle. They did not move, but once they did, it would definitely be earth-shattering. While Long Houchen and the demon emperor were confronting each other, the battle in front of the dragon-resisting pass had also reached its climax. The people of the Glimmer of Dawn monster hunters had once again proved their powerful fighting strength to all the Federation powerhouses. After the test of the grand tournament of the temple as well as the baptism of the Black and Red worlds, the members of the Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad had made different degrees of progress, especially after they received the guidance of the Eternal Hero. Whether it was the control of their abilities or the improvement of their cultivation, it was very obvious. The Temple Federation Vice-Chairman, Warrior Temple Master, Bloody War Goddess Wang Yuan was facing the Origin Demon God Barbados, who was ranked 8th among the 72 Demon God Pillars of the Demons. Although Barbados was called the Origin Demon God, he had the appearance of an archer wearing a green hat and a gray cloak. He held a dark golden longbow in his hand, and every arrow he shot would transform into the shape of a magical beast in the air, blasting towards Wang Yuan. The attack power was very powerful. Wang Yuan did not show any weakness. With the divine soul shield in her left hand and the sanguine storm in her right, she was covered in a blood domain. In the thick bloodlust, she was like a hunter, constantly chasing after Barbados and killing the magical beasts he shot out one by one. It seemed like she actually had the upper hand. However, only Wang Yuan herself knew whether she had the advantage or not. Her cultivation was not even at rank 9 level 3, while her opponent was a rank 9 level 5 elite. Barbados was obviously holding back and did not use much of the power of the demon god pillars. When he was fighting with her, he would shoot arrows in other directions from time to time. Although he was running, he was actually doing it with ease. Wang Yuan did not seem to know this. She persistently chased after Barbados, but did not use any long-range attacks. It seemed like she was only trying to keep Barbados busy. Compared to Wang Yuan, Qining was much more proactive. Her opponent was the wise demon god Godseal, ranked 11th among the 72 demon god pillars of demons. He was a pure magic demon god, and his dark magic was almost endless. However, against Qining, he had to use his demon god transformation to barely withstand Qining's attack. Qining wore the Soul Saint garment and stood proudly in the air. There were no other enemies within a few hundred meters around her because there were 6 giant dragons around her. Not an earth dragon, but a true giant dragon. There was a rumbling dragon that spat fire, an ice dragon that spat frost, an earth-type diamond dragon that sparkled with a diamond-like luster, a green dragon that was smaller in size but surrounded by a cool breeze, a dark dragon that was entirely purplish-black, and a holy light dragon that was entirely golden. In this era, where the dragon race was almost extinct, Qining was able to summon 6 giant dragons, and her beast god domain enhanced them almost perfectly. Meanwhile, she was riding on the 4-headed chimera that McDull had transformed into, and she was fighting the wise god fiend Godseal head-on. Furthermore, she wasn't at a disadvantage in the face of the god fiend Godseal. Among the Light of Dawn monster hunters, apart from Long Houchin and Kai, Qining had the greatest improvement. As the Soul Saintess, she received special care from several summoners in the Eternal Hero League and had a new understanding of the soul-bestowing ability. At the same time, it allowed her to better mobilize the huge spiritual power contained in the Soul Saint garment for her own use. At this time, not only did she summon 6 giant dragons to participate in the battle, but 36 living gates were also opened at Yulong Pass at the same time. 36 rank 9 summoned beasts occupied a considerable area on the battlefield and entangled 4 teams of demonic dragon battle team. It could be said that they played a huge role on the battlefield. In terms of overall strength, even if Qining was not as good as Kai, there was not much difference. The advantage of a summoner was undoubtedly evident. If it was a one-on-one situation, a summoner would need enough time to summon and would not have too much of an advantage. However, on the battlefield, with the protection of many companions, she naturally had the time to fully display her abilities. The tyrannical strength of the Soul Saintess and the blessed of the Beast deity made Qining shine. Lin Xian's opponent was the angel demon god Paimon, ranked 9th among the 72 demon god pillars of the demons. Paimon flapped his 6 black wings and fought against Lin Xian. The 2 of them were completely engaged in a battle of magic. If it was an ordinary fire-type mage fighting against a dark mage of the demons, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, Lin Xian was using the Flame of Heart, and his attributes were not inferior to his opponent at all. Coupled with the enhancement of his 2 immortal-grade equipment and his own cultivation of domain skills, he was not at a disadvantage when fighting against the angel demon god Paimon. However, Paimon did not seem to be using his full strength. At least, he had not used demon god transformation yet. Sima Xian's opponent was the 10th demon god Pull of the Demons. Pull was known as the lightning demon god. His body was half human and half mantis. His entire body was dark green, and he looked a little like a miniature version of the dark green dual-bladed demon. His attack power was extremely tyrannical, and his speed was as fast as lightning. Sima Xian relied on the size of the vigor ball of light to barely deal with him, but he was completely suppressed. If it was not for the power of domain skills and the power of the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder, he might not have been able to withstand it. Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang's situation was slightly better. Both of them were Knight of the Seal. After Long Haochen lured away the Demon Emperor, the 5 Knight of the Seal were all thrown into the battlefield. Other than Long Xingwu, who went against Nan, the other Knight of the Seal were all facing opponents that were not ranked 15th among the demons, so it was much easier for them to deal with them. Kai Er was facing 3 demon gods by herself, and even with the help of the 12 holy guards, she still had the upper hand. The 3 demon gods that she had surrounded were the 12th demon god Sidi, the 13th demon god Bryce, and the 15th demon god Snake Spear Eligo. The reason why she had chosen these 3 demon gods was mainly because Sidi and Bryce were good at comprehensive attacks, amplification, and weakening. If they were allowed to do their best, it would have a negative impact on the overall situation. As for the Snake Spear Eligo, it was because he was extremely strong and was good at using snake venom. Kai Er was fighting against 3 demon gods by herself. With the help of the 12 holy guards, the Tower of Eternity, and the Grim Reaper Scythe, she had actually suppressed the 3 demon gods to the point that they could not care about anything else. Among them, the Snake Spear had already used demon god transformation. Although Sidi and Bryce were still restraining themselves, they were obviously waiting for an opportunity. On the whole, there was still a slight gap between the strength of the Light of Dawn hunting group and the demon gods they were facing. However, because the gap was not too big and the demon gods were not going all out, they were able to maintain a balance. It was normal for the demon gods not to go all out. This was a battlefield, not a one-on-one duel. For the higher-ups of the demons, protecting themselves was far more important than killing their opponents. Moreover, the demons had a huge advantage in terms of overall strength, but they had to be careful of the magic cannons that shot out light from time to time. Therefore, they naturally had to hold back. The Eternal Heroes were even more useful on the battlefield. These 30 or so domain masters blocked almost a third of the demons' attacks. Other than the Light of Dawn monster hunters and Long Xingwu, the rest of the demon gods were blocked by them, so the divine sealed warriors could free up their hands to deal with the demon dragon team. It was not easy to kill the demon gods, but it was much easier to deal with the other demons. With the addition of the Eternal Heroes, humans were still inferior to the demons in terms of numbers, but they were superior in terms of quality. However, no matter how intense the battle between the two sides was, they would still look up at the sky from time to time. The battle between Long Haochen and the Demon Emperor was the most important direction of the entire battlefield. The demons were waiting for the Demon Emperor to return after killing Long Haochen. When that time came, humans would not be able to put up much resistance. Although the Federation Masters from the temple did not hope that Long Haochen could defeat the Demon Emperor, they still hoped that he could block the Demon Emperor. The power of the magic cannons was obvious. The longer they were used, the more powerful these powerful weapons became. They were not much of a threat to the level 9 powerhouses, but they were more than enough to deal with the level 8 demons. In particular, the super magic cannons that were filled with the demon god's crown were even more powerful. The occasional shots from the magic cannons put a lot of pressure on the demons. Apart from the battle between Long Haochen and the Demon Emperor, the most eye-catching battle was naturally the battle between the Moon Demon and the Star Demon. As the second and third ranked existences among the 72 demon god pillars of the demons, one could imagine their strength. However, their opponents were not weaklings. As the leaders of the Eternal Heroes and the First Temple Masters, Xiaohua and Shu Yongzhao's strength was unquestionable. They also had rich combat experience. Therefore, they were also locked in battle with the 2 demon gods. Casualties kept appearing, but they were mainly concentrated among the level 7 and 8 powerhouses on both sides. The Knights Templars had 108 Mithril Foundation Knights, and in just a short while, more than a dozen of them had fallen to the magic cannons. The Magic Temple and the Assassin Temple had also lost many powerhouses, but in comparison, the demons suffered greater losses. With the support of the magic cannons, in addition to the mass shooting at the beginning, the demons' absolute advantage had been greatly reduced. Every magic cannon was controlled by someone who locked onto the enemy and fired. After the third round of firing, more than 500 demons had died to the magic cannons. Although the damage caused by the last 2 rounds was much smaller, there were still demons who could not dodge or block the attacks in time. At the same time, with the threat of the magic cannons, even the Demon Dragon Squadron, which had 3 level 9 powerhouses working together, would be affected. High up in the sky, the collision between Long Houchen and the Demon Emperor's domains was nearing its limit. Between the white and dark gold light, a black hole with a diameter of about 30 meters appeared. The edge of the black hole was half white and the other half dark gold. The enormous pressure it brought attacked Long Houchen and the Demon Emperor at the same time. The difference in cultivation base was very obvious at this time. The swords in Long Houchen's hands were trembling, while the Demon Emperor was still calm. Moreover, he did not use any weapons or equipment. However, the Demon Emperor did not say anything to Long Houchen. He had made up his mind to defeat Long Houchen first, and then find a way to make him submit. One of Long Houchen's words just now had deeply hurt him. It was the scene of him killing Long Houchen in the Star Demon Tower. The Demon Emperor already had a plan in mind. As the Lord of the Demons, he had many secret techniques, one of which was the ability to erase spiritual imprints. He knew that it was no longer possible for him to make Long Houchen submit directly. In that case, he would settle for the next best thing, remodel a personality and soul, and make him the inheritor of the demons. First, he would completely defeat Long Houchen, then erase his memory and spiritual imprint, but keep his cultivation base. At that time, the Demon Emperor would transfer the power of his bloodline back into Long Houchen's body, and at the same time strip Yi Xiaolei's power from his body to become his own god. The final outcome would be that the Demon Emperor himself would become a true god, and Long Houchen would be given a new soul and inherit the position of Lord of the Demons, ruling the demons in his place. There was no doubt that this process would be very complicated and difficult. However, the Demon Emperor was very confident in himself, not only because he had enough ability, but also because he had enough time. Cultivating Long Houchen, who already had such a profound cultivation base, was far better than waiting for a Bao to recover. Moreover, a Bao's personality was really not suitable to take over the Demon Emperor's position. Of course, Long Houchen did not know what the Demon Emperor was thinking. After the violent spiritual fluctuation just now, he had now completely strengthened his confidence. No matter what, he had to continue fighting for humanity. Even if he still had the blood of the Demon Emperor in his body, he would never back down. For the sake of millions of humans regaining control of the continent and completely breaking through the shackles of the Dark Ages for 6,000 years, he was willing to sacrifice his own life for the sake of justice. Therefore, Long Houchen's current state of mind was even more resolute. The determination in his eyes made even the Demon Emperor feel slightly uneasy. In the end, Long Houchen could not persist in the confrontation. He allowed the black hole between the collision of the domains to continue to expand, and it was out of the range of his control. The 2 swords in his hand spun in front of him, and a strong golden light erupted once again. The black hole between the 2 sides exploded instantly because of the withdrawal of Long Houchen's domain. Although it was only 30 meters in diameter before, that was because its power was not released under the suppression of both sides' domains. At this time, when Long Houchen suddenly withdrew his power, the entire black hole exploded, and the sky instantly darkened. Because the Demon Emperor still maintained the power of his domain, this caused the power of the black hole to burst out in the direction of Long Houchen. Once his body was not enough to support the explosion of the black hole, he would be completely devoured. However, Long Houchen's eyes were still calm. When he withdrew his domain, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. The eternal sword pointed to the sky, and for the first time he used the lustrous white light of the 3 balls of light surrounding the eternal armor. The lustrous white light landed silently on the eternal God stone, and then Long Houchen's body disappeared. Without a doubt, The three balls of light surrounding the eternal armor were respectively: the green represented King Easton, the spokesperson of the Lord of Nature; the rainbow represented the Holy Dragon, and the lustrous white represented the Eternal Angel. The three powerhouses that existed within the eternal realm represented the power of nature, the power of life, and the power of stars from the eternal and creation throne of God. At this moment, Long Houchin was mobilizing the most powerful power of stars. Although it was not the last of the three eternal swords, it was still one of the powerful abilities bestowed upon him by the eternal and creation throne of God. In the instant that his body disappeared, the impact of the black hole's power actually stopped. Demon Emperor suddenly had a strange feeling, as if Long Houchin had become the sky. It was a strange sense of distortion, and even with his cultivation, he could not help but be shocked. The magic that he had been restraining completely erupted, and a layer of dark blue lightning instantly turned into a shield in front of him. In the next moment, the black hole that was formed from the collision between him and Long Houchin's domain actually turned around, and instead of facing Long Houchin directly, it actually exploded towards him. The terrifying force struck the Demon Emperor's domain, causing his body to tremble. An exploding black hole and being restrained by a domain were two completely different concepts. Demon Emperor clearly did not expect Long Houchin to have such an ability and was caught off guard. However, the Demon Emperor was still the Demon Emperor. The dark gold dragon behind him suddenly raised its 1,000-meter-long body horizontally, and the Demon Emperor was forced back by the impact of the black hole. The black hole expanded extremely quickly, but it was still a step slower than the horizontal dark gold dragon. The 1,000-meter-long dragon completely blocked the expansion of the black hole and instantly compressed inwards, forcibly sealing the expansion of the black hole, and at the same time mending the torn space bit by bit. It was also at this moment that Long Houchin's body appeared. He appeared in the path that Demon Emperor had to take as he retreated, and pointed the eternal sword at the Demon Emperor. At the same time, countless stars shone at the same time behind him. The stars formed a huge image of an angel, forming the background of the entire sky. The original day had turned into night, and the stars seemed to gather together to light up hope. The eternal sword that Long Houchin pointed at the Demon Emperor was like a guiding sword. Thousands of stars instantly gathered, fused into one, and then turned into a huge beam of light that blasted towards the Demon Emperor, who had completely lost the protection of the dark gold dragon. The Demon Emperor's expression finally turned solemn. For the first time, he felt a heavy pressure. It was also at this moment that the huge, heaven-defying demon dragon in the distance rippled with a layer of water-like dark gold light, and its size rapidly shrank by several times. A layer of dark golden armor appeared in the void. The demon god emperor took a step forward, and the golden armor suddenly turned black. Flickering with a dark golden luster, the black armor quietly covered his body. This dark gold armor was even more magnificent than Long Houchin's armor of eternity. In the center of the black headband was a dark blue rhombus-shaped gem, and in the center of the gem, lightning could be seen faintly, binding up the Demon Emperor's black hair. The neck guard rose high, protecting the Demon Emperor's slender and fair neck. It extended downwards, forming a pauldron. The pauldron was shaped like a dragon's wings, and the two ends were raised high. The black color extended downwards, and the ridges finally converged at the chest to form a huge, dark blue, rhombus-shaped gem. On both sides of his waist, black spikes rose up one after another, with the tip of each spike flickering with a bizarre golden luster. These spikes spiraled downwards, forming the Demon God Emperor's battle skirt, and further downwards were the extension of dragon scales, protecting the Demon God Emperor's legs. On both sides of his legs, there were also dragon wings that resembled pauldrons. But on the back of the Demon God Emperor, there were no wings, only a huge dark blue cloak draped over his pauldrons, completely covering his slender body from behind. A huge sword was also carried on his back. The huge sword was actually bigger than the demon emperor's body. The length of the sword was at least 2 meters, the hilt was 1 meter, and the width of the sword was also close to 1 meter. This huge sword looked simple and unadorned, but it was carried on the back of the demon emperor. So how could it be an ordinary existence? Facing the last sword of Long Houchen's eternal 3 swords, the demon emperor finally used the demon god transformation brought to him by the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. And when this armor covered the demon emperor's body, whether it was Long Houchen or every human and demon expert on the battlefield below, they all clearly felt as if a pair of terrifying eyes were staring at them. The demon emperor didn't use his sword. When this armor covered his body, his eyes also lit up, and unexpectedly, like the gems on his chest and forehead, they all shone with a dark blue light. He raised his right hand, and only then did Long Houchen see that in the palm of the demon emperor's heaven-defying demon god armor, there was also a rhombus-shaped blue gem. As the demon emperor raised his right hand, it appeared in front of him. The dark blue rhombus-shaped gem suddenly lit up, and immediately after, with the demon emperor's palm as the center, a dark blue and dark gold light barrier appeared. The light barrier was semicircular and only protected the front of the demon emperor's body. Boom! The entire sky turned completely incandescent in the next moment, and the rich power of the stars caused the divine star knight Yang Hayu below to look up at the sky in shock. His star's celestial territory was instantly infected, and under the great increase in power, a rank 9 moon demon was forcibly crushed by his territory. The incandescent sky also caused all the demons to be shocked, and their auras were greatly reduced in an instant. Even the moon demon god and the star demon god restrained themselves, raising their heads to look at the sky as they repelled their opponents. Chapter 298. The power brimming with the aura of stars and light clearly didn't belong to the demon god emperor. Moreover, the entire sky had turned white, which only proved that Long Houchen's power held the absolute upper hand at this moment. The blazing white in the sky lasted for a full minute, and in this 1 minute, the human experts launched an all-out counterattack, forcibly suppressing the demon race to the point where they could not raise their heads. There were even 7 Type 9 demon race experts who fell in this round of powerful counterattacks. The white light gradually faded, and in the sky, Long Houchen and the demon emperor reappeared. The white light slowly faded, and Long Houchen was slightly panting. The heart of eternity was beating violently, helping him recover a large amount of spiritual power he had consumed, and at the same time further increasing the power he could erupt at this time. However, there was a trace of horror in his eyes. Long Houchen couldn't help but be shocked. When he and the demon emperor were confronting each other in their domains, he had already thought of a strategy. In the confrontation between domains, he had indeed used all his strength, and indeed was not a match for the demon emperor. However, at the last critical moment, Long Houchen used the magic of the eternal and creator throne of God to reverse the situation. The ability to change the direction of the black hole's attack in an instant came from the eternal angels' control of the sky and the stars, and was called the Big Dipper. And when the demon god emperor had no choice but to let the demon dragon protect his body to resist the power of the black hole, it was clearly his weakest moment. Long Houchen then used the final sword of the 3 eternal swords, Eternal Star. If he had to say where he succeeded, it would be that he successfully forced out the demon emperor's demon god transformation, and finally saw the enhancement of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar to the demon emperor. But he also saw how terrifying the demon emperor was in his complete state. The power of the eternal stars, in Long Houchen's opinion, was the strongest attack he had ever launched in his life. The thousands of stars condensed into one point, released by the eternal sword. This power was so terrifying that it was enough to change the world. However, the demon emperor just raised one hand. He didn't even use the giant sword on his back. The radiance of the eternal star indeed occupied the entire sky, but only the region where the demon god emperor was located wasn't affected in the slightest. Even the golden bird dragon that had withdrawn its black hole had quietly disappeared before the eternal star arrived, as if directly fusing with the demon god emperor's heaven-defying demon god armor. Slowly lowering his raised right hand, the demon god emperor solemnly nodded at Long Houchen. "You've shocked me once again. I didn't expect the divine throne of eternity and creation to be so powerful. It's worthy of being an existence on the level of a transcendent artifact. It's a pity that your strength isn't enough to display its full power. Otherwise, you might really have the strength to fight against me. But now you still can't." As he spoke, the demon emperor suddenly moved. The moment his body moved, his aura completely disappeared from Long Houchen's powerful perception. The moment he reappeared, he was already in front of Long Houchen, and his right index finger directly pointed at the eternal stone on Long Houchen's chest. Close combat. Long Houchen's battle experience was also extremely rich. Facing the demon emperor's sudden approach, his body slightly leaned to the side. At the same time, his left hand let go of the king's sword, and his palm grabbed towards the demon emperor's right index finger at lightning speed. In such a close combat, the length of the weapon could only be an obstacle, and the intensity of the collision between the two was not inferior to a battle between divine weapons. Moreover, the king's sword that Long Houchen released instantly turned in the air, and the sword shone with an 8-colored light as it ruthlessly slashed towards the demon emperor's neck. The demon emperor did not dodge. He allowed Long Houchen to grab his right index finger, and also allowed Yuting Long Houchen's king's sword to slash at his neck. The moment the two came into contact with his body, Long Houchen suddenly felt that the demon emperor seemed to distort a little. Then the index finger that he held burst forth with a terrifying force. In just an instant, Long Houchen felt that his left hand was completely numb, and the numbness instantly spread from his palm to the rest of his body. The eternal armor had completely filtered out this force, but his body was still temporarily paralyzed. Then the demon emperor's finger still touched the eternal god stone on Long Houchen's chest despite the numbness. There was no sound, but it looked even more terrifying. This was because a layer of black instantly entered the eternal god stone, dispelling the dark green color produced by the beating of the heart of eternity. This layer of black instantly spread along the eternal god stone towards Long Houchen's eternal armor. As for Yuting's sword, the moment it slashed at the demon emperor's neck, a low and somewhat hoarse dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the giant black sword on the demon emperor's back. Then a huge suction force forcibly sucked the giant sword that Yuting had transformed into over and stuck it tightly to the giant black sword. Traces of black air currents converged from the giant sword, forcefully imprisoning Yuting on the black sword. What was more terrifying was that the black sword actually began to show signs of melting, and the king's sword that Yuting had transformed into was slowly fusing with the sword. It looked like the giant black sword was actually going to devour Yuting. However, at this moment, Long Houchen was completely unable to help Yuting. He only felt that his body was completely numb, and at the same time, an indescribable chill was spreading throughout his body. Even his left hand that was holding on to the demon emperor's index finger had unknowingly loosened and slipped. The eternal stone had already turned completely black, and they were staring at each other in close proximity. The demon emperor's eyes released cruelty and coldness, as well as a sense of determination. The dark golden light on his body had turned black, and only the 2 dark blue gems on his forehead and chest maintained their original luster. Do you think that you can contend against me just because you've obtained the recognition of the eternal and creative throne of God? No, you're wrong. Although your cultivation isn't weak, compared to me, you're not on the same level at all. I've long been a demigod, and with the help of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, I'm a true god. Transcendental artifacts are known as the weapons of gods, but in reality, they're only transcendental artifacts when they're in the hands of a true god, and you're still not qualified to possess them. I'll strip you of the eternal and creative throne of God and separate it from your body. Although I can't completely destroy a transcendental artifact with my strength, I can send it into the space-time turbulence and let it go to another world. Do you feel that coldness? This is the invasion of darkness. No matter how pure your light is, in the face of absolute darkness, its light will be covered. But don't worry, I won't let you die. When I completely transform your light into darkness, the divinity of the goddess of nature will also be in my possession. As for you, I'll erase your memories and turn you into a demon again. I'll still support you to become my successor, and even the successor of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. Anew you will replace me to rule this continent, and also rule over the companions and humans you're familiar with. As he spoke, the demon emperor's expression gradually became more and more ferocious. Amidst the coldness, there was even more madness in his eyes. The blackness had already spread from the eternal stone to the entire breastplate, and the coldness was madly stimulating Long Houchen's body. Even the heart of eternity seemed to have stopped beating at this moment. The power of a god. Is this really the power of a god? The stubbornness in Long Houchen's heart did not make him despair. Instead, he mobilized all his strength in an attempt to resist. However, the demon emperor's strength was really too strong. The heaven-defying demon mystic armor had completely gained the upper hand against the armor of eternity. The diamond-shaped gem that flickered with dark blue light on the demon emperor's chest seemed to be mocking the armor of eternity, mocking it for choosing the wrong successor. Meanwhile, Long Houchen's aura was also becoming weaker and weaker under the pressure of the demon emperor. Slowly, Long Houchen closed his eyes. Has he already given up? The demon emperor was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized that as his power of darkness continued to invade, it seemed to have encountered some obstruction. It was strong and stubborn and had an unyielding will. What's going on? A fierce glint flashed in the demon emperor's eyes. The huge black sword behind him stopped devouring Yating for a moment, and the diamond-shaped gem on his chest shone brightly. A diamond-shaped dark blue lightning instantly struck the eternal stone on Long Houchen's chest, causing Long Houchen's entire body to tremble violently. Absolute suppression of strength. This was the difference in strength. The demon emperor knew that Long Houchen was wearing a transcendental artifact, but he wanted to use this method to directly strip this transcendental artifact from Long Houchen's body. Once he lost the protection of the eternal and creator throne of God, Long Houchen was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, at his mercy. From start to finish, no matter what kind of variables the demon god emperor encountered, he was always able to regain his composure after a short period of shock or anger. This was because he had absolute strength, and even more so, absolute confidence in his own strength. Every ambitious and ruthless person who could dominate the world would have their own absolute pride. Electrolux, who claimed to hold the sun and the moon and pluck the stars, had it, and so did Feng Xiu, who was the demon emperor. Under the illumination of the dark blue light, Long Houchen's body looked like it could collapse at any time, but in the next moment it stabilized and stopped trembling. Although the spread of darkness on the eternal armor accelerated, the 9 gems on the crown on his forehead lit up at the same time. 9 colored light flashed, and a special, otherworldly aura was released from the eternal armor. The 3 balls of light floating around Long Houchen's body, which had become stagnant due to the demon emperor's attack, also seemed to be bestowed with life. A huge ball of white light appeared behind Long Houchen, as if to illuminate all darkness. The moment it appeared, an indescribable pressure instantly struck the demon emperor. Even with the demon emperor's cultivation, his body trembled violently in the face of this pressure, and his eyes revealed shock and fear. In the next moment, the 3 balls of light around Long Houchen's body turned into 3 figures at the same time and appeared behind him. At the front was King Easton, followed by the Holy Dragon, and finally the Eternal Angel. The power of the 3 powerhouses advanced one by one, and finally imprinted on Long Houchen's back. Immediately, the eternal armor shone brightly with white light, and the spreading darkness in front of Long Houchen's chest retracted at an astonishing speed. Immediately after, the eternal Godstone also lit up, and the pressure brought by the huge ball of light behind Long Houchen was instantly assimilated by the eternal Godstone. A beam of white light instantly burst forth and struck the diamond-shaped gem on the chest area of the Demon Emperor's heaven-defying demon divine armor. Just like the eternal Godstone's disdainful and mocking counterattack against the heaven-defying demon divine armor, the Demon Emperor's body was covered in a layer of white lightning after being struck by this beam of white light, and his body was instantly sent flying thousands of meters away. Even Yi Ting, who was swallowing by the huge black sword on his back, was sent flying by the shock wave, turning into a beam of golden light and returning to Long Houchen's side. Long Houchen's eyes were still closed, but Yi Ting seemed to have sensed his will. With a flash of golden light, she descended to the battlefield below, no longer turning into Long Houchen's weapon. The eternal sword slowly floated in front of Long Houchen. After the light from the eternal Godstone on Long Houchen's chest sent the Demon Emperor flying, the light concentrated on the eternal sword. The crystal clear halo caused the eternal sword to radiate with vibrant colors. 9 colors flashed one by one, and at the same time, the body of the sword became slightly larger, and the lines became smoother and more exquisite. The 9-colored light gradually gathered, and a strange luster lit up the body of the sword. 9 runes appeared one after another on the body of the sword, representing water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, ice, thunder, and space. The 9 attributes were also 9 colors. Each of the 9 runes imprinted on the eternal sword made its aura thicker. When the last rune was imprinted, the eternal sword turned in the air, and the hilt turned upward, and the entire sword was filled with a majestic aura that even the Demon Emperor feared. From this moment onwards, it was no longer the eternal sword, but the sword of eternity and creation. Just the sword itself was a supreme divine weapon. Compared to the changes of the eternal sword, the changes of the eternal armor on Long Houchen's body were even more obvious. The first thing that appeared around his body was a rich aura of life. That gentle life force turned into an emerald green luster, and around his body forests, shrubs, mountains, rivers, and all sorts of natural scenes flashed. Finally, all of them turned into an emerald green luster and fused into the eternal Godstone. Next, there was a dazzling 7-colored luster. This 7-colored luster transformed into hundreds of intelligent beasts, birds, and flowers, and thousands of living beings quietly circled around his body. In the end, the illusions from before completely disappeared, and the sky was completely occupied by the stars. Tens of thousands of starlight gathered on Long Houchen's body. When these starlight appeared, the ball of light behind his back that was filled with dignity transformed into a white light that permanently fixed behind his head. During the entire transformation process, the eternal armor also began to become more and more complicated. Countless magnificent patterns replaced the original gentleness, and layers of folds appeared in the most perfect state. In particular, the holy dragon and eternal angel sculptures on Long Houchen's left and right shoulders were like their real bodies, and the moment the last wheel of white light fixed itself, the figures of the 3 eternal powerhouses also disappeared, completely fusing into the eternal armor. The 3 balls of light that had originally surrounded Long Houchen also disappeared without a trace. The demon god emperor watched this scene play out in front of him in shock. That imposing aura that made him feel fear produced a powerful suppression on his spirit, so much so that he actually forgot to attack when he saw the entire process happening to Long Houchen's body. This was clearly the power of the throne of God of eternity and creation. The eternal throne of God that Long Houchen originally controlled did not seem to be the original appearance of this supreme artifact. And when it was fully awakened and carried the majesty of creation, the Demon Emperor's incomparably firm confidence wavered for the first time. The eternal armor and eternal sword had already transformed into the sword of eternity and creation and the armor of eternity and creation during the process of complete awakening. This was the true power of the supreme artifact that the God of creation had left in the human world. No matter how strong the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar was, it could not compare to the divine artifact left behind by the God of creation. The three balls of light that had originally surrounded Long Houchen were not the abilities that the throne of God had left for Long Houchen, but because they had not completely fused with him. Under the strong oppression of the demon emperor, the remaining trace of the God of creations while in the throne of God of eternity and creation was finally enraged and finally triggered the true fusion between it and Long Houchen, causing the power of the supreme artifact to be fully awakened. At this moment, an aura that could confront the demon emperor finally appeared on Long Houchen's body, and it became an important turning point in their battle. The panic in the demon emperor's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a dignified look. The feeling of victory had disappeared. Although he still did not think that Long Houchen could defeat him, for the first time he looked at him seriously and treated him as an opponent that could compete with him. Long Houchen's eyes slowly opened. His eyes were still golden, but the moment he opened his eyes, they were unexpectedly calm and moist. During the whole process of the throne of God of eternity and creation's awakening, Long Houchen's body and mind were also infiltrated by a strange, gentle force. His body seemed to be nourished by the force of nature, the force of life, and the force of stars in this short period of time. Long Houchen did not know to what extent his external spiritual power had grown, but for the first time he felt that it was not strenuous to completely control this supreme artifact, and his internal spiritual power had broken through realms. The specific amount of spiritual power was not clear to Long Houchen, but when his spiritual power finally rose to the peak, he was surprised to find that the spiritual power in his body was no longer golden, but had become lustrous and white. Rank 9, Level 9. Is this the power of Rank 9, Level 9? Long Houchen believed in his own feelings, but he was also shocked by the power of the throne of God of eternity and creation. When this supreme artifact of the God of creation was truly awakened, it could actually raise his power to the level of Rank 9, Level 9, and this level seemed to be the basic requirement to control the fully awakened throne of God of eternity and creation. Their eyes met. Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "Very good, a supreme artifact with the aura of the God of creation." No wonder the first Demon Emperor was heavily injured by it, and even caused heavy casualties to the demon gods. I originally thought that its power was only SOSO, but I did not expect it to be able to raise your power to the level of being able to fight against me. However, you should have also felt that the God of creation left only a trace of his divine sense on this supreme artifact, and the God of creation himself no longer exists in this world. Therefore, no matter how powerful this supreme artifact is, you are only a human controlling it and not a god. As for me, I have already stepped into the realm of gods. Let me see how powerful this supreme artifact can be in your hands. As he spoke, the huge black sword on the back of the demon emperor suddenly let out a dragon's roar, and then it turned into a black light and soared into the sky. The huge sword soared into the sky, and on the broad blade, the dragon pattern of the heaven-defying demon dragon appeared. The moment it rose into the sky, the thick power of darkness immediately turned into countless twisted spirals, and the thick aura of darkness gathered towards it. The heaven-defying demon god armor on the demon emperor's body also lit up. The heaven-defying demon dragon pillar in the distance suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had already become the back of the demon emperor, and the entire sky also turned dark gold. Although the humans and demons below could not see the confrontation between Long Houchen and the demon emperor, they could still feel it. The moment the demon emperor's heaven-defying demon god pillar disappeared into thin air, the moon demon Agars and the star demon Vesak, who were fighting Xiaohua and Shu Yongxiao, looked at each other at the same time. They both saw the shock and joy in each other's eyes. In this world, if there was anyone who understood the demon emperor the most, then it must be the two of them, because they were not only two of the 72 demons, but also the two demon gods whose cultivation was closest to the demon emperor, as well as the two demon gods who knew the most about the demon emperor. Not only had the demon emperor used his demon god transformation, but he had also truly used the power of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. This meant that the battle between the demon emperor and Long Houchen had encountered an unprecedented challenge. Furthermore, there were no more powerful energy fluctuations in the air, which meant that the demon emperor had not mobilized his full strength to resist Long Houchen's all-out attack. The strength of the two sides was most likely in a balanced state. Although the moon demon and the star demon found it hard to believe that this had happened, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Xiao Hua and Shu Yongshao naturally noticed the changes in the emotions of the two demon gods. After looking at each other, Shu Yongshao shouted, "The demon emperor has been forced into a disadvantageous position by the chairman. Everyone, fight back with all your might. The Federation will definitely win." As she spoke, she and Xiao Hua pounced on the moon demon and the star demon at the same time. For a moment, the two demon gods were forced to retreat. Xiao Hua and Shu Yongshao knew in their hearts that, in terms of cultivation, they might not be too far off from the moon demon and the star demon. But this was without considering their demon god identity and the enhancement of the demon god pillar. From the beginning of the battle, the moon demon Agars and the star demon Vesak had been going easy. Before the battle began, Long Houchen had also given them a hint. Other than the demon emperor, the two most powerful demon gods had been going easy. Otherwise, the situation would not have been like this. Even the moon demons and star demons of the demon dragon squad had not gone all out. Otherwise, how could they have maintained a balance with the Temple Federation? The moon demon Agars had long been disloyal and had created a human-demon hybrid organization. As for the star demon Vesak, he was originally loyal to the demon emperor until the demon emperor vented his anger on him and made him use the life prophecy. Only then did Vesak's heart turn cold. Agars's concern for him, and the only person who was willing to stand up for him at that time, naturally brought the already close relationship between the two demon gods even closer. With the strength of Agars and Vesak, if they each commanded their respective races and joined forces, then even the demon emperor would have to think twice. These two demon gods had a pivotal position among the demons. After many discussions, Agars and Vesak reached a consensus. Of course, they would not directly rebel and openly fight against the demon emperor. They knew too well how terrifying the demon emperor's strength was. If the demon emperor won, then they would definitely die. The final plan decided by the two demon gods was very simple. They would fully support the Temple Federation in terms of intelligence, and at the same time help the Temple Federation deceive the demon emperor to create advantages and opportunities for humans as much as possible. However, they would not take the initiative to rebel. In this critical battle, their people would hold back, especially their confidants, who could perfectly carry out their will on the battlefield. Then they would wait and see. They would wait and see if humans really had the strength to defeat the demon emperor. Only when humans defeated the demon emperor would they have a real possibility of rebellion. Vesak was disheartened. As the great prophet of the demons, he also had a quarter of human blood in his body, which became the key to Agars's persuasion. The life of the demons was extremely boring. There was no creation, only destruction. Agars told Vesak that this generation's demon emperor could still restrain his complete rule over humans. But what about the next generation's demon emperor? If Abao inherited the demon god emperor's position, perhaps he would impatiently launch a devastating war against the human race. And if the human race didn't even have their own country, in addition to being oppressed by the demon race, perhaps it wouldn't take many years before the human race would be exterminated. Because if they lost their own country, they would gradually lose their human culture and would gradually be assimilated by the demon race. The human race's creativity would gradually be destroyed, and the demon race, which basically didn't know how to create and produce, would eventually walk towards extinction after the human race was completely exterminated. Feng Xiu was definitely the best and the most powerful of the previous demon emperors. Unfortunately, the biggest problem he faced was that he had no successor. Bao's flaws were not only known to Feng Xiu, but also to the top-ranked demon gods. If Feng Xiu could support Bao for a few hundred years, he might still be able to hold his position. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to suppress Agars and Vasak in terms of cultivation. Just like Feng Xiu was the best demon emperor in the history of the demons, Agars was also the best and most powerful moon demon in the history of the demons. With a cultivation of rank 9 and rank 8, the powerful moon demon pillar, even Feng Xiu was a little afraid of him. Agars had always hidden his strength deeply and had never shown his full strength. Agars knew that the current demons could actually be said to be the transformation of the original races of the Holy Demon Continent. After the arrival of the first demon god, which one of them was not a descendant born after mating with humans or infected animals in this world. Even the demon emperor Feng Xiu had a certain amount of human genes in his body, which made him more outstanding. Back then, the birth of the 72 demon god pillars was just a weapon in their original world, an extremely powerful weapon. They had souls and wisdom, but they were not real-life existences. It was precisely because of the infusion of the genes of humans and other races in the Holy Demon Continent that the current demons came into being. Therefore, Agars always believed that he was not a demon, but a human with special powers. Therefore, he eagerly hoped that his descendants could become real humans in the future, instead of passing on demons. In his consciousness, there were only two possibilities for the future development of this world. Either all the races on the continent would go extinct and eventually become a desert, or humans would reunify the continent, develop again, and make the continent prosperous. Agars obviously hoped for the latter. It was precisely because of this that Agars spared no effort to establish an organization to absorb those demons with strong human blood and who yearned to become humans in their hearts. However, Agars' forbearance also exceeded anyone. As long as Long Houchen had not defeated the Demon Emperor, he would never launch a full-scale attack. He knew the Demon Emperor too well, and he could deeply feel the terrifying strength of the Demon Emperor. Agars still had the strength to fight below God rank, but after Feng Xiu broke through the limit of 1 million spiritual energy points a few years ago, although he also suffered tremendous pressure and pain, his strength had completely reached another level, just like what he said to Long Houchen. Therefore, on the battlefield, Agars and Vashik did not command the other demon gods and the powerhouses of the demons, and they were deliberately letting the fight go. Although Shu Yongxiao and Xiao, whose cultivation were not weak, there was still a slight gap even when compared to them without using demon god transformation. Agars and Vashik did more in the battle than to rescue their own people from time to time. As for the heaven-defying demon dragons and the powerhouses of other races and demon gods, they did not even care. This led to a strange phenomenon. As the largest race of demons, the heaven-defying demon dragons actually had more casualties than the moon devils and star demons. The first to respond to Shu Yongxiao's counterattack was Lin Xan. He and the angel demon god Paimon had been in a stalemate for a long time, and either side had used their full strength. Shu Yongxiao's sudden voice made Lin Xan attack instantly, but the target of his attack was not the angel demon god. The holy sun hanging above Lin Xan's head suddenly extinguished without warning. A faint silver light lit up on his body, and his whole body disappeared in an instant. The angel demon, God Paimon, felt the pressure on him disappear. His opponent actually disappeared into thin air, and he was immediately stunned for a moment. Lin Xan was clearly a fire magician, so how could he know spatial magic? If he knew it, why didn't he use it in the previous battle? This thought immediately appeared in Paimon's mind. Paimon was stunned for a moment by this sudden change, and the situation of a small-scale battle on the battlefield changed drastically because of Lin Xan's disappearance. Like Lin E Kai, Oi's body flickered with silver light. In the next instant, Lin Xian appeared beside her. Instant flash domain. Long Haochen was going to fight the Demon Emperor, so there was no point in keeping the instant flash domain with him. This powerful equipment was more suitable for the battlefield, so it was obviously more suitable for Kai to use. Apart from Long Haochen, Kai cultivation was the highest in the light of dawn. Kai cooperated with the 12 holy guards to attack the emotion demon god Sidi, the rhythm demon god Bryce, and the snake spear demon god Elijah. Since only Elijah had used his demon god transformation, Kai relied on the purification domain and the Tower of Eternity to support the 12 holy guards, and still had the advantage. Lin Xian's appearance was extremely sudden and without warning. He had clearly been prepared. As soon as he appeared, the holy sun immediately shone brightly above his head. Then a layer of golden light burned from the praise of holy fire on his body. This was the skill that came with the immortal magic robe, praise of light. The immortal dragon fire was raised high, and with a loud dragon roar, a huge golden-red dragon head emerged from the holy sun. Furthermore, its color instantly turned bluish gold under the effect of the flame of heart. The dragon's head struggled fiercely, actually breaking free from the sacred sun. At the same time, from Lin Xian's chest, another resonant phoenix cry resounded. The blue fire phoenix's body flashed, also swiftly flying away with a golden blue radiance. The dragon and phoenix instantly intertwined in the air and condensed into a huge blue pillar of light in front of Lin Xian. Its target was the snake spear demon god Elijah, who had already transformed into a demon god. At the same time as Lin Xian spoke, Kai also moved. The 12 sacred guards quickly assembled, and 2 6-colored hexagram stars were formed in an instant. Kai's body flashed, and she arrived at the core of the formation. The scythe of the god of death in her hands transformed into countless shadows, enveloping the demon god of emotion Sidi and the demon god of rhythm Bryce. Death god's 7 absolutes. Not only that, Kai was clearly already prepared to cooperate with Lin Xian's attack. A pure white lotus silently flew out, and the instant before Lin Xian arrived, it landed in front of the snake spear demon god Elijah. Elijah's stature was tall, more than 3 meters, with majestic muscles on his upper body. The spear in his hand was formed from a giant serpent. After transforming into a demon god, 6 tongues grew out of his back, ready to pounce at any time. The tyrannical aura of darkness was extremely domineering, and his battle prowess was extremely tyrannical. Moreover, each of the serpent heads contained a different kind of poison. Even if one were to smell a little bit of it, they would be deeply affected. That was why Kai didn't approach him to attack before. But now, what he had to face was the strongest attack Lin Xian had prepared for a long time. Chapter 299. Lin Xian's sudden appearance, as well as his almost instantaneous magic, gave the snake spear demon god a fright. However, as the 15th ranked demon god, he was very confident in his own strength. Even though he had already used his demon god transformation, in reality, he hadn't used his full strength in the previous battles. The blue pillar of light that Lin Xian released, which was formed by the spiraling dragons and phoenixes, did not have any overflowing energy. It felt like a pillar of fire. It was definitely powerful, but Snake Spear Demon God did not think that such a pillar of fire would be able to kill him. Furthermore, he had a good relationship with the Emotion Demon God and the Rhythm Demon God. The 2 demon gods were not as good at close combat as he was. With the 3 of them working together, he had a higher chance of winning against Kai. If anything happened to him, Emotion Demon God Sidi and the Rhythm Demon God Bryce would not feel good either. Hence, he believed that the 2 demon gods would definitely help him. The 6 snake heads behind him emerged at the same time. Together with the snake spear in Bryce's hand, they instantly turned into 7 shadows in front of him. However, at this moment, the flourishing lotus that Kai-Er threw arrived. The flourishing lotus appeared very cleverly. It exploded right in the middle of the 7 snake heads. This was, after all, Kai-Er's domain skill. The power of the flourishing lotus was amply proven the first time Kai-Er used it. Its tyrannical power made the upper echelons of the assassin temple turn pale with fright. Now that it was only targeting one opponent, its power was fully displayed. Countless white petals instantly exploded and wrapped around all 7 snake heads. Snake spear demon god Elijah only felt an indescribable burning sensation spread through his body. Amidst his screams, all 7 snake heads exploded. A ball of purplish-red blood instantly turned into a purplish-red halo in the air and expanded in an attempt to dispel the flourishing lotus purification power. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's attack had already arrived. Emotion demon god Godseal and rhythm demon god Bryce indeed wanted to save Elijah. However, they could not do so now. The formation formed by the 12 holy guards instantly increased the speed at which Kai-Er could purify the death aura in the air and convert it into purifying power. The Grim Reaper's scythe instantly performed the 6th of the Grim Reaper's 7 absolutes, Path of Death. The Path of Death was the combination of the first 5 ultimate skills, and under Kai-Er's full power, its speed was fast and its attack power was terrifying. Even the death demon god, Samakina, had to avoid it. Seedy and Bruce did not even have the time to transform into demon gods. They could only try their best to resist. Their own lives were always more important than others. They did not have the time to care about heirs. They did not expect Kai-Er's full power to be so terrifying. The effect of the moon demon god Agar's blocking the news was once again imperceptibly exerted its influence on the battlefield. They still didn't know that the death demon god Seminaga died at Kai-Er's hands. Otherwise, would they still dare to not use their demon god transformation? Boom! A dragon's roar and Phoenix's cry erupted at the same time. When Elijah was hit by the huge blue pillar of fire, he realized how wrong he was. The power of this attack was so terrifying that it had far exceeded his understanding of fire. There was also a strong power of light in the terrifyingly high temperature. The explosive power of this attack was so terrifying that even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to resist it. Moreover, he was attacked by the flourishing lotus. Under the intense burning, Elijah's other 6 snake heads exploded almost at the same time. The thick, purplish-red blood tried to form a barrier to protect his life. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to realize this. If he had used the sky demon disintegration a second ago, he might have had a chance to save his life. Unfortunately, when he was hit by this attack, even if he wanted to use the power of the demon god pillar to teleport away, he could not do so. The moment the 6 tongues were destroyed, the dirty snake blood disappeared under the purification of the flame of the heart and the radiant praise. Elijah's body was completely engulfed and vaporized. Even his demon god crown lost the ability to escape in this terrifying blue flame. Together with the fire phoenix, it returned to Lin Xian's hand. However, Lin Xian, who had launched this attack, was clearly not feeling well either. His complexion was frighteningly pale, and his body swayed in the air, almost falling from the sky. However, he had finally achieved his goal. In this battle, he had finally killed a demon god, and it was ranked as high as the 15th. On the other side, the angel demon god Paimon, who had been left behind by Lin Xian, finally reacted. In a flash, he chased after Lin Xian in an attempt to kill the weakened Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly threw a few medicinal pills into his mouth, and the flames on his body reappeared. The sacred sun above his head once again let out a dragon's cry, and another huge dragon had drilled out. The cry of a phoenix also resonated from its chest. The angel demon god Paimon was ranked in the top 10 demon gods. However, He knew that his cultivation was not much stronger than Elijah's. Now that Elijah had been killed by this attack, how could he fare in a direct confrontation? Paimon's flying speed came to a halt, and his entire body stopped in mid-air. The offensive spell that he had just been about to release also changed into a defensive spell. He was afraid that he would be killed by Lin Yan's all-out attack. However, Lin Xian laughed. The dragon's roar and Phoenix's cry continued, but he did not attack. In reality, it was impossible for him to launch that kind of attack twice in a row. The dragon was his domain skill, the Holy Sun Dragon, with the light attribute enhancement from the Glory's praise. One could imagine how powerful it was. Furthermore, with Lin Xian's intelligence, he had fused his domain skill with the power of the Blue Fire Phoenix spiritual stove. This resulted in a multiplied effect. However, it was only because Lin Xian's control over magic was strong enough, coupled with his whimsical imagination and the assistance of 2 pieces of immortal-grade equipment, that he succeeded in developing such a powerful attack. It was also a blow that could exhaust almost all of his strength. Lin Xian named this skill the Dragon Phoenix Fire God Pillar. It was the most powerful skill that he could use at the moment. Its terrifying attack power could even be compared to Kai Er's Path of Death. In some aspects it was even superior. That was why he could kill the 15th-ranked snake, spear, demon god Elijah in one fell swoop. Of course, Paimon would not be intimidated by Lin Xian forever. In just a few breaths' time, he realized that he had been tricked. However, it was too late when he wanted to switch from defense to offense. This was because the emotion demon Godseal and the rhythm demon god Bryce were both in danger. Kai Er's attack was like a storm. Bryce had already been hit by her scythe. Blood splattered everywhere, and his resistance was greatly reduced. Although the number of dead on this battlefield couldn't be compared to the number at the southeastern stronghold, one shouldn't forget that these were all peak experts of the human and demon race, and the souls released after their deaths were also much stronger than those of ordinary humans and demons. As a result, Kai absorbed an enormous amount of purifying power, and under her all-out attack, Bryce and Cd's greatest disadvantage was that they simply didn't have enough time to transform into demon gods. Bryce's left arm was hit. The terrifying power brought by the purification domain corroded the wound at a speed visible to the naked eye. It instantly corroded his bones and spread upwards at a shocking speed. Bryce was indeed a demon god of his generation. At the juncture of life and death, he cut off his own arm. His weapon was a harp. He quickly pulled a string and forcefully broke his own arm. Only then did he stop the power of purification from spreading. However, one could imagine the impact on his combat power after losing an arm. Bryce and Cd's rankings were extremely high. One was 12th, while the other was 13th. If both of them died, Kai Er would be freed up. One could imagine the impact on the battle. Although the demon god Paimon really wanted to kill Lin Xian, he really didn't have enough time. Left with no other choice, he could only quickly use his demon god transformation, and at the same time change his target to Kai Er. Kai Er also knew when to stop, abruptly withdrawing her attack. At the same time, the Tower of Eternity flew out, enveloping and sealing the 3 demon gods within it. She herself, under the protection of the 12 sacred guards, quickly absorbed the purifying power to replenish her previous consumption. She was already very familiar with using the Tower of Eternity to seal people. In such a short period of time, she and Lin Xian cooperated and killed a demon god. Kai Er gave Lin Xian a big thumbs up, to which Lin Xian also gave a thumbs up. Then he quickly flew out of the battlefield, returning to the top of the dragon-resisting mountain pass to recuperate. With his own medicinal pills, coupled with his domain level strength, it wouldn't take long for his cultivation to return to its peak state. When he could once again share Kai Er's burden, the situation would be entirely different. Kai Er did not trap the 3 demon gods for too long. The Tower of Eternity shone with white light. Another silver light flashed and turned into a figure beside Kai. It was Wang Yuanyuan. Wang Yuanyuan's previous opponent was the force demon, god Barbados. Barbados was very powerful and had been fighting with Wang Yuanyuan. In the process, he had killed 1 knight on a golden pedestal and 6 mithril foundation knight. Although Wang Yuanyuan was very angry, she could not do anything to him. Every time she was about to catch up to her opponent, Barbados's attack could always force her back. This demon god, ranked 8th, was indeed very powerful. Just when Barbados felt that Wang Yuanyuan's momentum was obviously declining and he was ready to counterattack, a silver light flashed and Wang Yuanyuan disappeared. He had noticed the scene of Eligo being killed, but he was too far away from Kai-Er's battlefield. He could not save him in time. Now that Wang Yuanyuan disappeared again, he did not stare blankly like the angel demon god Paimon. Instead, he looked directly at Kai-Er and saw the Tower of Eternity expand rapidly. Then Wang Yuanyuan appeared beside Kai-Er and disappeared with Kai-Er into the Tower of Eternity. Along with them, the 12 holy guards disappeared. The Tower of Eternity's magical effect was not only to attack and seal. At the same time, inside the Tower of Eternity, the demon gods could not contact the demon god pillars. Back then, Long Haochen had used this method to kill the demon god Godseal. Now, Kai-Er was even more adept at using it. When Barbados saw Wang Yuanyuan and Kai-Er disappear together, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Bryce was already injured, and he and emotion demon god Cidi did not go through their demon god transformation. Their strength was greatly affected. Although the angel demon god Paimon was strong and ranked 9th, he was the same as emotion demon god Cidi and rhythm demon god Bryce. They were all demon gods that specialized in magic and were much weaker in close combat. On the other hand, Kai-Er and Wang Yuanyuan were both experts in close combat, especially Kai-Er. She was as fast as lightning. Furthermore, they were in her territory and had the support of the 12 holy guards. The 3 demon gods who were trapped were in danger. If Kai-Er and the others were to succeed and kill the 9th, 12th, and 13th ranked demon gods, it could be said that it would affect the entire battle. There were only 20 demon gods here, and the ones they killed were the top 4. Barbados knew that he couldn't hold back any longer. He was the demon god emperor's loyal servant and had always followed the demon god emperor's will as his highest command. At this time, he didn't attack anyone else, but rather rapidly ascended to a higher altitude to undergo his demon god transformation. A huge shadow appeared behind Barbados. It was a huge lion, but the lion had 3 heads. The one in the center was a lion, the one on the left was a leopard, and the one on the right was a tiger. The 3 heads roared at the same time, and the origin demon god Barbados also merged into this huge shadow. The shadow disappeared, and a gorgeous armor covered his body. The armor emitted a dark golden luster, and the most eye-catching part was the embossed leopard, lion, and tiger heads on his chest. Barbados slowly pulled the longbow in his hand, and the terrifying power instantly rose to the extreme. The 3 heads on his chest turned into 3 long arrows, all emitting a strong, dark, golden luster. Their target was the Tower of Eternity. At this time, suddenly, there was a sharp whistle in the air. Barbados's heart skipped a beat, but he could not stop it this time. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Barbados let out an angry roar, and the shadow that appeared before appeared again. At the same time, his body forcefully moved 30 meters horizontally, and the origin demon god pillar in the distance let out a loud roar. A rainbow-colored light swept past, but it did not hit Barbados's body. The one who attacked was Yi Sami, who also had a godly bow. At the same time, Barbados released his fingers, and 3 dark, golden arrows flew straight toward the Tower of Eternity. The 3 arrows transformed into the heads of a leopard, a lion, and a tiger as they flew. By the time they hit the Tower of Eternity, each of them had grown to a diameter of 10 meters. Amidst 3 violent explosions, the Tower of Eternity was forcibly blasted up from the ground. At the same time, a large crack appeared on one side of the white wings. Even though these cracks were rapidly mending and recovering, there was a dark, golden luster in the cracks that prevented them from mending. The origin demon, God Babados, knocked his longbow again. With a flash of light, Kai, Wang Yuan, and the three trapped demon gods appeared at the same time. Babados's rescue was definitely in time. Kai, Wang Yuan, and the 12 holy guards had the absolute advantage against the emotion demon god and the rhythm demon god, who had yet to use their demon god transformation. Unfortunately, time did not allow them to kill the 3 demon gods. The Tower of Eternity had already alerted them. The Tower of Eternity was the only relic left for Kai, by the calamity necromancer Electrolux. Of course, she could not let it be destroyed. Moreover, the Tower of Eternity was carrying the 12 holy guards. If it was really destroyed, the 12 holy guards would all die. With no other choice, Kai could only teleport away with Wang Yuan and the others. The demon god of emotion, Sidi, and the demon god of rhythm, Bryce, didn't dare to be negligent. In an instant, they completed their respective demon god transformations. At the same time, they gave themselves some time to catch their breaths. With the demon god of angel, Paimon, taking the lead, they attacked Kai simultaneously. Wang Yuan and Kai looked at each other. In a flash, they pounced at Babados again. The bloody light in her eyes had become extremely dense. 2 tactical changes. 1 success, 1 failure. But at least 1 demon god was killed. After a short rest, Lin Xian stepped onto the battlefield again. He appeared directly behind Wang Yuan and formed the best combination of a warrior and a mage to fight the origin demon god Babados. When the light of dawn monster hunters launched their attack, the eternal heroes and the powerhouses of the temple also attacked with all their might. The demon emperor's defiant demon god pillar suddenly disappeared. Everyone could guess that the demon emperor had activated his demon god transformation and used the power of the demon god pillar to fight against Long Houchen. Naturally, their confidence was greatly boosted. Meanwhile, the momentum of the demons was greatly affected. The originally stable situation became much more intense with the eruption of the powerhouses of the Temple Federation. Just as Kai and the others made 2 tactical changes, the demons had already lost 5 defiant demon dragons, 2 moon demons, and 1 star demon. Meanwhile, the humans had lost 4 eternal heroes. Not only did the eternal heroes play a decisive role in this battle, they also took the lead. When the other powerhouses of the Temple Federation were in danger, the eternal heroes would always step forward, even sacrificing their own soul flames to resist the enemy's attacks. However, they did not die in vain. Almost every eternal hero would drag at least 1 Type 9 powerhouse with him when he died. Less than half of the thousands of Type 8 powerhouses of the demons were left. There were about 400 of them left. However, on the human side, the power of the magic cannons was greatly reduced. More than a third of the magic cannons exploded when they were operating at full capacity. However, the human powerhouses operating them did not seem to have considered the danger of overloading the magic cannons. There was a Type 6 knight who operated the magic cannons to fire with all his might. When he killed a Type 8 demons, the temperature of the magic cannons was too high. This knight actually covered his entire body with spiritual energy. While calling for his comrade to continue firing, he hugged the barrel of the magic cannons and used his spiritual energy to lower the temperature. In the end, his body was roasted on the magic cannons, and the magic cannons fired again. It was unknown if it was due to the stimulation of his comrade's sacrifice, but the cannoneer who replaced him was just as accurate and killed another Type 8 powerhouse of the demons. At this time, the magic cannons finally could not withstand the high temperature and pressure and exploded. A hole was blasted open on the thick walls of the dragon-resisting pass. A total of 6 knights, including the cannoneer and the personnel who were ready to replace him, sacrificed their lives. They used their lives and the spirit of a knight to defend the dignity of the dragon-resisting pass and the future of mankind. They were all true heroes. The same situation occurred in almost every magic cannons. The more powerful the magic crystal, the higher the possibility of the magic cannons exploding, especially the super magic cannons that were powered by Samakina's demon god crown. Although it did not explode due to its precious material, when it was fired, it would produce an incomparably high temperature in the surroundings. Moreover, it still needed someone to calibrate it in order to display its greatest effect. This super magic cannons had already exploded 4 times. In order to calibrate it, 4 human powerhouses were needed, and at least one of them was a mage. If the cannoneer didn't know the problem with the first shot, then what about the next 3 shots? Before the cannoneer in charge of the second shot walked towards the super magic cannons, he calmly took off his clothes and bit the tip of his finger to write a few words. He told his brothers behind him to pass it to their families. Their blood letters were very simple. The main cannoneer wrote, "Wife, tell her son, his father is firing for the sake of mankind." The magician wrote, "Donate all my possessions to the magic temple." The 2 assistant cannoneers wrote, "I love you, my precious daughter, children. Daddy is a hero." After leaving behind the blood letters, the 4 entered the launch chamber without hesitation. The super magic cannons exploded once again, killing a demon dragon. The 4 heroes also sacrificed themselves heroically. Their deaths were no different from the deaths of the eternal heroes and the rank 9 powerhouses. Heroes were not divided into strong and weak. Even though they knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, they still chose to go forward despite knowing that they would die. Every expert of the Federation of the Temple was using their blood and their last bit of strength to fight for the survival of humanity. Their deaths were as heavy as a mountain. After this war that determined the survival of mankind, the dragon-resisting pass surpassed the southeast strongholds and the myriad beast pass, and was renamed the Hero Pass. At the same time, the 3 strongholds erected hero monuments to praise the heroes who sacrificed their lives for the future of mankind. SSSSSS. An ear-piercing screech came from a corner of the battlefield, as a huge figure spun in the air, before smashing down towards the ground. A dark green figure chased after them like a ghost. Because it was too fast, its body looked completely illusory, but as it fell, it left a series of spatial cracks behind it. The figure that fell from the sky was none other than Sima Xian, and the one chasing after him was the 10th ranked demons, the lightning demon Godpar. From Sima Xian's left shoulder all the way to the right side of his waist, there was a shocking wound. The heavy armor on his body had almost been cut through, and there was a faint trace of blood seeping out. Moreover, his aura was extremely weak, and his original valiant aura had completely disappeared. Only his bald head was still shining. Although his body had been cut down by Par, his hands were still tightly gripping the chains of the vigorous pill of light. It looked like his body was about to hit the ground. The battle between lightning demon god Par and Sima Xian had been going on for a long time. Sima Xian relied on the power of the purple illusion divine thunder spiritual cauldron and the coverage of lightning to barely block Par's attacks. However, Par was famous for his powerful attacks among the demons. His strength was indeed above Sima Xian's. Among the demon gods, the lightning demon god Par and the snake spear demon god Eligo were very close. They could be said to be close friends. Par had watched Eligo die under Lin Xan's attack, and at that time he had been completely entangled by Sima Xian's lightning power and had not been able to save him in time. Eligo's death made Par's eyes red. He no longer cared about preserving his strength, and immediately used the demon god transformation, instantly suppressing Sima Xian in terms of strength. With his terrifying attack power and speed, he finally broke through Sima Xian's line of defense and viciously slashed his scythe at Sima Xian's chest. If not for the defense of his epic ranked armor, Sima Xian would have been cut in half. Par's forelimbs were like those of a praying mantis, and his lower body had 4 legs. He also had a pair of thin wings on his back. Once spread, not only was his flying speed extremely fast, but he was also very good at changing directions in midair. His attack style was a little similar to the Shura slash that Long Houchin and the other Light of Dawn monster hunters used. Moreover, every level of his attack had a sharpness similar to the Shura slash, and once hit it would be a serious injury. A dark green light flashed. If one could see it with the naked eye, they would see that starting from the wings on Par's back, a strange green color was spreading forward at an alarming speed. It was not only from his wings, but also from his 4 legs. Finally, this strange green color was concentrated on his pair of forelimbs. This was Par's domain, the seal-breaking domain. It fully displayed its destructive power and increased its sharpness. Not only could this domain greatly increase his own attack power, but it also had the ability to cut through the opponent's domain. It could be said to be an extremely special and terrifyingly powerful domain. As one of the top 10 of the 72 demon god pillars, how could his cultivation be weak? Eilig's death had completely enraged Par. He wanted to use Sima Xian as the first sacrifice for his seal-breaking domain. He wanted to kill Sima Xian before taking revenge for the snake spear demon god Eilig, suffering a fatal blow from the 10th demon god's all-out attack. Sima Xian had undoubtedly sunk into an extreme crisis. However, if Par was familiar with the Bright Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad, he would have understood that the members of the Bright Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad always had a tacit understanding with each other. However, why didn't Kai activate the instant flash domain when Sima Xian was facing such a crisis? And why didn't the life-sharing effect of the soul shackles appear when he was attacked? It was a pity that Par wasn't familiar with this. This was also the first time he faced a member of the Light of Dawn monster hunters on the battlefield. There was no panic in Sima Xian's eyes. He held the ball of light tightly in his hands as he fell from the sky. In just 2 breaths of time, he had already crashed into the ground. Because Par's previous attack was strong enough, coupled with the ball of light and his own weight, his body was completely embedded into the ground. Par's pair of mantis blades, which had been activated by the domain of the seal, had already descended from the sky. With a strange green light, they slashed toward Sima Xian's body, preparing to cut him into pieces. Just as Sima Xian was about to die under Par's attack, a strange scene suddenly appeared. A white light suddenly shone on Sima Xian's chest, and the image of a white angel silently appeared on his chest plate. There were obvious tear stains on the face of the beautiful angel, and its clear eyes seemed to be filled with endless sorrow. The moment this angel appeared, a figure silently appeared in front of Sima Xian, and a huge shield blocked the lightning demon god that had descended from the sky. Clang, clang. 2 explosive sounds shook the surroundings. Under the effects of the seal-breaking domain and demon god transformation, the figure that had suddenly appeared was sent flying by the lightning demon god Par. However, he had also successfully saved Sima Xian. Par had sent his opponent flying, but he had also bounced back slightly, so he couldn't continue to hit Sima Xian, who was embedded in the ground. Furthermore, when he had struck his opponent's shield just now, Par had seen 2 strange images. One was a sorrowful angel that looked exactly like the one on Sima Xian's chest, and the other was a terrifying demon. These 2 images had appeared on the shield, and each took up half of the shield surface area. This created a strange scene where half of the shield was white and the other half was black. After sending the shield-wielding knight flying, Par could clearly see that the image of the demon on the shield had become illusory, and a shadow seemed to have drilled out of the shield and landed on his body. Because he had attacked with all his might, he couldn't have retracted his hand to dodge. Thus, even though he felt that something was wrong, he could only forcefully endure the attack of the shadow as he struck his opponent. What was going on? While Par was shocked, he hurriedly activated his own spiritual power in an attempt to disperse the enemy's power that had invaded his body. However, he immediately realized that this was completely futile, because he couldn't feel the existence of any energy invading his body. At this moment, Sima Xian, who had been embedded in the ground, crawled up. He looked rather disheveled, and his face was covered in dirt. However, when he looked at Par, he grinned and said something to Par that Par didn't understand. This is a battle between an angel and a demon. As he spoke, the angel on his chest suddenly became exceptionally bright. The sorrowful angel seemed to have come alive, and at this moment, an image also appeared on Par's chest. It was the fear demon on the knight's shield. In the next instant, Par and Sima Xian's bodies were like two poles of a magnet, producing a huge suction force. They instantly rushed towards each other, and the strength of the suction force completely exceeded their respective cultivation levels. Not good. Par had already sensed that something was wrong, but even in the state of a demon, he couldn't resist the terrifying suction force. He could only watch as his body crashed towards Sima Xian. At this moment, Sima Xian's body expanded crazily, and in the blink of an eye, his whole body shone with a dense golden light, and he had already become 100 meters tall. Without a doubt, the one who had helped Sima Xian block the fatal blow was Han Yu. After completing this block, as the owner of the throne of God of fear and sorrow, as well as the knight of the seal of destruction and forgiveness, he didn't continue to help Sima Xian fight. Instead, he instantly flashed back to the original battlefield and continued to block his previous opponent. Although the lightning demon god, Par, didn't know what skill his opponent had used at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Unpredictable situations were the most terrifying, but as a demon god and a powerful existence that ranked 10th, Par naturally wouldn't show any weakness at this critical moment. If he couldn't dodge, then he would accept it. The lightning demon god couldn't use his fastest speed, but he still had the most terrifying attack power. He raised his pair of scythes, and the sealed breaking domain burst forth once again. A dim light flashed, and it went straight for Sima Xian's heart. At this moment, Par already understood that Sima Xian hadn't used his full strength. At least, he hadn't used this domain in front of him. However, no matter how strong the power of his domain was, it was useless in the face of Par's seal-breaking domain. Even if Sima Xian could trick him and make him lose his speed advantage, he would still die in the face of such a powerful attack. At most, he would be able to attack Par once before he died, but in the state of a demon god, Par was confident that he could block Sima Xian's attack. One big and one small. The two figures collided in an instant. Sima Xian, who was already 100 meters tall, couldn't compare to Par in terms of agility. As expected, Par's pair of praying mantis blades cut into his chest first. A hint of disdain flashed in Par's eyes. Not to mention this Baldy, even existences at the level of the moon demon or the star demon would die without a doubt if they were cut by his blades with the seal-breaking domain. Only His Majesty, the Demon Emperor, might be able to block it. Could Sima Xian block Par's seal-breaking domain? Of course not. The 10th demon god, who was known for its attack power, had the demon god transformation and the seal-breaking domain at the same time. His attack power was enough to enter the top 3 of the demons. However, there was a big prerequisite, and that was that he had to be able to unleash his attack power and be able to use the seal-breaking domain. The pair of praying mantis blades attached to the seal-breaking domain were less than an inch away from Sima Xian's chest. The power of light outside Sima Xian's body had been completely broken, and he felt an intense pain in his chest muscles. At this critical moment, what was strange to the lightning demon god Par, but to Sima Xian was a miraculous scene. The fear demon on Par's chest and the grief angel on Sima Xian's chest lit up at the same time. The moment they lit up, the fear demon raised its head and let out a long, silent howl. 2 drops of tears fell from the eyes of the grief angel, 2 crystal-clear tears that seemed to contain the purest thing in the world. Chapter 300. The lightning demon, God Par's mind, did not overflow with the howl of the demon of fear. He only felt as if his brain had been pierced by thousands of steel needles. His entire body trembled violently, and his originally unstoppable attack was greatly affected. His attack power was greatly reduced. The 2 drops of angels' tears silently fell onto the lightning demon god Par's mantis blades. Starting from the spot where the angels' tears fell, 2 layers of white light instantly spread across the blades. They did not stop Par's attack, nor did they damage the blades in the slightest. However, the seal-breaking domain on Par's mantis blades, as well as all the dark aura and negative energy in his attacks, all disappeared when the 2 drops of angels' tears fell. It could be said that they disappeared at the most crucial moment of this battle. Piu. The 2 mantis blades still stabbed fiercely into the armor in front of Sima Xian's chest. However, at this time his body had expanded 100 times, and his armor had also expanded due to the power of the domain. The mantis blades were the embodiment of Par's strongest attack power. Even without any additional abilities, they were still abnormally sharp. However, they did not even reach Sima Xian's chest muscles. If he had the seal-breaking domain and Par's other powerful enhancement abilities, no matter how much Sima Xian's body had expanded, the lightning demon god Par had absolute confidence that these 2 blades would be able to tear this bald man to pieces. Unfortunately, these were only 2 sharp mantis blades. A sinister smile appeared on Sima Xian's resolute face. He had waited for this moment for far too long. He had always been suppressed by the lightning demon god Par, and he had been patiently waiting for this moment to give his opponent a fatal blow at the last moment. Although Han Yu had only helped him for a brief moment, this was a coordination that Sima Xian and Han Yu had planned beforehand. It was just like the coordination between Kai, Wang Yuan, and Lin Xan. Sima Xian's movements were not as agile or as fast as Par's, but he was not that much slower either. When Par's blade stabbed into Sima Xian's body, Sima Xian's movements were almost complete. His attack was full of violence. The ball of light was swung towards his chest. That's right, he did not even let himself go. The terrifying metal ball that had expanded dozens of times shot towards his chest, like a cannon hitting a mosquito. Sima Xian's domain was called the Ball of Light. It was a domain weapon similar to Long Yiting's. Although it was not as complete as Long Yiting, who could transform herself into a sword, its power was not far off. At this moment, the Ball of Light, which had transformed into a domain, smashed towards his body with all its might. It looked as if it did not care about its own safety, but from the perspective of a domain, Par's body was also a part of the Ball of Light. This smash was a combination of the 2, so how much damage could it do to himself? A shrill scream of fear wreaked havoc in his mind, and the intense pain in his brain caused Par's body to stiffen uncontrollably. The moment his attack hit Sima Xian, his body was completely sucked in, and he was also affected by the shrill scream. This timing was completely within Sima Xian's control. It could be said that his control was impeccable. He weakened Par in all aspects and gave himself enough time. Pa! The ball of light ruthlessly smashed into the chest of the extremely muscular Sima Xian, who was 100 meters tall. In an instant, his body shone with a golden light, and his chest turned bright purple. If a cockroach was crushed by a mountain, what would the result be? As one of the most powerful demon gods among the demons, Par's attack was powerful, but his defense was not very strong. Under normal circumstances, his demon god pillar was not far away. Even if he encountered danger, he could use it to teleport away. However, the Light of Dawn monster hunters had fought with the demon gods many times, so they were very experienced. Since Sima Xian and Han Yu had set this trap, they would not give him any chance to escape. The scream of fear in his mind lasted for a total of 3 seconds. However, these 3 seconds firmly controlled Par's time. If it was a demon god who was good at magic and had strong mental strength, perhaps this time would be shortened. However, Par's pursuit of supply was too extreme, so he was not particularly strong in other aspects. Hence, he completely fell into this trap and could not extricate himself. However, no matter how weak Par's defense was, he was still one of the top 10 demon gods. Furthermore, he had the protection of a demon god. Hence, although Sima Xian's attack had hit him with the powerful attack power of the domain weapon, it did not kill Par directly. However, Par's heart was already filled with fear. Under the violent impact, Par felt as if his internal organs were being crushed by a soldering iron. What made him feel even more hopeless was that his praying mantis blades had broken under the terrifying pressure. Without the praying mantis blades, he was like a toothless tiger. At this moment, the only thing Par could think of was to escape. However, the scream of fear had only lasted for 2 seconds. Before he could escape from it, he could not connect with his demon god pillar. He could not even use the sky demon disintegration technique. Those who were familiar with Sima Xian knew that the moment his vigor ball of light hit him, the attack had only just begun. Sima Xian did not hold back. He knew what kind of opponent he was facing. As long as Par was given time to recover, his praying mantis blades might even grow back. Hence, just like Lin Xian, he did not hold back at all. What followed next was a terrifying roar that sounded like rolling thunder exploding in front of Sima Xian's chest. Crushing, triple explosion, purple thunder frenzy, and purple godly thunder. The lightning demon god became the first opponent to completely withstand the full attack of Sima Xian's domain weapon after he obtained it. Even the Abomination King didn't receive such treatment. Sima Xian's body convulsed from the electric shock. Black smoke rose from his chest. When he removed the vigor ball of light, even Par's demon god crown was destroyed, let alone his body. How could the power of a domain weapon be so easily blocked? In a few short minutes, the bald priest Sima Xian had broken the battlefield record that Lin Xian had just set, raising the highest ranking of the demon gods who had died in battle to 10th place. The snake spear demon god Eligo and the lightning demon god Par, this pair of fellow sufferers, could reunite in another world. Their demon god pillars had already dimmed. Sima Xian's exhaustion was even less than Lin Guo's. After all, he had received the most direct help from Hanyu. Lice Horse Deity gave Hanyu a thumbs up. At the same time, he touched the image of the angel on his chest. At this time, the image of the angel had silently disappeared. The throne of God of fear and sorrow was the highest-ranked throne of God after the throne of God of eternity and creation. It was also the first throne of God that humans had replicated. In the more than 6,000 years of history of the Dark Age, the throne of God of fear and sorrow had only recognized 2 knights, and Hanyu was the second. The weapon provided by this divine throne was only a shield, the shield of fear and sorrow. In terms of defense, it could be said to be the best among the 5 subsidiary divine thrones. At this moment, Hanyu easily blocked a demon king-level demon-dragon battle team by himself. He was besieged by the 3 demon kings of the heaven, defying Demon Dragon Clan, Moon Demon Clan, and Star Demon Clan, but he could still lend Sima Xian a hand at the crucial moment. From this, it could be seen how shocking the defense of this divine throne of fear and sorrow was. However, from the performance of the shield of fear and sorrow just now, it could be seen that the role of this throne of God was not just for defense. The skill that Hanyu used was called the rhythm of fear and sorrow. This skill could be used on himself or others. It was a powerful support and control skill. Hanyu and Sima Xian had tried the effect of the scream of fear many times. They had experimented with the star, Holy Knight Yang Haoyu. It turned out that even a powerhouse at the level of Yang Haoyu, who combined magic and martial arts and had extremely strong mental strength, would be restrained by the scream of fear for at least 2 seconds. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about this skill was that it could not be interrupted and dispelled. However, there was a premise, and that was to hit the opponent head-on. The only flaw of this skill was that it could not be used to lock on to the opponent. The opponent must not dodge. Otherwise, Han Yu would not have waited until Sima Xian was in danger to take action. With the cooperation of the two partners of the Light of Dawn monster hunters, they finally killed another high-ranking demon god, which made the situation of humans a little easier. However, the combat power of the demon gods was still terrifying. In this short period of time, another two eternal heroes had fallen. Lin Xian took advantage of this time to re-enter the battlefield. He flew directly to Sima Xian's shoulder. After throwing a few pills to Sima Xian, he used Sima Xian's shoulder as a cannon platform and the immortal dragon fire as the cannon barrel. He began to display his might in the battlefield, relying on the powerful attack power of the Holy Sun domain to attack the enemy. Sima Xian also took this opportunity to recover from the injuries he had just suffered and the spiritual power that he had consumed. After both sides erupted at the same time, the situation strangely returned to a balanced state. On the side of the Temple Federation, a large number of level 8 demons were killed, but at the same time many magic cannons had exploded and they had lost most of their combat power. On the other hand, the losses of both sides were almost the same. Overall, the losses of the demons were slightly smaller. After all, the demon gods had the support of the demon god pillars. With the protection of the demon god pillars and enhancement of the demon god transformation, it was difficult for them to kill the demon gods unless they caught them off guard like what Lin Xian and Sima Xian did. As for the other level 9 demons, if they died on the battlefield, the impact on the situation was much smaller. Moreover, the moon demon and star demon were supporting their own people. For a time, due to the fundamental difference in strength, the scales of victory gradually tilted towards the side of the demons. However, because the gap between the two sides was not too big, coupled with the fact that the moon demon and star demon were going easy on them, they could barely maintain a balanced state. 3,000 meters above the sky, the most important battle between Long Haochen and the Demon Emperor had also entered another level. The moment Long Haochen opened his eyes again, he felt that he had the power to challenge the Demon Emperor. Before the throne of God of Eternity and Creation was fully awakened, he actually did not know that this supreme artifact had such power. The heaven-defying demon dragon pillar behind the Demon Emperor was like a heavenly pillar that propped up the sky. Under its contrast, the Demon Emperor's aura also rose to an unprecedented, terrifying height. In the sky, the huge black sword slowly descended and stopped in front of the Demon Emperor. The dragon patterns on the sword gradually retracted back into the sword, but there were dark dragon patterns left on the huge sword. At this moment, the Demon Emperor's eyes had completely turned dark gold. He raised his right hand and grasped the hilt of the huge black sword. He coldly said to Long Haochen, "Ever since my spiritual energy broke through 500,000, I have never met an opponent who is qualified to make me use my full strength. Very good. As my bloodline inheritor, you actually have the power to challenge me. In fact, for an existence of my level, having an opponent is also a kind of happiness. Let me see what level you can reach and how much power you can force out of me." This sword is called the Heaven-Defying Demon God Sword. It was transformed from a piece of my own dragon bone. It has been refined in my body for hundreds of years to reach its current power. It is one with me and the heaven-defying demon god pillar. As he spoke, the hilt of the heaven-defying demon god sword rotated rapidly with the Demon Emperor's right hand as the axis. The moment the blade was pointed upwards, the Demon Emperor held it with his right hand and pointed it to his side. The huge sword, which was disproportionate to his body size, instantly lit up with a layer of intense dark blue light. The dragon patterns on the sword also emitted a dark gold luster. Long Haochen also raised his right hand and slowly held the hilt of the sword of eternity and creation in front of him. In an instant, a magical feeling spread throughout his body. It wasn't a feeling of power, but a magical feeling of being able to break through all obstacles and create miracles. The 9 colored runes on the sword of eternity and creation all lit up the moment he held the hilt of the sword. The gorgeous patterns on the armor of eternity and creation on Long Houchen's body also seemed to come alive. A noble aura was released from his body, facing the demon emperor who had the demon god pillar as the background. The noble aura actually suppressed the dark aura emitted by the demon emperor. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he even seemed to have the upper hand. The demon emperor's gaze was a little solemn, even though there was only a trace of the god of creation's aura left on the throne of God of eternity and creation. The god of creation was the greatest god who created the entire world and countless planes. In a sense, a plane was a part of the god of creation's body, and the laws of the entire world were created by the god of creation. Even though there was only a trace of the god of creation's aura in Long Houchen's supreme artifact, it was already an extremely terrifying ability to any opponent. Even a god-level powerhouse like the demon emperor was no exception. The battle started in the next instant. Long Houchen made the first move. A white light flashed, and in the next moment he appeared in front of the demon emperor. As the sword of eternity and creation was held in his right hand, he directly made an upward, slashing motion. If anyone was watching the battle, they would be able to see the dazzling scene that Long Houchen brought about. At the place where his body flashed, a long trace was left in the air. This trace was formed by countless light and shadows. These light and shadows were the scenes of the growth of all living things, and even the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars. The demon god emperor's heaven-defying demon god sword instantly blocked Long Houchen's sword of eternity and sword of creation. These two transcendent-level divine swords finally collided in their strongest state. The instant the two transcendental divine artifacts collided, the dragon inscriptions on the heaven-defying demon god sword let out a loud dragon roar, while the 9-colored inscriptions on the sword of eternity and creation in Long Houchen's hand shone brightly. Once again, Long Houchen and the demon emperor faced each other at close range. However, this time it was no longer a scene of Long Houchen being completely suppressed by the demon emperor. Clang! Amidst the ear-piercing explosion, Long Houchen and the demon emperor bounced back at the same time. This collision was actually a draw, and no one could do anything to the other. However, after the collision, the heaven-defying demon god sword in the demon emperor's hand let out a slight buzzing sound, causing the demon emperor's expression to change slightly. Although it was only a single collision, and it was impossible for Long Houchen and the demon emperor to win, the advantages and disadvantages of the two supreme artifacts had been completely revealed. Even if Long Houchen's cultivation had reached the 9th rank, 9th level, it still couldn't compare to the demon emperor's 1 million spiritual energy points. However, the result was a draw. This in itself proved that the sword of eternity and creation had an advantage over the heaven-defying demon god sword, and the slight buzzing sound of the demon god sword revealed its own disadvantage. Long Houchen turned his wrist, and the tip of the sword of eternity and creation pointed upwards. He clasped it in his left hand and looked at the demon emperor with a clear gaze. On his chest, the eternal stone emitted a bright green light, and the trace of the god of creation's aura instantly skyrocketed. Revival of all things. It was still the revival of all things of the eternal 3 swords. But this time the demon emperor's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. The sky turned into a green luster, and a thick aura of life instantly spread for thousands of miles. The dragon-resisting pass, which had always been known for its cold and harsh environment, suddenly had a trace of warmth, and this trace of warmth was constantly increasing. The color of the sky suddenly turned green, and both humans and demons subconsciously raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In the sky, like a mirage, a magical scene appeared. The green shadows of countless plants appeared in the sky, and these plants seemed to be constantly growing, covering the entire sky. The wonderful aura of revival of all things made even the demons feel a little dazed. The green color that stretched for thousands of miles could be clearly seen even in the Exorcist Pass, where the Assassin Temple was located. The thick aura of life descended from the sky, and all the experts who were not of the dark attribute felt the pleasant sensation of their spiritual energy rising. Without a doubt, this was a sign of strengthening the humans and weakening the demons in disguise. Although it wasn't strong, it had a huge impact on the momentum of both sides. Moon Demon Agars's eyes were filled with disbelief. He finally understood why the Demon Emperor used the heaven-defying Demon Dragon Pillar. This Long Houchin was much stronger than they had imagined. Just the change in the sky was enough to prove that he had the strength to challenge the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor not only had a solemn expression, but at the same time as the revival of all things unfolded, he also took action. He slowly raised the heaven-defying demon god sword in his hand, and at the same time a strange buzzing sound came from his body. At his chest, thousands of dark blue rays of light burst forth, turning into a huge dark blue ball of light that rose up and integrated into the heaven-defying demon god sword. A small black hole suddenly appeared at the tip of the heaven-defying demon god sword. The range of the black hole rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it tore apart the surrounding revival of all things. Strong spiritual energy fluctuations produced an unimaginable destructive power in the air, and the surroundings of the black hole were filled with dark blue lightning. The heaven-defying demon god sword quietly disappeared in the air, and the range of the black hole expanded at an astonishing speed. It seemed as if the black hole was absorbing all energy, and the surrounding dark blue lightning became more and more powerful. The thick lightning constantly bombarded the dark green sky, filled with an aura of destruction. One created, one destroyed. Both sides faced each other with equal harshness. However, what surprised the Demon Emperor was that this time, Long Houchin didn't directly trigger the revival of all things to attack. Instead, it seemed as if he was laying out a plan. After the black hole expanded to 1,000 meters, it was finally restrained. Insects and birds chirped, and the roars of beasts began to appear. In the dark green world of nature in the sky, insects and animals began to appear. These insects and animals were all evolving at an astonishing speed. Every time they evolved, they would become more powerful, and gradually magical beasts began to appear. It looked magical and dazzling, but it made the Demon Emperor feel an unprecedented pressure. This was clearly the second sword of the eternal three swords, the Creator. However, this time the Creator appeared with the revival of all things. The world of nature had life, and it was an aura that abided by the laws of heaven and earth. Seeing this, the gaze of the Moon Demon Agars softened and gradually became firm. His attacks on Shuyong Shao also became more and more powerless. His gaze even stopped at the sky, and his eyes revealed an intoxicated expression. He liked this aura of creation. What he wanted was not destruction, but survival. The star demon Vasak was also shocked by such a scene. Although his feelings weren't as profound as the moon demons, he realized that his and the moon demons' plan might really be fully realized. Long Houchin might really be able to defeat the Demon Emperor. Outside the dragon-resisting pass, the powerhouses of the Temple Federation and the demons gradually separated. The battle between the two sides actually stopped temporarily. They even landed on the ground and Yulong Pass, respectively. All the powerhouses looked up at the magical changes in the sky. This was a battle between the two strongest powerhouses in the world. For the first time, all the demon gods realized that the invincible king in their hearts, the Demon Emperor, had finally met his match. The final victory of this war was still hard to say, and the terrifying collision that was about to happen in front of them was likely to lead to the final outcome. Facing the combination of the revival of all things and the Creator, the heaven-defying demon god sword in the Demon Emperor's hand changed again, and the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar appeared. However, this time, the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar appeared directly under the feet of the Demon Emperor. Immediately after, the Demon Emperor's body seemed to melt and softly integrated into the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. A loud dragon roar sounded, and the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar directly drilled into the huge black hole with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Its original terrifying size also rapidly shrank in the process. The roar of the dragon did not disappear because the heaven-defying demonic dragon pillar had entered the black hole. Instead, it became more and more powerful, like rolling thunder exploding in the sky. The scene of all things reviving and the creation of the world in the sky became slightly illusory under the terrifying roar of the dragon. The scene that appeared next shocked all the human experts. In the black hole, a huge head slowly drilled out. It was a dragon's head, and its entire body was black in color, but it had a pair of huge blood-red eyes. Even at a height of 3 kilometers, one could see the flashing blood-red eyes from the ground, and one could also feel the destructive aura bursting out from its body. On the huge black dragon's body, a layer of dark blue light flickered, and the light fog was densely packed with lightning. The huge head slowly drilled out, followed by the huge body. The terrifying size of the body caused everyone, including the demons, to suck in a breath of cold air. Initially, they thought that the 1,000-meter-long, dark, golden dragon that hovered around the heaven-defying demonic dragon pillar was terrifying enough. However, when this black dragon appeared, they realized that the dark, golden dragon paled in comparison to it. This black dragon's body was more than 3 kilometers long. Within the range of its appearance, the dark green curtain and all living things were greatly affected, especially the magical beasts that had evolved in the light curtain. They quickly dispersed as if they had encountered their natural enemy. This was clearly the true body of the Demon Emperor. As the patriarch of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan, the heaven-defying Demon Dragon Emperor, this was the first time that the Demon Emperor had revealed his true body in a battle with humans, and it was his true body after fusing with the heaven-defying Demon Dragon pillar. The terrifying aura continued to rise, and the Demon Emperor's blood-red eyes looked at the light curtain in front of him under the dark blue light fog. He did not take the initiative to attack and just floated in the air, but the aura on his body had seriously disrupted the composition of the dark green curtain. There was no doubt that after the heaven-defying Demon Dragon Emperor Fengxiu revealed his true body, Long Houchen fell into a disadvantageous position again. The star, Demon Vasak, came to the side of the moon demon Agars and said in a low voice, "Fengxiu is using his god-ranked power." Agars nodded slowly and said, "This power is something we can't match or resist, but I don't know if Long Houchen has a way to survive. If even the god-ranked Fengxiu can't do anything to him, then humans will be in an invincible position, and we will finally have a choice." Vasak did not show any joy because of Agar's words. Instead, there was a strong sense of worry in his eyes. He said, "Second brother, I don't know why, but I have an extremely bad feeling." "Huh." Agars looked at Vasak in surprise. If someone else said this, he would not care at all. But the person who said this was the star, Demon Vasak, the great prophet of the demons. His premonition was something that even the Demon Emperor had to take seriously. Vasak said in a deep voice, "Remember, I once said that the Star Demon Tower was our only chance to kill Long Houchen. We didn't succeed that time, and it's impossible for us to succeed again. That's why I later agreed to your plan. Since we can't kill Long Houchen, then Long Houchen may become the key to the destruction of the demons. In other words, he should be able to defeat the Demon Emperor Fengxiu." Agars nodded and said, "Of course I remember, but isn't that what we want to see?" Vasak said, "But when I saw Long Houchen today, I felt a strong sense of crisis from him, as if he has some power that can threaten our existence." Agars said in a deep voice, "I still don't understand what you mean." There was a trace of fear in Vasak's eyes. He said, "Second brother, do you think that the current Long Houchen can defeat Fengxiu?" Agars said without hesitation, "It's very difficult, even if it's to maintain a balance. The power that Long Houchen has shown is already quite strong, but I don't feel that he has the same breakthrough as Fengxiu, breaking through 1,000,000 spiritual energy points to reach another level. Therefore, it's very difficult for him to defeat Fengxiu, and the possibility of a tie is not high. That's why I'm considering whether we should help him." Vesak shook his head firmly and said, "No, please don't. According to my great prophecy, it's impossible for Fengxiu to kill Long Haochen. However, in today's battle, Fengxiu has completely seen the threat that Long Haochen poses to him. If he wins, will Long Haochen let him go? And Long Haochen won't die in such a battle, which proves that he still has the ability to compete with Fengxiu. Besides the throne of God of eternity and creation, what power can he compete with the demon emperor?" Agars finally understood what Vesak meant, and his expression finally changed. He said, "You mean, just as they were talking, the scene in the sky changed again, with the appearance of the heaven-defying demon dragon emperor. The dark green canopy that had begun to shatter suddenly stabilized. Then the color of the entire canopy darkened a little. Stars began to appear in the higher parts of the canopy, shining on the growing and evolving creatures. At the start, the stars were still appearing one by one, but very soon, the number of stars rapidly increased. When millions of stars shone, the demon god emperor's colossal body and the black hole he released actually seemed to be frozen in the sky. The third sword of the three eternal swords, the eternal starry sky, finally appeared. The recovery of all things, the creation of creatures, the eternal starry sky. The combination of the three swords outlined a beautiful picture in the sky. It was as if another world had been created in the sky 3,000 meters high. Under the illumination of the stars, all things grew and creatures evolved. What a magical, magnificent creation that followed the laws of heaven and earth. This was also the strongest skill attached to the throne of God of eternity and creation. World creation. The demon god emperor's body was sealed in this dazzling and beautiful painting, which made it seem very disharmonious. He seemed to be completely unable to move, but his blood-red eyes were still as fierce as before. At this moment, the huge 1,000-meter-long black hole suddenly lit up, and a dark purple light suddenly shone, illuminating a part of the world creation scroll into a dark purple color. The scroll suddenly became distorted, turning into a huge vortex that instantly contracted with the demon emperor's body as the center. The power of creation finally descended. In contrast, the heaven-defying demon dragon emperor also changed. His 3,000-meter-long body was still frozen, but the dark purple-black hole with a diameter of 1,000 meters suddenly shrinking in front of him, turning into a small dark purple ball of light that was held up by the heaven-defying demon dragon emperor's head. The sky suddenly darkened, and the darkness that descended at that moment seemed to deprive all the light, leaving nothing behind. Whether it was the powerful moon demon, star demon, or the ordinary soldiers fighting on the dragon-resisting mountain pass, at this moment they all felt a suffocating feeling as if they were being strangled by the neck. The darkness not only appeared in the sky, but also seemed to appear in their hearts. Unparalleled fear also appeared with the darkness, as if the whole world would disappear with it if the darkness continued. Fortunately, there was light in the extinguished darkness. It seemed that it was only a second, but it also seemed like an eternity had passed. A little light lit up in the sky. Immediately afterward, this little light seemed to open a door of light, and a dazzling light suddenly flashed. From extreme darkness to extreme brightness, even rank 8 and 9 powerhouses were caught off guard, and many of them let out miserable screams as they hurriedly closed their eyes. The light appeared in the sky because the extinguishing darkness and the super-strong light alternated too intensely, so much so that no one could see what color the light was. A huge ball of light shone high up in the sky. The range of this ball of light was so large that it could even be described as destroying the world. The entire mountain where the dragon-resisting mountain pass was located was emitting ear-piercing caca sounds, as if it could not withstand the pressure brought by the huge ball of light in the sky and could collapse at any time. Terrifying cracks also appeared on the mountain, proving that collapse was not impossible. Fortunately, after the light shone to the extreme, it began to shrink and all the light gradually returned to normal. The sky became unprecedentedly clean, and within a range of 10,000 miles, there was not a trace of cloud or dirt. The clear sky was strange because there was not a trace of impurity. Only two figures seemed a little abrupt. The heaven-defying demon dragon Emperor Fengxiu was still in his huge body of 3,000 meters, long floating in the sky, and not far from him, Long Haochen, wearing the armor of eternity and creation, spread his wings and was panting violently. Long Haochen's eyes were obviously a little dim, and the white halo of the armor of eternity and creation had weakened a lot, but his eyes were still persistent, and besides that, there was also a trace of unwillingness. Chapter 301. You should be proud of yourself for being able to force me to use the sword of nirvana. Back then, the fairy dragon that the goddess of nature left in the dream shrine to protect the dream paradise died under my sword of nirvana. Even though you're not heavily injured, you've already used up the trace of aura left behind by the god of creation. How are you going to stand against me? That's right. That creation painting of yours is extremely powerful. If you possess the strength of a god, I would very likely be the one defeated. Unfortunately, no matter how miraculous the throne of God is, it's impossible for it to raise you to the level of a god. The demon emperor's voice was extremely calm. It was as though all the emotions in his heart had disappeared after the previous battle. With some difficulty, Long Haochen raised the sword of eternity and creation in his hand and said, "Demon Emperor, you haven't won yet. There's no need to speak to me with such a tone." Demon Emperor Fengxiu smiled faintly and said, "That creation painting of yours has even used up the trace of aura left behind by the god of creation. Do you think there's anything more powerful than that? It's true that I've exhausted a lot of my energy after using the sword of nirvana. However, I'm a god. How can a human compare to the regenerative abilities of a god?" Son of the demon god. The massive dragon had suddenly raised its head and looked into the sky. A ball of purple light seemed to tear through space as it appeared above the massive body of the demon emperor. It looked like a sun, a dark purple sun. The dark purple light shone on God Emperor Yang's body, allowing his aura to recover at an astonishing rate. The heart of eternity in Long Haochen's chest was also throbbing violently, helping him to recover his spiritual energy. However, he could clearly feel that the demon emperor's recovery rate was much, much faster than his. The earth-shattering collision just now finally turned into nothingness, and that blow had almost exhausted Long Haochen and the demon emperor's strength. The difference was that the demon emperor had only consumed spiritual energy, while Long Haochen had also consumed a trace of the god of creation's aura left on the throne of god of eternity and creation. Without that aura, Long Haochen would lose the creation god's power that even God Emperor Mo was afraid of, and it would be even more impossible for him to use the world creation painting again. This was also the reason why the demon god emperor's words were filled with the feeling that victory was in his grasp. In the end, the power of a god still prevailed over a super god artifact controlled by a human. From the demon emperor's point of view, this battle was already over. If Long Haochen competed with him in terms of recovery speed, the result could be imagined. At most 10 minutes, he would be able to recover to his peak state. On the other hand, Long Haochen's depleted spiritual energy would need at least an hour to fully recover, even with the help of many magical equipment. The moon demon and star demon looked at each other, and they could see the nervousness in each other's eyes. The moon demon Agar subconsciously said, "Perhaps it's because of His Majesty's love for talent, and because His Majesty's blood flows in him. That's why His Majesty didn't kill him." The star demon Vaysak's expression was somewhat blank, and he said, "I don't know. I can't see anything clearly anymore, but His Majesty has killed him once, and Long Haochen represents the entire human race. How could he admit that he has that bloodline? It's the same as how we dare not admit that we have human blood in us." The moon demon Agar said in a deep voice, "The facts will tell us the result. We can only wait." Compared to the demon's calmness, the humans were completely unable to remain calm. The demon emperor's voice came from the sky, and everyone could hear it clearly. Long Houchen did not refute the demon emperor's words. There was no doubt that he was already at a disadvantage. Although the fact that Long Houchen could last until now had made all the Federation powerhouses in the temple proud of him, he still did not defeat the demon emperor in the end. Once the battle between them ended, wouldn't it mean that the humans would be defeated? Xiao Hua and Shu Yongshao looked at each other, and they saw the determination in each other's eyes. If the demon emperor returned, they might not even have the chance to kill any other demons. How could they wait at this time? Kill! The usually calm first temple master of the Knights Templars, Xiao Hua, suddenly let out a deafening roar. The pair of huge golden swords formed from spiritual power suddenly burst forth with unparalleled radiance, and he no longer held back as he attacked the demons with all his might. Under his leadership, the human powerhouses attacked again, and the remaining magic cannons that had been silent for half a day burst forth with intense light again. An even more tragic battle began. The moon demon Agars and the star demon Vasak still used the same strategy as before, and they did not go all out. However, even if Xiao Hua and Shu Yongshao went all out, they were still blocked by them. They were in a deadlock here, but the other battles weren't the same. Every Federation powerhouse from the temple felt a sense of crisis. Humans could not afford to lose this war. Once they lost, they would lose the future of millions of humans. For the sake of their families and the fate of their races, they had already made up their minds to fight to the last drop of blood in this holy war. The Light of Dawn monster hunters were all gathered together, and Lin Xian stood at the front. Behind Lin Xian were Kai, Wang Yuan, Qining, Han Yu, Sima Xian, and Zhang Fangfang. Kai, 12 holy guards guarded them, and they became the most powerful force on the human side. Above Lin Xian's head, the holy sun hung high, and his entire body had already turned into a blue crystalline color. That terrifying aura caused even the moon demon god and star demon god, who were fighting Xiao Hua and Shu Yongshao in the distance, to reveal looks of shock when they discovered it. The conjoined spirit-increasing pill had appeared on the battlefield once again. With this miraculous pill developed by Lin Xian, the Light of Dawn monster hunters had struggled on the edge of life and death several times. This time, the conjoined spirit-increasing pill that Lin Xian had developed was mainly made from the demon god's crown and the flesh of the heaven-defying demon dragon, in addition to countless other precious materials. Not only could it be effective on a Type 9 powerhouse, but it could also last for up to an hour. This was the final trump card of the Light of Dawn monster hunters. High up in the sky, the battle between Long Houchen and the Demon Emperor seemed to have come to an end. Long Houchen was clearly at a disadvantage, but only the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters were still full of confidence in their leader. Long Houchen's performance had completely exceeded their expectations, and he had even risen to the terrifying level of a Type 9 powerhouse during the battle. However, they were very clear that until now, Long Houchen still had a trump card that he had not shown, a trump card that was enough to shock the entire demons. Hence, what they had to do was to do everything possible to help Long Houchen resolve other problems other than the battle with the Demon Emperor, and do everything possible to protect the human powerhouses. This was also the time to use the super conjoined spirit-increasing pill. With Lin Xian as the user, every member of the Light of Dawn monster hunters behind him exuded a strange 7-colored luster, as if their bodies had now become divine weapons. Duan Yi and Yang Wenjiao did not participate in this conjoined spirit-increasing pill, other than the fact that their bodies might not be able to withstand the backlash of the conjoined spirit-increasing pill. More importantly, Lin Xian's group of 7 had already reached the limit of conjoined spirit-increasing pill. There was no objection to adding more people. The 7 experts of the bright glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad had all reached the domain realm. The total spiritual energy of the 7 experts with domain realms was more than 1. 5 million. But when they were concentrated on Lin Xan, the highest they could reach was only 990,000. The domain of gods, the realm of gods, couldn't be broken through under such circumstances. However, one mustn't think that 990,000 was a lot less than 1,500,000, because that 1,500,000 was divided into 7 parts. While Lin Xan's current strength of 990,000, the peak of the 9th step was being used by him alone. Moreover, with the support of his companions, they could maintain it for more than half an hour with the help of the conjoined spirit-enhancing pills. Lin Xan had to bear such a huge amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, they had killed 20 heaven-defying demonic dragons before, and with their nadins, Lin Xan had refined the latest body-protecting pills, ensuring that his body could withstand the spiritual energy impact of the peak of the 9th step. He raised his immortal dragon fire. At this moment, Lin Xan's body was like a burning blue flame spirit. His eyes even had a blue haze because of the fire. From the start of the battle, he displayed his extremely tyrannical side. A blue halo with specks of starlight bloomed at the tip of his staff. It enveloped a radius of several hundred meters. When the blue halo reached 50 meters, it suddenly stopped. Then there was a powerful explosion in the air. The intense blue flames turned into a huge pillar of fire that shot into the sky. In this explosion, at least 8 invisible demons were shaken out and turned to ash. Only one demon escaped. It was the 45th demon god of the demons, the leader of the Earth Fiends tribe, concealment demon god Burn, who was most proficient in assassination. Just now, it was Burn who brought the powerhouses of his clan to conceal themselves, preparing to launch a sneak attack on Lin Xan. But how could he escape from Lin Xan's terrifyingly powerful elemental perception? As long as the fire element was present, no change would be able to escape his perception range. The spell that Lin had just used was only Ring of Fire of Resistance and Flame Shock. They were both spells below the 4th grade. However, such a spell had easily killed 8 peak powerhouses of the 8th grade Earth Fiends. The reason why Lin Xan was chosen as the leader of the conjoined spirits instead of Kair was because he was the most proficient at long-range attacks among the Light of Dawn monster hunters. He also had the powerful flame of the heart. Burn was shaken out of his invisible state. He turned tail and ran. His ambush had failed. The solidified fire elemental energy around Lin Xan filled his heart with horror. Trying to run, Lin Xan snorted coldly. He pointed the immortal dragon fire at Burn. The immortal dragon fire that was emitted from the huge dragon crystal was actually a black ray. Burn felt that something was wrong and wanted to block it, but his body was instantly pierced through. The magic blade in his hand shattered, and a huge hole appeared in his abdomen. But strangely, no blood flowed out. In the next instant, Burn's corpse turned into a wisp of steam and evaporated in the air. A blue light flashed. A flaming hand grabbed Burn's demon god's crown and brought it back to Lin Xan. The fire god's finger wasn't black. Instead, it was the color of blue flames condensed and compressed to the extreme. The 45th pillar of the demons, concealment demon god Burn, had died in battle. Moreover, he had been instantly killed. Lin Xan revealed his fangs. Under the protection of the 12 holy guards, he slowly flew forward and raised the immortal dragon fire again. The sacred sun above his head didn't increase in size, but it quickly turned dark blue. Then, like the fire god's finger, it turned black. Around the black sun was a circle of blue flame light. It looked a bit like the color of the heaven-defying demon dragon emperor when he revealed his true form. At this moment, Lin Xan looked more like demons than demons with the black sun above his head. However, for a period of time, he became the nightmare of the demons. A pitch-black fireball flew out of the holy sun first. It had a diameter of about 5 meters, and there was a layer of dark blue mist around the black fireball. It didn't fly very fast, and it slowly floated forward. Wherever it flew, it left a moist feeling. What was even more terrifying was that because of the moist air, the huge black fireball gave people a feeling that it was erratic and it was impossible to see its specific location. It flew forward in the air leisurely, as if it was looking for a target. It was completely different from normal magic that was launched in a short period of time. Then, the second black fireball flew out. Just like the first one, it also flew forward leisurely, bringing with it a water-like distortion in the space. The scene of Lin Xian killing concealment demon god Burn in seconds was deeply imprinted in the hearts of every demon's powerhouse. Seeing the unknown black fireball that was more terrifying than the fire god's finger that killed Burn, who would dare to face it head-on. Only God knew how powerful this thing could be. A smile appeared the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. His smile looked gentle, but there was a hint of naughtiness in it. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was obviously going to do something bad. The huge black fireball flew out one after another as if it didn't require any mana. Lin Xian only stopped when the ninth one flew out. The moment the ninth huge black fireball flew out, the other 8 fireballs that seemed to be unable to find their target suddenly accelerated and flew straight to the place where the demons were most concentrated. Their target was the place where the demon dragon squad and the demon gods were gathered. Due to the deterrence of these huge black fireballs, many demons avoided Lin Xian's position and unconsciously gathered in one direction. There was strength in numbers, and the demons had the same idea. At this moment, in the face of the huge black fireball that was like a meteor chasing the moon, many demons quickly dispersed in an attempt to avoid it. Chapter 302. In the face of the 9 huge black fireballs, none of the demons, including the demon gods, were willing to face them head-on. The tragedy of the lurking demon god Paimon was right in front of them, and the sudden acceleration of the fireballs made them want to escape quickly. However, the speed of the black fireballs that were floating in the air just now had reached an appalling level. The fireball flying at the front crashed into the densest area of the demons in the blink of an eye. Of course, the demons still dispersed in the end. At least it didn't hit them. From moving forward rapidly to coming to a sudden stop, the movement and stillness made the large fireball seem even stranger. The moment it stopped moving, the second large black fireball chased after it, and the 2 fireballs collided fiercely. The demons that were quickly scattering could not help but be shocked. They couldn't care less about escaping anymore. One by one, they turned around hurriedly and put on their strongest defensive posture. How terrifying would the attack be when the 2 terrifying fireballs collided? However, the 2 black fireballs that collided with each other did not explode. Instead, the powerful demons felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts when they saw their changes. Almost all the demon gods nearby made the same choice. They instantly used their demon god pillars to teleport back to the side of the demon god pillars. That's right, the 2 black fireballs did not explode after they collided. However, they fused together, and the 2 big fellows became an even bigger fellow. In an instant, the 7 fireballs behind them also caught up, and all of them became a part of that huge body. When all 9 black fireballs fused together in a few breaths' time and turned into a terrifying existence with a diameter of more than 30 meters, the powerful demons felt suffocated. It was a little like when they were facing the demon emperor. "Ah, goodbye, friends." Lin Xian smiled and waved the immortal dragon fire in his hand. The next moment, a strange cracking sound appeared at the center of the terrifying fireball. A layer of strange black light suddenly spread out. It did not spread out very far, only about a diameter of about 500 meters. It just happened to not come into contact with the Federation powerhouses in the temple. This circle of black light appeared and disappeared very quickly. It only took about 3 to 5 seconds. Everyone saw that the moment the black light swept past, whether it was the grade 8 hell demons, moon demons, star demons, or the grade 9 demon dragons, they all turned into illusory mist in an instant. The second the black light appeared, the illusory mist all rose up like water vapor dissipating in the air. Even their magical crystals disappeared into thin air. The demon gods could escape with the teleportation of the demon god pillars, but the other demons could not. The black light, with a diameter of 500 meters, swept away more than 100 grade 8 demons. More than a dozen demon dragons were all engulfed by it and disappeared without a trace. Whether it was the heaven-defying demon dragons with amazing defense, the star demons with the great prophecy spell, or the powerful moon demons with the fusion of magic and martial arts, none of them could resist the strange black light. This attack was too terrifying. Although the demons had already lost a few demon gods before, it was the first time they had suffered such a huge loss since the start of the war. Lin Xian said with a pained expression, "Prodigal, too prodigal. How many good materials are gone? It's such a pity. However, doesn't everyone think that the skill I just developed is not bad? Let me think. How about calling it the 9 Luminaries Erosion? Waha, I'm really a genius." If it were not for the fact that the light of dawn monster hunters behind them needed to continue enhancing Lin Xian's body and could not speak to prevent any mistakes, they really wanted to beat this guy up. Under the effect of the conjoined spirit increasing pill, after his cultivation rose to the peak of the 9th step, Lin Xian's emotions were completely ignited, and he was in an exceptionally excited state. Gu Zixing's humility and his hatred for the demons fused into a special emotion. However, although he was boasting, no one would deny that he was a genius. The power obtained through conjoint spirit enhancing was able to create a new skill that was suitable for this ability in a short period of time. This talent alone was already very unique. He was the leader of the Light of Dawn's conjoint spirit enhancing team. Even if it were Kaier or Chun Inger, they would not be able to cause such damage to the demons in such a short period of time. The destructive power of the 9 Luminaries Erosion was so strong that even the Moon Demon and Star Demon noticed the changes here. Their people had also been slaughtered, and that attack just now had wiped out more than 1/10 of the demon army's strength. Moreover, the current Lin Xian gave them a sense of danger. The immortal dragon fire waved in his hand, looking at the dragon crystal that had been dyed black by his own flames. Lin Xian smiled strangely. He waved his staff at the demons in the distance and shouted, "Change positions and do it again." This time, a series of black fireballs whizzed out and flew towards the demons on the other side. With the previous lesson, no one dared to be covered by his attack. For a moment, even the demon-dragon battle team became flustered. A purple light flashed in the eyes of the moon demon Agars, and a purple moon lit up behind him. His figure flickered, and he broke away from Shu Yongxiao's entanglement. At the same time, a purple armor instantly covered his body. A purple crescent appeared between his eyes, and 12 purple wings grew on his back. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Xian's string of black fireballs. He put his hands together in front of his chest, and a purple crescent shot out, bombarding Lin Xian's fireballs head-on. Since the beginning of the war, the moon demon Agars had been holding back. It was only at this time that he couldn't help but go all out. He didn't even hesitate to use his demon god transformation. It could be seen that Lin Xian was a huge threat to the demons now. However, the scene that enraged the moon demon god Agars very quickly appeared. The seemingly terrifying black fireballs burst like bubbles under the attack of his purple crescent moon. They didn't even have the slightest bit of offensive power, let alone the terrifying might from before. It was actually just an illusion. Lin Xian smiled the moon demon Agars and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I was just teasing you. Don't be so serious." As he spoke, he swung the immortal dragon fire in his hand to both sides, and black lines of fire flew in all directions. These seemingly random black lines of fire seemed to have eyes, specifically looking for the demons who were fighting with the Federation powerhouses in the temple. Not only were they extremely fast, but they also locked on to the demons' opponents. In the blink of an eye, there were 7 or 8 devils that were struck and turned into mist before disappearing. The moon, Demon Agar's expression became solemn. He didn't expect the light of dawn monster hunters to have such an enhancement method. At this moment, after receiving the enhancement of spiritual power from others, Lin Xian was like a monster. He was definitely the most powerful fire mage in human history. The temperature of the black flames was so high that even he felt a great threat. Because of his outburst, the fighting spirit of the demons on the battlefield was extremely suppressed. Their original advantage was forcibly suppressed. Even the demon gods hid behind the demon god pillars, not daring to come out, lest they become the target of Lin Xian's attack. According to Agar's original plan, he would only be happy when encountering such a situation. At most, he would feel distressed for the death of his people. However, just now, with the reminder of the star demon Vashik, he already had other ideas about Long Houchin in the air, so he couldn't watch the demons be defeated just like that. He spread his hands on both sides of his body, and a crescent blade that was 1 meter long and 1 foot wide appeared in each of them. The crescent blades were bright purple, and the flickering purple light on them rippled like water. At this moment, the strength of the moon demon and the star demon was fully revealed. Agars broke away from the battlefield with Shu Yong Shao, but the star demon Vashik instantly enveloped Shu Yong Shao in his attack range, making it impossible for her to leave the battlefield. Even in this situation, the star demon Vashik still didn't use his demon god form. If the moon demon and the star demon had used their full strength at the beginning of the battle, the powerhouses of the Temple Federation would have been unable to stop them long ago. A cold glint flashed in Agar's eyes, and the 12 wings on his back spread out. These 12 wings were not exactly the same. After all of them spread out on his back, they formed a huge circle. In the flickering purple light, it looked like a purple moon. The crescent blades in his hands were placed on both sides of his body. He stared intently at Lin Xian. The moon demon's gaze did not have a strong sense of oppression, but it made Lin Xian feel a sense of crisis like a thorn in his back, making him not dare to attack the other demons. The immortal dragon, Fire, pointed at the moon demon Agars, provoking him. Agars snorted coldly, and the 12 wings on his back lit up at the same time. Suddenly, with his body as the diameter, a huge purple light like a full moon shone straight at Lin Xian. The black holy sun above Lin Xian's head lit up almost at the same time, and a huge black pillar of fire met Agar's attack. Black and purple instantly intersected in the air, bursting forth with a terrifying, explosive force. Lin Xian floated in place without moving. To his surprise, the moon demon Agar's shoulders shook a little, and he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Not only was Lin Xian shocked, but the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters were also shocked. In the hearts of all the powerhouses of the Temple Federation, the strongest among the demons was naturally Demon Emperor Fengxiu, who was almost invincible. Moon Demon Agars and Star Demon Vasak had always been the Demon Emperor's right-hand men, and their brilliance was completely overshadowed by the Demon Emperor. In everyone's opinion, the cultivation of the Moon Demon and Star Demon should be worlds apart from that of the Demon Emperor. However, at this time, Lin Xian had used his cultivation, which had reached the peak of rank 9 and rank 9, to verify the terror of the moon demon Agars. In the demon god state, even if Agar's cultivation had not reached the peak of rank 9, it should be close to it. No wonder Agars still dared to stand in front of Lin Xian despite his tyrannical black flames. Lin Xian's attack was blocked by the moon demon, which undoubtedly injected a shot of adrenaline into the hearts of the demons. Without anyone's command, all the demon gods hiding near the demon god pillars attacked again, commanding the demon army to pounce on the powerhouses of the Temple Federation who had just had some time to catch their breath. A chaotic battle broke out again. The purple figure suddenly became illusory in the air. This time, it was no longer an illusion. Lin Xian clearly wanted to repeat the same trick by using the 9 luminaries erosion. However, Agar's might not be comparable to the demon god state in terms of absolute attack power, but in terms of agility, with so many people around him, he was completely incomparable to Agar's. The purple figure suddenly became illusory in the air. With that kind of speed, even the eyes could not follow. When the third black fireball flew out, the first one had already been slashed by Agar's crescent blade and split open. Although a layer of black flames ignited around Agar's body, it was all resolved by the 12 purple wings behind him. Without fusion, the power of the 9 luminaries' erosion could not be exerted. However, in Lin Xian's current state, if he wanted to directly release the 9 luminaries' erosion, not only would it consume too much of his own energy, but it would also be a great test for his body. It was not that he did not dare to try, but he could not take the risk. Once his body collapsed, it would inevitably implicate all his partners. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the 9 luminaries' erosion he released was destroyed one by the moon demon Agar's. However, Agar's did not take the initiative to attack Lin Xian. While fighting with Lin Xian, he still looked at the demon emperor and Long Haochen from time to time, who were confronting each other and recovering their spiritual power in the sky. Lin Xian also didn't use a big move like the 9 glorious corrosion anymore. He understood that the moon demon god Agar's still hadn't gone all out against him. Otherwise, when he used the 9 glorious corrosion just now, he would have already revealed a few flaws. He once again displayed the path of cultivation he had walked. One after another, Fire God's fingers were constantly pointed at Agar's, and the frequency of the attacks was so high that there was practically no pause. The black flames of the Fire God's finger were not only extremely powerful, but each Fire God's finger also contained the support of the Hellfire Needle. Even though Agar's had a tyrannical cultivation base, he was a little tired under Lin Xian's intensive attacks. He did not dare to look at the sky anymore, and he went all out to face Lin Xian. Brother Yu Yao was indeed powerful after the body enhancement. With the advantage of a slightly higher cultivation base, he could occasionally release a Fire God's finger in other directions and specifically target those rank 9 defiant demon dragons. Although a hasty Fire God's finger might not be able to kill the defiant demon dragons, it was enough to cause trouble for them. Choosing the defiant demon dragons instead of the moon demon and the star demon was also a smart move on Lin Xian. The members of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad had long since received Long Haochen's instructions and were aware of the moon demon god's wavering attitude in this war. After pondering for a bit, Lin Xian understood why Agar's jumped out to deal with him. Wasn't it because his clansmen died? Therefore, he deliberately ignored the moon demon and the star demon this time and attacked the defiant demon dragons. This was undoubtedly what the moon demon Agar's wanted to see the most. Naturally, he would not stop Lin Xian's actions. In fact, he could not help but feel a little admiration for this shameless guy. An earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly appeared, causing the powerhouses on both sides to look up at the sky together. The dragon roar that could shake the heaven and earth naturally belonged to the demon god Emperor. His 3,000-meter-long colossal body slowly straightened, and his blood-red, draconic pupils gazed at the nearby Long Haochen. He coldly said, "Surrender or perish. You have one last chance to choose." The demon emperor's attitude towards Long Haochen had changed. The goal that he had hoped to achieve the most had been shattered. The cultivation base that Long Haochen had displayed had far exceeded his expectations. With Long Haochen's current realm, it was no longer possible for him to forcibly erase Long Haochen's memory and infuse his bloodline to nurture Long Haochen again. Unless Long Haochen completely surrendered to him and opened up his soul, he could become the successor that he nurtured. Although he still suppressed Long Haochen with his god-level strength, the current Long Haochen had given him a great sense of crisis. The Demon Emperor was very clear that with the help of the throne of God of Eternity and Creation and Yi Xiaolei, who was a godly spirit, it would not take many years for Long Haochen to take that step and enter the same realm as him. Moreover, with the help of Godseal and experience that the goddess of nature had left behind, he might also become a god that could break away from the rules. When that time came, not only would the demons suffer, but he, the demon emperor, would also not be able to fight against Long Houchen. The demon emperor Feng Xiao was an ambitious and ruthless person. When he realized that a situation that was out of his control could happen, the trace of kinship that appeared in his heart because of his bloodline was instantly wiped away. Long Houchen looked coldly at the demon emperor. "You should know the answer." The cold eyes of the demon emperor Feng Xiao were filled with a blazing, killing intent. "I want to hear it from your own mouth. If you choose to surrender, then hand over the godly position that the goddess of nature left behind. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you a second time." Long Houchen snorted coldly. "Your Majesty, Demon Emperor, are you so confident that you can kill me? There's one thing that you haven't considered. Before we fought today, do you think that I would have thought that the armor of eternity would complete its awakening and evolution in battle? Is the will of the God of creation something that I can accurately predict?" Hearing this, the demon emperor couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't quite understand the meaning behind Long Houchen's words. What's the point of saying all this now? Surrender or die. Long Houchen was talking to himself. "I just want to tell you that since I know that I'm no match for you in terms of cultivation, but I still appeared in front of you and led this sacred war, I naturally have my own trump card. And this trump card is definitely something that can bring you enough of a blow. The unexpected awakening of the throne of God of eternity and creation only made me more confident. I believe that even if I can't step into the realm that belongs to the gods, you're still no match for me." As he spoke, Long Houchen raised his right hand and opened the mask of the armor of eternity and creation on his face. Behind the mask, his extremely handsome face was revealed. At the same time, Long Houchen tapped his finger lightly on his forehead, where there were 9 purple gold patterns. Seeing the purple gold patterns, the demon emperor's body suddenly trembled, and he said coldly, "You want to use the trace of bloodline aura that Austin Griffin left you to deal with me? Humph, Austin Griffin hasn't fully awakened after all. Do you think the trace of aura he left behind can surpass that of the God of creation?" Although he said so, there was a hint of fear in his huge blood-red eyes. Although the demon emperor hid it very well, Long Houchen still clearly felt it. The hearts of the moon demon Agars and star demon Vasak, who were in the air below, were on tenterhooks at this moment. They both knew very well that whether the situation they were most worried about would happen depended on this moment, and it would also determine their next move. Long Houchen did not answer the demon emperor's words, and the purple gold light on his forehead lit up. As he raised his right hand, the purple gold light slowly appeared in his eyes, and the terrifying purple gold light began to appear in the air, forming a sharp contrast with the white armor of eternity and creation. The demon emperor's gaze finally changed dramatically, because he was horrified to feel that the aura emitted by the purple gold halo was far stronger than he had expected. He couldn't wait any longer. Stimulated by the fear in his heart, the demon emperor suddenly turned around, and his huge dragon tail went straight for Long Houchen's body. Dark blue lightning instantly condensed on the dragon tail, turning into a terrifying dark blue light blade. From the looks of it, it was clearly going to cut Long Houchen in half. Long Houchen's gaze froze, and the purple gold light seemed to jump and appear in his palm. Immediately afterward, his body disappeared in midair. A huge vertical eye appeared silently in midair. The vertical eye was huge, and the moment it appeared, it reached a height of more than 50 meters. It was even more strange, because this eye produced 2 colors. The outline at the edge of the eye was white like the sword of eternity and creation, while the other side was a deep purple gold color that didn't emit any aura. The contrast between the 2 colors was very clear, and what was even more terrifying was that there were actually 2 pupils in the huge eyeball. One was white, and the other was purple gold. Moreover, The two pupils seemed to be trying to fuse together, and they intertwined with each other, forming a yin and yang fish that rotated interchangeably. The demon god emperor's enormous draconic tail had already arrived, and it was also at this moment that those miraculous Brahma eyes brightened. Purple gold and lustrous white, two completely different and completely opposite radiances, shot out explosively in the air, colliding with the frightening power bursting out of the demon god emperor's enormous body. At this moment, the demon emperor had already recovered to his peak state, while the current Long Hao-Chen had only recovered 30% of his spiritual power. One could imagine the difference between the two. However, the difference in strength didn't mean the outcome. It was impossible for the human powerhouses to rescue Long Hao-Chen, because they simply didn't have enough strength to intervene in this battle between gods, and they didn't have the time to make a move. Kai Er's eyes instantly closed, and the violent trembling of her body almost destroyed the effect of the spiritual enhancement. In the next instant, a deafening scream rang out in all directions. Hearing this scream, Kai opened her eyes immediately. She was too familiar with everything about Long Hao-Chen, but that scream didn't belong to Long Hao-Chen, so how could she not recognize it? When Kai looked up at the sky again, she was completely stunned because she saw a rain of blood splattering all over the sky. The color of the blood couldn't be seen clearly, but she could see scales that were much larger than millstones falling from the sky. High up in the sky, the huge vertical eye was gradually fading away, while the demon god emperor's dragon tail had been completely swept away. Those scales and blood were coming from a terrifyingly huge wound on the dragon tail. The demon god emperor was unexpectedly injured, and it seemed that the injury wasn't light at all, while Long Hao-Chen's Brahma's eye wasn't affected in the slightest. What a sharp contrast, and how inconceivable! The moon demon Agars and the star demon Vesak looked at each other, and they both saw the intense fear in each other's hearts. What they were most worried about finally happened. If it weren't for the appearance of that power, how could Long Hao-Chen hurt the demon emperor at his peak? High in the sky, the Brahma's eye gradually faded, and the demon emperor's huge body was already thousands of meters away from Long Hao-Chen. His huge body was shrinking at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, Feng Xiu's human form was presented in front of Long Hao-Chen again. There were blood stains on his right calf, which was obviously where he was injured just now. Long Hao-Chen's figure also reappeared in everyone's sight. The only difference from before was that the sword of eternity and creation was held in his left hand, and in his right hand there was a huge purplish gold sword. In terms of size, this purplish gold sword was almost the same size as the sword of eternity and creation. The purplish gold light was restrained, and there were dark patterns of 8 colors on the huge blade. The strangest thing was the hilt of the sword, which was formed by 8 heads that protected Long Hao-Chen's right hand. At this moment, Long Hao-Chen had taken off his mask, and the purplish gold rune on his forehead shone brightly. It was as if he had an extra eye, and the aura on his body had undergone a tremendous change. The originally smooth and gentle creation energy only occupied half of his aura, while the other half was a terrifying aura that was filled with a monstrous battle intent. In this terrifying aura, there was also an unparalleled hatred. This hatred was directed at the demon emperor, who was not far in front of Long Hao-Chen. Looking at the purplish gold sword in Long Hao-Chen's hand, Long Hao-Chen's pupils contracted. He raised his hand and pointed at Long Hao-Chen, and his body, which was already a demigod, was trembling slightly. It's not dead." The demon emperor's voice was also trembling, and his voice was filled with disbelief, as if he was about to collapse. Long Hao-Chen stared coldly at the demon emperor, and a faint layer of purple rippled in the depths of his clear golden eyes. He said, "I never said that Haoyue was dead. Did you think that you could kill him just because you killed me? You underestimated Haoyue's vitality and also underestimated the strength of my soul." At this point, he couldn't help but thank Electrolux in his heart. If it wasn't for the Tower of Eternity, his soul would have dissipated. If it wasn't for Electrolux's rescue, he wouldn't be standing here today and finally suppressing the Demon Emperor, who had ruled the Holy Demon Continent for 6,000 years during the Dark Age. At this moment, Long Houchin had completely forgiven Electrolux. The past was the past, and the best reward for Electrolux was to break through the Dark Age and let humanity return to a period of peace and development. Looking at the purple-gold Haoyue sword in Long Houchin's hand, the Demon Emperor's eyes suddenly lit up, and he murmured, 8, 8, and only 8. Austin Griffin hasn't fully awakened yet. We still have a chance. Agars, Vasak, what are you two waiting for? Do you really want to wait for Austin Griffin to fully awaken and destroy this world? As he spoke, Demon Emperor's body suddenly dodged backward, further widening the distance between him and Long Houchin. The demon god sword reappeared in his hand, and he pointed the giant's sword into the air. A dark golden light lit up behind him, with a black center and a faint reddish-gold periphery. The Demon Emperor's black eyes in his human form also turned red. After the moon demon god Agars and the star demon god Vasak looked at each other, a resolute look appeared in their eyes. The two demon gods rose into the sky at the same time. In the process of ascending, the purple full moon formed by the 12 wings behind Agars became brighter and brighter, while a huge orange starlight appeared behind the star demon god Vasak. Seeing the sudden reaction of the two demon gods, Long Houchin's expression did not change. Long before the war began, he had already guessed what would happen if he used Haoyue's power. This was also an important reason why Long Houchin did not let Haoyue help him, and only faced the Demon Emperor alone. What he was most worried about was that the appearance of Haoyue would cause all the demon gods to unite against a common enemy, especially the moon demon Agars, who was already on his side. Of course, it was impossible for him not to rely on Haoyue's power, but to deliberately delay it. His purpose was to stall for time, so that the war in front of the dragon resisting pass could be set as much as possible. As it turned out, Long Houchin had actually succeeded by more than half. Under the intentional mercy of the Moon Demon and the Star Demon, the Temple Federation powerhouses of the dragon resisting pass did not suffer too much of a loss. On the contrary, they even had a slight advantage, especially after the Light of Dawn monster hunters used the conjoined spirit-enhancing technique, which further weakened the strength of the demons. At this time, with the Moon Demon and the Star Demon participating in the battle against Long Houchin, the humans and the demons had the upper hand in terms of strength. After all, there were 2 9th-rank 7 powerhouses and a pinnacle 9th-rank 9 spirit-enhanced conjoined version of Lin Exe. However, whether it was the Demon Emperor, the Moon Demon, or the Star Demon, they did not seem to care about what was happening below. When Long Houchin saw the resolute look in the eyes of the Moon Demon Agars and the Star Demon Vasak, he could not help but ask himself, why were they so afraid of Haoyue that the Moon Demon, who was clearly at odds with the Demon Emperor, would go back on his word at this critical moment? The 3 lights, sun, moon, and stars. The Demon Emperor shouted, raising the heaven-defying demon god sword high up, and a sharp, dark, golden pillar of light shot into the sky with his body as the base. The Moon Demon Agars and the Star Demon Vasak also moved at the same time. Agars raised the pair of crescent blades in his hands, and a huge purple pillar of light shot into the sky. As for the Star Demon Vasak, he completed his demon god transformation as his body rose into the sky. An orange-red robe that shone with starlight covered his entire body, and a starlight staff appeared in his right hand. The oval gem at the top had 6 bright star lines shining. At this time he raised the staff high, and a huge orange-red light shot into the sky. 3 rays of light of different colors, but extremely terrifying power, formed a triangle in the air, surrounding Long Houchin. However, Long Houchin did something that inexplicably infuriated the 3 demon gods. He ignored the 3 demon gods at all, lowered his head, and shouted to the human powerhouses below, "Clear the battlefield, the Federation will win." These simple words meant that Long Houchin did not need their help. So much so that Lin Xian and the Light of Dawn monster hunters, who were already flying, stopped. Lin Xian turned to look at Kai Er behind him and said, "Deputy Commander, what do we do?" Kai Er clenched her teeth and said, "Listen to him and do as he says. Let's clean up the battlefield first. After we solve the problem below, we'll go and help him." Okay. The smile on Lin Xian's face disappeared, and in its place was solemn. A low incantation sounded, and the immortal dragon fire in his hand began to move in a strange rhythm. Behind him, Kai Er, Wang Yu and Yuan, Chening, Sima Xian, Han Yu, and Zhang Fangfang all felt their spiritual power being sucked away by Lin Xian at an alarming rate. Needless to say, this guy was going to use another big move, and it was a skill that was even more powerful than the 9 luminaries' erosion. The black holy sun above Lin Xian's head finally began to grow in size, and it only stopped when it reached a diameter of about 30 meters. A somewhat hoarse phoenix cry rang out quietly. Immediately after, Lin Xian's body swayed, and a dense black light surged up from his chest and entered the black holy sun. Chapter 303. In the next moment, a resonant phoenix cry resounded in the battlefield of the dragon resisting Mountain Pass. A black phoenix, over 30 meters, long drilled out from the holy sun. The blue fire phoenix had now completely transformed into a black phoenix. A dense, dark blue mist revolved around its body. After the black fire phoenix appeared, it immediately appeared in front of Lin Xian. It unexpectedly nodded towards him, then spread its wings and dove straight towards the battlefield below. In the next moment, monstrous black flames also descended from the sky. After Lin Xian used this magic, his entire face was ashen. He closed his eyes and concentrated on recovering his magic power. The others were also the same. This magic just now had actually absorbed more than 2/3 of everyone's spiritual power. In other words, this black fire phoenix was equivalent to being condensed from millions of spiritual power. One could imagine the battle strength it could erupt on the battlefield. With Xu Yong Xiao and Xiao Hua as the leaders, the human powerhouses also launched an all-out counterattack. Who would have thought that Long Hao would actually be able to restrain the Demon Emperor, and even cause the Moon Demon and Star Demon to assist the Demon Emperor in besieging him? With such a good opportunity, no matter what, the Federation powerhouses wouldn't let it go. With the help of the Black Fire Phoenix, in an instant, the battle in front of the dragon resisting Mountain Pass had become a one-sided situation. The Black Fire Phoenix flew into the battlefield and spread its wings. Thousands of square meters were covered in black flames, and this terrifying black flame was something that even the demon gods couldn't avoid. If the other demons were touched by it, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. The battle in front of the dragon resisting Mountain Pass had already been decided, but in the sky, a fierce battle of 1 against 3 had just begun. Long Houchin's expression was very solemn, but he was now unprecedentedly confident. When the Haoyue once again transformed into the purple-gold Haoyue sword, he suddenly had an unprecedented confidence. When the Moon Demon and Star Demon joined the battle, the emotion that Haoyue transmitted to him was contempt. This was also the reason why Long Houchin didn't ask his companions to help. He believed in Haoyue's judgment of the enemy's strength. Although he knew that the 8-headed Haoyue's cultivation was at the 7th rank, don't forget that when the Haoyue was only 6-headed, the Demon Emperor wasn't willing to face it personally. Instead, he wanted to kill Long Houchin and let it die along with the Haoyue sword. One could imagine how great the deterrent effect of the Haoyue on the demons was. In this situation, Long Houchin was very calm. Facing the 3 strongest demons, he was surprisingly calm. From the purple-gold Haoyue sword, a huge amount of spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body, and very quickly his cultivation recovered to its peak state. Moreover, a purple-gold halo appeared under Long Houchin's feet. Every time the halo flickered, All the scattered elements in the air would all gather into Long Houchen's body and transform into his power. The purple gold Haoyue sword in his hand was the same. This divine sword that was formed from Haoyue could actually absorb external energy to strengthen itself. Dark gold, purple, orange. The three pillars of light gradually stagnated in the sky. Finally, the light disappeared, and a sun, a moon, and a star appeared above the heads of the three demon gods. In the sky, the three colors intertwined and shone brightly. An indescribable, huge pressure instantly poured down on Long Houchen's body. Even with his current peak level 9 strength and the power of the eternity and creation throne of God, he actually felt like he couldn't withstand it. The armor of eternity and creation on his body actually let out a teeth-aching sound. What kind of power was this? Formation? The Demon Emperor and the rest actually knew how to set up a formation, and the amplification was so terrifying. Just when Long Houchen couldn't even lift the two swords in his hands, a layer of purple gold light from the purple gold Haoyue sword returned to his body, covering the armor of eternity and creation with a layer of purple gold. All the pressure disappeared in an instant. A layer of purple gold light rippled on Long Houchen's body, and his eyes also turned purple gold. Haoyue's power could indeed restrain the demons. Long Houchen was overjoyed. He understood that Haoyue's restraint on the demons was like Kai's purification power on the demon god of necromancy, Semikina. It might even be more effective. Otherwise, the demon emperor wouldn't have suffered under the eyes of Brahma just now, and even called the moon demon and star demon to participate in the battle. Long Houchen didn't look at the demon god emperor, and instead turned to look at the moon demon god Agars on his left, saying, "Senior Agars, our cooperation has already reached this degree, and is already close to completion. Why bother? As long as we work together to kill the demon emperor, I will definitely keep my promise. Don't you believe in my promise to Yi?" Hearing Long Houchen's words, the demon emperor's face turned ashen. It was one thing to guess it, but it was another to hear it from Long Houchen's own mouth. The demon emperor was furious that his greatest helper had betrayed him. However, he surprisingly didn't reprimand or scold the moon demon Agars. Agars wasn't calm either. He frowned and stared at the purple gold Haoyue sword in Long Houchen's right hand. "Long Houchen, our cooperation is over. The death of Austin Griffin is the main premise and foundation of our cooperation. Even if His Majesty blames me or even executes me after I kill you today, at this time I must unite with him against a common enemy and kill you, especially Austin Griffin." Long Houchen was stunned for a moment. His intention in saying this to Agars was naturally to sow discord between the moon demon and the demon emperor. The alliance of the three demon gods had brought great pressure to him. He couldn't lose. If he lost, it would mean the destruction of humanity. Therefore, he tried to sound Agars out, but he didn't expect Agars's answer to be so resolute. Star Demon Vasak didn't listen, but from his eyes it could be seen that he and the moon demon Agars had the same thoughts. Long Houchen asked doubtfully, "Why? Is killing Haoyue that important to you?" Moon demon Agars said in a deep voice, "I'm willing to help you and you humans because I hope that my race can continue in the way humans do, have the power of creation and live better. However, Austin Griffin's existence means destruction, complete destruction. When destruction really comes, even you won't be able to control him. Long Houchen, there's no need to say more. Today, either you kill all of us, or we destroy Austin Griffin." As he spoke, he pointed the crescent blade in his hand at Long Houchen, and the purple moon in the sky instantly lit up. The demon god emperor and the star demon god similarly pointed the weapons in their hands at Long Houchen. For a moment, Long Houchen's entire body was under an unimaginably terrifying pressure. Within the triangle formed by the three demon gods, layers upon layers of space had already begun to shatter. If it were anyone else, they would have long since been crushed into fine powder by this terrifying pressure. Inside the dragon resisting mountain pass, a woman dressed in white was standing under the city wall, looking up at the sky. She had been here for a while. She was so beautiful, as if she didn't eat the food of this world. However, at this time, her eyes were filled with tears, because she clenched her fists too tightly, her nails pierced her palms, and drops of blood flowed down from the gaps between her fingers. Her black hair fluttered behind her head. She fiercely clenched her teeth and climbed the stairs step by step towards the direction of Yulong Pass. At this time, there weren't many human experts left in the dragon-resisting mountain pass. Those who remained were cannoneers who could use magic cannons, as well as those who were fighting outside the city. The appearance of this woman in white was very abrupt, but if Long Houchen saw her, he would definitely shout in shock, "Mommy!" That's right, this woman in white was Baiyu. Knowing that the holy war was about to begin, Baiyu had already retreated like the others. However, halfway through her retreat, she quietly turned back. Of course, the escorts wanted to stop her, but even though Baiyu didn't have much cultivation, she was the mother of the current Temple Federation President Long Houchen, the wife of the Knights Templars Adjudication and Judgment Knight of the Seal Long Xingwu. How could a few escorts stop her when she was determined to do something? Her reason was very simple. She wanted to live and die together with her husband and son. In the end, under the reverent gaze of the escorts, she walked back to the dragon-resisting mountain pass and coincidentally appeared in the dragon-resisting mountain pass. Looking at Long Houchen, who was surrounded by the 3 great demon gods in the sky, Baiyu's eyes were already hazy. Tears constantly flowed down her cheeks, and her mouth constantly asked, why? Of course, Long Houchen didn't know that his mother was walking step by step towards the top of the city wall. At this time, his mind had completely calmed down. His hands tightly grasped the 2 divine swords, and at the same time his mind and Haoyue's mind gradually fused as one. A terrifying aura was transmitted from Haoyue's bloodline to him. Long Houchen suddenly felt as if there was no power in this world that could stop him. This feeling came very suddenly, but it was so real that he didn't notice the changes in his body until the moment when he raised the purple gold Haoyue sword in his right hand. In the next moment, Long Houchen moved. His body seemed to move under the guidance of the purple gold Haoyue sword. In the sky, a purple gold figure suddenly appeared in a flash. That's right, it was a flash. First, it flashed to the left. It was that flash that caused the sky to darken for a moment, and the 3 great demon gods simultaneously attacked Long Houchen under the influence of the aura. In the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars shone brightly at the same time, and the aura of the 3 great demon gods instantly blended into a special sun, moon, and stars sealing domain. In the sky, a huge rune descended from the sky and branded itself onto Long Houchen's body. The triangle formed by the 3 demon gods also spun rapidly, preventing Long Houchen from locating them. This was the first time that the sun, moon, and stars sealing formation had appeared on the Holy Demon Continent. It was also the first time that the 3 powerhouses, the Demon Emperor, the Moon Demon, and the Star Demon, had joined forces. They were very clear that as long as the huge sealing rune landed on Long Houchen's body, he would definitely die, not to mention that he wasn't a god yet. This was because this sealing formation existed to deal with gods, and was also known as the God-destroying formation. The 72 demon god pillars originally didn't belong to this world. What was the reason for their appearance in this world? Only the demon gods themselves knew that after 6,000 years of evolution, even the lower-ranked demon gods were no longer clear on what had happened. However, the demon god emperor, the moon demon god, and the star demon god, who were ranked in the top 3, were extremely clear on what had happened. The 3 demon god pillars appeared in midair at the same time as their bodies began to spin, respectively connecting them to the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. The huge rune that descended from the sky also became brighter. But at this moment, the purple gold and white luster suddenly shone brightly like never before. The first target that Long Houchen's flashing figure found was the star demon Vesak. Although the moon demon god Agar's strength was higher than Vesak's in Long Houchen's heart, apart from the demon god emperor, the one he feared the most was the star demon god. Perhaps it was because the encounter in the star demon tower was caused by the star demon god. Vesak was not afraid at all because he did not believe that Long Houchen still had the power to attack the three of them in the sun, moon, and star sealing formation. He had personally experienced that terrifying pressure, and he had killed a god in the world that belonged to the demons. Long Houchen was very strong, but Austin Griffin had not truly awakened, and Long Houchen was still far from being God. The armor of eternity and creation on Long Houchen's body began to make cracking sounds because the rune that descended from the sky was getting closer and closer. Although this was just an illusion, it could also show how terrifying the pressure in the sealing formation was. However, Long Houchen still pounced on Vesak without hesitation, as if the triangular rotation could not affect his judgment at all. In the next instant, Vesak suddenly felt an indescribable chill spread all over his body. No, this is impossible. Yes, a scene that even Long Houchen himself felt was impossible happened. The light and shadow disappeared in a flash, and the orange starlight in the sky suddenly dimmed. Long Houchen, who was in the triangular sealing formation, disappeared instantly. Just like that, his body swept past the star demon god Vesak's body. With a flash of beauty, he quietly appeared 100 feet behind Vesak. He also appeared 100 feet away from the sun-moon-star sealing formation. The demon emperor was stunned, and so was the moon demon Agars. Meanwhile, star demon Vesak still had a look of disbelief on his face. He murmured, "My prophecy was right, it was right. The wrath of heaven has arrived." I. His voice stopped abruptly at this point, and Vesak's originally youthful face aged at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, he had become wrinkled and had white hair. The moment the last trace of life disappeared from his body, star demon Vesak turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Only his demon god's crown shone instantly and turned into a speck of starlight that merged into his star demon pillar and disappeared. All the human powerhouses who saw this scene in the sky could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and they revealed indescribable shock. What kind of strength was this? Was their Federation chairman still human? With his own strength, not only had he been dealing with the demon emperor, but at this moment, under the siege of demon emperor Feng Xiao, moon demon Agars, and star demon Vesak, he had instantly killed the star demon and successfully broken through the sealing formation formed by the three demon gods. Was this really something a human could do? However, no matter how much they refused to believe it, the star demon pillar in the sky had gradually dimmed, which meant that star demon Vesak had really died. With Vesak dead, demon emperor Feng Xiao and moon demon Agars revealed a trace of unprecedented fear in their eyes. It was also at this moment that the purple gold Haoyue sword in Long Houchen's hand suddenly shone with a purple light, and a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth suddenly erupted from this super divine sword. What Long Houchen did not notice was that in the center of the sword's 8 edges, a gray light flashed and disappeared. The attack he used to kill Vesak just now was inherited from Xiaohua. It was the second sword of the 3 swords that Xiaohua had taught him, and it was called Momentary Beauty. This sword's original name was Momentary Beauty, but Long Houchen integrated his domain skill that could control the process of life into it, forming an ability that was more suitable for him, so he renamed it Momentary Beauty. The star demon had died because of that instant of youth. However, Long Houchen had never thought that his combat power could reach such a level. This seemed to be a power that no longer belonged to him. At the moment when he used Momentary Beauty, he clearly felt that the sword of eternity and creation in his left hand did not exert much power at all. All the power of the attack came from the purple gold Haoyue sword in his right hand. Haoyue was connected to his mind. Whatever he knew, Haoyue could naturally comprehend. Such a perfect sword could be said to be Long Houchen's strongest attack in his life. Instinctively, the purple gold Hayuas sword in his hand swept across the air, and a terrifying purple light with a destructive aura instantly filled the sky. The giant rune that had fallen from the sky had already started to collapse after losing the star demon's support. When the purple light from Long Houchen's sword landed on it, the terrifying explosive force almost tore the entire sky apart. Demon Emperor Fengxiu and Moon Demon Agar's fell from the sky almost instantly and landed on the ground. At this moment, there was a hint of despair in their eyes. That's right, the top powerhouses of the demons who had ruled the continent for more than 6,000 years were actually feeling despair now. Long Houchen could not be bothered to think about how he had become so powerful. He almost did not hesitate to choose to chase after Demon Emperor Fengxiu. In any case, he still had a good impression of Moon Demon Agar's. If Agar's organization had not provided the Temple Federation with timely information, they would not have been able to obtain such a huge victory in the battle between the Southeast Stronghold and Wanshou Pass. They would not have been able to control the Holy War at their own pace. Moreover, the survival of Demon Emperor Fengxiu was crucial to this Holy War. If they could kill the Demon Emperor, it would mean the end of this Holy War, and it would also mean the complete end of the Holy Demon Continent's Dark Age. Long Houchen turned into a purple-gold rainbow in the sky and instantly descended. At this moment, all the powerhouses of the Temple Federation and the demons felt their hearts in their throats. They all held their breath. The eyes of the powerhouses of the demons were filled with shock, while the eyes of the powerhouses of the humans were filled with disbelief and ecstasy. Demon Emperor Fengxiu, is he going to perish? At this time, on top of the Yulong Pass, a heart-wrenching scream resounded. No, you can't kill him! The entire battlefield was huge, with hundreds of Type 9 powerhouses fighting here. Outside the dragon-resisting pass, dozens of li were their battlefields. At this moment, because of Long Houchen's pursuit of the Demon Emperor, the entire battlefield had turned silent. And in this silence, this sudden hoarse scream broke the silence. If it was just a simple voice, it would not affect Wu Houchen's decision. However, this voice was far too familiar to him. Moreover, the owner of the voice actually leapt down from the top of the dragon-resisting mountain pass walls at the same time as he let out this shriek. Even if Long Houchen was the leader of the humans, he was still a normal human. Killing the Demon Emperor was important, but to him his mother's life was much more important. The purple light instantly changed direction in the air, accurately catching the white figure that had jumped down from the dragon-resisting pass, bringing her down to the ground. That's right, the one who had screamed to stop Long Houchen from killing the Demon Emperor was precisely Baiyu, who had climbed up the Yulong Pass earlier. When Baiyu saw the 3 demon gods besieging Long Houchen, her eyes were filled with despair. However, the situation on the battlefield changed in an instant. Her son, who had been at an absolute disadvantage a moment ago, had broken through the encirclement the next moment and gained an absolute advantage. Baiyu was very clear that she shouldn't have screamed. She should have watched Long Houchen kill the Demon Emperor. But the emotions that had been suppressed in her heart for decades completely erupted at this moment. When she screamed, she had completely lost her mind. Her cheeks were already covered with tears. At the same time as she screamed, the pain in her heart made her unable to bear it any longer. She leaped down and jumped off the city wall. Long Houchen caught his mother, but his mother's eyes were tightly closed. The incomparably firm faith in his heart wavered at this moment. The words that the Demon Emperor had said to him before the start of the battle were like poisonous insects biting his brain. At this moment, the powerful Long Houchen's body could not help but tremble slightly. A beam of red light instantly fell from the sky on the battlefield. It landed beside Long Houchen and Baiyu. He took Baiyu from Long Houchen's hands and pointed at the Demon Emperor who had fallen to the ground with Agar's, creating a large crater. He roared, "Long Houchen, kill him quickly, kill him, and we humans will be able to rush out of the Dark Age and restore the Great Land." The one who suddenly rushed over and hugged by you was Long Houchen's father, the Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars, Long Xingwu. However, at this time, Long Xingwu's face was a bit distorted, and his expression was even more ferocious, as if he was enduring some great pain. If not for the words that the Demon Emperor had said before the start of the battle, Long Houchen naturally would not have thought much about it. But at this moment his mother actually jumped down the dragon resisting pass for the sake of the Demon Emperor. At this moment his heart was really full of pain. "No, don't." Bai Yu struggled in Long Xingwu's arms and shouted, "Long Houchen, you can't, no matter who kills him. It can't be you, he is your pa." Long Xingwu slapped Bai Yu's face, blocking the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Father." Long Houchen hurriedly took a step forward and grabbed his father's hand. Bai Yu was on the ground, staring blankly at him, her whole body trembling. In her memory, Long Xingwu had not even said a single harsh word to her, let alone hit her. In the deep pit, the Demon Emperor and the Moon Demon both stood up, but at this time, the despair in their eyes had not dissipated. Looking at the appearance of Long Houchen's family, Demon Emperor Feng Xiu's eyes flickered, and he said coldly, "Long Xingwu, what qualifications do you have to hit her?" Long Xingwu turned around abruptly to look at the Demon Emperor. In the depths of his eyes, there was an incomparable hatred. "Why can't I hit her? No matter what happened to her in the past, I don't care about it, and I don't care about it. I've even broken through that barrier in my heart. But why? Why doesn't she think about her son? Houchen is the chairman of the Temple Federation. Everything that Houchen does is not just for himself, but for the entire Temple Federation. In order to stop Houchen from killing you, she actually chose to jump off the city wall and said things that she shouldn't. Isn't she afraid that Houchen's reputation will be ruined because of this?" Demon Emperor said coldly, "Ruin my reputation? What a disgrace. Do you think I won't say it if she doesn't?" At this time, both sides on the battlefield had landed from the sky. However, the powerhouses of the demons that the Demon Emperor had brought could only be described as withered. In the battle just now, the Black Phoenix released by Lin Exan had exploded with extremely terrifying attack power. Among the 19 demon gods that the Demon Emperor had brought, other than him and the Moon Demon Agars, there were only 6 demon gods left alive. Moreover, no matter which race the demons were from, there had been a large number of casualties. It could be said that even if Long Houchen hadn't defeated him, the demons had already damaged their foundation. Not to mention that in the battle just now, Long Houchen had even killed the star, Demon Vasak. The person leading you to break through the darkness of my demon race, the Federation chairman, actually has the blood of my demon god Emperor Fengxiu flowing in his veins. The demon god Emperor's ice-cold voice transmitted into the ears of every powerhouse on both sides. The remaining demons were all shocked. The Temple Federation was the same. If it weren't for the scene just now between Long Xingwu and his wife, the powerhouses of the Temple Federation wouldn't have believed the Demon Emperor, who was their enemy. They would only think that he was sowing discord. However, from the expressions of Long Xingwu and his wife, as well as Long Houchen himself, they could see that what the Demon Emperor said might be true. Long Xingwu's body trembled with anger. He turned fiercely to Bai Yu. His emotions finally couldn't control because of the Demon Emperor's words. He said, "Are you satisfied now? Are you satisfied to see Houchen being questioned like this? Why? Why did you do this? I clearly didn't care about it anymore. Why did you still say that Houchen was his son? Did you know that Feng Xiu had already killed Houchen once in the Star Demon Tower in the heart of Demon City? Why? I have loved you for so many years. I've loved you for so many years. In my life, apart from my mother who passed away long ago, you're the only woman I love deeply. I can forgive you no matter what you've done wrong, but you've always been thinking about him. You're even willing to sacrifice your life for him. I don't understand. I really don't understand what I've done wrong for you to be so heartless." When Houchen returned from the demon world to participate in the grand competition of the Saint Hall, I had even completely treated him as my own son. Why do you still have to hurt my heart so much? Why? Bai Yu's eyes widened as she listened to Long Xingwu's words. She struggled to get up from the ground, raised her right hand, and stretched out her index finger to point at Long Xingwu. Due to excessive agitation, her body trembled uncontrollably, as if she would collapse at any time. Long Haochen took a step forward and supported his mother. He injected his gentle natural life force into his mother's body to help Bai Yu's body stabilize. He really didn't want to face everything in front of him, but everything had already happened. He had to face it. He had already thought it through. No matter what, he couldn't let the demon emperor go. This concerned the future of millions of humans. If he didn't kill him today, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it a second time. He kept telling himself in his heart that the bloodline that belonged to the demon emperor in his body had long been extinguished when he was killed by the demon emperor in the Star Demon Tower. Now he was only his enemy, only his enemy. Slap! To everyone's surprise, Bai Yu stood up, pointed at Long Xingwu, and was speechless for a long time. Then, she suddenly raised her hand and slapped him. You bastard! Because of anger, Bai Yu's beautiful face was even a little distorted. On one side of her pretty face, there was still the palm print left by Long Xingwu. I'm a bastard. Long Xingwu was also a little stunned. He had imagined countless times how Bai Yu would react when he and Long Xingwu laid all their cards on the table. But he never thought that it would be like this. She actually slapped him. If you're not a bastard, then what are you? You have to say that your wife is cheating on you, and that your son is someone else's son. In this world, is there anyone more of a bastard than you? After hearing Long Xingwu's words, the demon emperor was stunned for a moment. Then he flew into a rage and scolded Long Xingwu. Long Xingwu was stunned, and his mind went blank. The demon emperor said that Long Haochen wasn't his son? Also, what did he mean by cheating? What was going on? What was going on? As smart as he was, he couldn't wrap his head around it. Bai Yu suddenly burst into tears. I am willing to die for him, because half of his blood runs in me. He is my father. Long Haochen is your biological son. How could you doubt me like this? And even doubt me for decades? Not to mention Long Xingwu. Even Long Haochen and all the human experts were dumbfounded. This was really a little chaotic, so much so that these peak existences were somewhat dumbfounded. Many people didn't understand what was going on. Mom, what's going on? What's going on? Long Haochen anxiously asked his mother. Bai Yu raised her head to look at Long Haochen, and tears flowed down her face. Long Haochen, I never thought that your father would think this way. No wonder he was so cruel and insisted on keeping you in Odin Town. He wanted to nurture your abilities. I don't know how many times I asked him, but he refused to bring you here. He even disappeared for a very, very long time. It turns out that he actually thought that I betrayed him, and said that even you aren't his child. Long Xingwu stood there in a daze. He couldn't say a word to refute. He only felt as if there was a huge rock pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He had been suffering in his heart for more than 20 years, but now it seemed that everything was just a misunderstanding. This was a huge blow to him, and he couldn't accept this fact at all. Demon Emperor looked at Long Haochen with a gloomy face. At this time, his heart was also filled with strange emotions. The battle was actually over now. He knew very well that with Austin Griffin's help, he could no longer defeat Long Haochen. At this time, while listening to Bai Yu's sobbing voice, his brain was working at high speed, thinking about how to change the situation in front of him. Bai Yu stood up with Long Haochen's help. She said in a slightly trembling voice, Long Xingwu, was it me who tarnished Long Haochen's reputation, or was it you? What right do you have to say that he isn't your son? Long Xingwu said, subconsciously, his innate mental strength is different from ordinary people. This is clearly a symbol of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan. Moreover, he doesn't look like me. Bai Yu said coldly, What's wrong with a son looking like a mother? Then why don't you say where the light attribute in his body comes from? Is it from the demon emperor? Your heart has been blinded by jealousy and hatred. You have always treated your son as the enemy's child. You actually think that your wife is unfaithful. You don't trust me that much. Long Xingwu said bitterly, back then, you were taken away by the demons for 10 years. I thought you were dead, but when I found you in Odin Town, I found that you already had Houchen. I couldn't help but doubt it. Bai Yu took a deep breath, but tears gushed out again. She cried in a trembling voice. You bastard! Since you had doubts, why didn't you ask me? Why? Long Xingwu's voice also choked. How could I ask? How could I ask? I love you so much that I don't want you to suffer even the slightest bit of harm. How could I ask you such a hurtful question? And you never had the intention to reveal it to me. At this time, Long Houchen's mood was as if he had been thrown to the ground and then lifted to the clouds. He finally vaguely understood that this seemed to be a misunderstanding. He was not the son of the demon emperor, but the grandson of the demon emperor. His mother was the daughter of the demon emperor, and Bao, who was severely injured by him, turned out to be his uncle. Chapter 304. Bai Yu's sorrowful face calmed down a little. She suddenly turned around and hugged Long Houchen tightly, saying, I'm sorry, Long Houchen, I'm sorry. I've caused you harm. I shouldn't have hidden everything from you and caused this misunderstanding that almost turned into a huge mistake. I'm sorry I've let you down. I've made you suffer so much all these years. That's right, ever since Long Houchen started cultivating with Long Xingwu for 2 years. Long Xingwu left with Bai Yu, causing him to lose the care and love of his parents. Over the next 10 years, he could only rely on himself, experiencing countless life and death tribulations. If it wasn't for the fact that luck had always been on his side, Long Houchen would have died on the road ahead. And throughout these 10 years, whether it was Long Xingwu or Bai Yu, they had never really helped him in any way. Long Houchen's body swayed slightly. After more than 10 years of experience, his will was already as firm as steel. But at this moment, his heart was filled with pain. Only now did he realize that his father had never treated him as his own son. So why had he raised him? Was it so that he could one day kill the demon emperor and put on a show of what he thought would be a father and son killing each other? Long Houchen's heart was filled with bitterness. In this misunderstanding, Long Xingwu had been hurt, Bai Yu had also been hurt, but the one who had suffered the most and was the most innocent was him. He clearly had parents, but for more than 10 years, he had never received the care and love of his parents, and was even suspected by his own father. He wasn't an orphan, but he was more like an orphan. At least, orphans had no hope of loving their parents. But he clearly had hope, but it was trampled on. Taking a deep breath, Long Houchen looked up at the sky, forcing himself not to cry. He hugged his mother in his arms and said with difficulty, Mom, I don't blame you. You brought me into this world. That's already the greatest kindness. I don't have the right to blame you. I just want to know what the truth is, why you are the daughter of the demon emperor, and what happened before I spoke. Bai Yu nodded her head lightly. She felt even worse when Long Houchen said he didn't blame her. She said, Okay, Mom will tell you everything, I'll tell you everything. My mother, your maternal grandmother, was once a priest. She had a beautiful name by Lingxian. She was a priest and also a member of a monster hunters. Since she was very young, she had shown great talent as a priest. In the temple of the priests, she was a proud daughter of the heavens. After becoming a monster hunter, she followed her own monster hunters and ran amok among the demons. Her cultivation grew higher and higher, and the number of powerful demons that died in the hands of her team was innumerable. Once, they encountered a powerful enemy during a mission. Almost all of the team members died. It was the warriors of the team who risked their lives to protect your maternal grandmother that she was able to escape. However, after that warrior rescued your maternal grandmother, he also died. At that time, they were still in the territory of the demons. Although your maternal grandmother was very strong, she was still a priest. At that time, not only was her spiritual power almost exhausted, she was also seriously injured. She didn't escape far before she fainted in a forest. As soon as Baiyu said this, the demon emperor's voice sounded. I was the one who saved her. I was patrolling the various races at that time and happened to pass by. I sensed the aura of a human, so I saw Lingxian. At that time, her injuries were very serious, and her face was as pale as paper. However, when I first saw her, I was attracted by her delicate temperament and beautiful face. It was a completely different kind of beauty from my race. Therefore, I didn't kill her. Instead, I dismissed my subordinates and rescued her alone. After Lingxian woke up, she saw me who had deliberately disguised myself. With my cultivation, of course, she couldn't tell that I was a demon. I told her that I was also a member of the monster hunters. Just like her, my teammates had also died on the battlefield. I happened to pass by here and found her, so I rescued her. For the demon emperor, this was also considered a secret. For him to say this in front of a group of strong demons, other than his intention, it also allowed Long Haochen to feel his feelings for his maternal grandmother. Although Lingxian was a demon hunter, her thoughts were very simple. Although Lingxian was a demon hunter, her thoughts were extremely pure. She believed my words without the slightest bit of doubt. With my help, her injuries gradually took a turn for the better. We became more and more familiar with each other. She was so beautiful, so gentle. In order to gain her trust, in order to spend more time with her, I didn't even hesitate to help her complete her mission. I even helped her kill the clansmen who killed her teammates. At that time, she was very grateful to me and trusted me even more. Unknowingly, we both fell into the river of love. At this point, demon god Huang Fengshuo's eyes were filled with disappointment. Perhaps this is a relationship that shouldn't have appeared. But even now, I can tell you with certainty that your mother is the woman I love the most in my life. There is no other. After listening to the demon emperor's words, Baiyu couldn't help but burst into tears again. Long Xingwu's body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. He finally completely confirmed Baiyu's words. All along, the one who was the most contradictory and painful person in his heart was his son, Long Haochen. At this moment, after knowing that Long Haochen was his biological son, the pain in his heart was even more intense than before. Compared to Baiyu, he felt even more sorry for his son. Moreover, the demon emperor's voice was very gentle. This was something that no demon god had experienced before. Even the moon demon Agars could feel the unprecedented sincerity in the demon emperor's words. It was only now that he knew that he wasn't the only one who fell in love with a human girl. This demon emperor who had ruled over the demons for hundreds of years also had feelings for a human girl. Furthermore, his love was even deeper than his own. I accompanied Lingxian in my race's territory for a whole year. During this time, I helped her complete all her missions, and she finally fell in love with me. A man and a woman together, coupled with the sublimation of our feelings, finally made her my woman. That day, Lingxian told me that she was homesick and wanted to go back to see her family and friends. She also wanted to tell everyone about us and marry me. At that time, I didn't know how many times I wanted to tell her my true identity, but I didn't have the courage to do so. This was because I could feel her hatred towards my race, and I knew that her parents had died in the battle with my race. I couldn't tell her because I was too afraid of losing her. At that time, I even thought of giving up the position of demon emperor for her and continued pretending to be a human. The year I spent with her was the happiest year of my life. I used words to dispel her intention to return to the Temple League several times. However, for some unknown reason, she insisted on going back. I had no choice but to send her to the border of the Temple League. At that time, in her eyes, I was a human warrior. In order not to be exposed, I told her to return to the temple of the priests first and wait for me. I would go to the warrior temple of the priests to report to my parents and family before going to look for her. Ling Xian left reluctantly. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that her departure would be an eternal farewell. At this point, Demon Emperor Fengxiu's eyes became moist and 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Bai Yu sobbed and said, "The reason why my mother insisted on returning to the Alliance was because she was pregnant with me at that time. She didn't want to tell you because she was shy. You promised to marry her when you returned to the Alliance. After she returned to the Temple of the Priests, she kept waiting for you to pick her up. However, you didn't come. You didn't come in the end." Demon Emperor Fengxiu's body trembled slightly, and he said, "Yes, I didn't go. At that time, I was only thinking about how I could stay with Ling Xian. However, at that time, at the border of the human race, my identity was exposed for some reason. Before I could remove my disguise and the seal that I had placed in my body to conceal my dark aura, I was surrounded and attacked by 2 teams of titled monster hunters. With my cultivation, I shouldn't have been afraid of them. However, in order to conceal my aura perfectly, the seal that I had placed on myself was too strong. Without enough time, I couldn't break it. As a result, I fell into a bitter battle. Although in the end, I still managed to escape by relying on the power of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, I was gravely injured. That was the only time in my life that I was seriously injured. I couldn't help but suspect Ling Xian, because she was the only one who had been with me. If she hadn't discovered who I was and felt the existence of the seal in my body, how could it be so coincidental? Just as she insisted on returning to the Temple League, I was surrounded and attacked by 2 teams of titled monster hunters. At that time, I was in great pain. That kind of heart-wrenching pain, coupled with the heavy injuries in my body, caused me to fall into a coma for a long time. I had to rely on my own powerful healing abilities to gradually heal my injuries. However, when I woke up from my coma, a year had already passed. At that time, I was still thinking about Ling Xian. I didn't believe that it was a trap that she had set up. I wanted to look for her. No matter what, I had to find her and get to the bottom of this. Thus, as soon as I recovered from my injuries, I immediately put on makeup and headed to the Temple League, heading to the Temple of the Priests to look for Ling Xian. But when I arrived at the Temple of the Priests, what I found was Ling Xuan's tombstone. So it really was such a coincidence. It was a coincidence that I ran into those 2 teams of titled monster hunters. At this point, Demon Emperor Fengxiu was actually sobbing uncontrollably. Bai Yu had a blank look in her eyes as she said, "After Mother returned to the Temple of the Priests, she waited for your arrival. However, I couldn't wait any longer. At that time, Mother already had me, and her belly was growing bigger by the day. When she was 5 months pregnant, Mother, who was already thin and weak, finally couldn't hide it anymore. She told her family that she was together with you. At that time, you changed your name to Fengling, and you were a warrior in the warrior temple. Mother waited for you for several months, but you didn't show up. She even had your child. Although Grandma and Grandpa were long gone, Mother still had other relatives and teachers. Very quickly, they sent an inquiry to the warrior temple and the monster hunter's mission tower, but the answer they received was that there was no such person. At that time, Mother was on the verge of a mental breakdown. She was so helpless. No one could help her. Until the day she died, she didn't know that the person she once loved was actually the ruler of the demons, the number 1 of the 72 demon god pillars of the demons, the heaven-defying demon dragon emperor. Unable to find you, many people understood that Mother might have been deceived. They tried to persuade Mother not to give birth to me, as it would ruin her life. However, Mother refused. Mother was too kind. No matter what, she refused to abort me. She said that even if she had to use her entire life as the price, she would still give birth to me. After 10 months of pregnancy, I was born. However, it was also because of my birth that brought Mother unprecedented pain and disaster. My attribute is darkness. I inherited half of the bloodline of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan and inherited your dark aura. At that time, Mother found out that the man she once loved was actually a demon. Can you imagine how huge the blow was to her at that time? Moreover, because of my dark attribute, I was strongly questioned by the Temple of the Priests. They refused to let me live because I was the descendant of the demons, and the blood of the demons flowed in my body. Mother refused to let them take me away, no matter what. Mother refused to let them take me away, no matter what. Mother protected me with all her might. In order for me to survive, she used her own blood to exchange for my blood, used her own attribute to change for me, and used her love to protect my young life. In the end, I managed to survive. I survived under Mother's love. However, my body's functions were damaged to a certain extent. Not only was my body sickly from a young age, I also lost the possibility of cultivation. After giving birth to me, Mother's chi and blood were both deficient. In order to save me, she sacrificed the last of her essence. After seeing me survive the most critical moment, she finally could not hold on any longer. She used her own blood to write a short letter in blood, stuffed it into the brocade pouch, and hung it around my neck. After I grew up, I read the letter in blood many times. At that time, I didn't understand what Mother's words meant at all. It was only later when you found me and brought me to the demons and told me about you and Mother that I understood Mother's meaning. However, I didn't tell you about the letter in blood. I didn't want to tell you. I wanted you to suffer the torment and blame of your conscience. It was you who harmed Mother. It was you who caused her to die young. I hate you. At this point, Bayou almost fainted in Long Houchen's arms because she was too emotional. It was only because Long Houchen constantly used his gentle life force to support her that she managed to hold on. The demon emperor said in a daze, "Letter in blood? Letter in blood? Ling Xian actually left a message for me? What is it? Tell me. What did she say before she died?" Bayou's hand trembled as she pulled out a very old brocade pouch from her collar and muttered, I'll tell you today." She carefully pulled out a white cloth from the brocade pouch. It was very obvious that this cloth was not regular, as if it was torn from her underwear. The bloodstains on the white cloth had already turned purplish-brown, showing that it had been preserved for a long time. Bayou softly said, "You is the child of you and me. Although I'm going to die, I finally protected her. No matter who you are only my Fengling, the Fengling of the Fengling Tian. Although you lied to me, I've loved you and I don't regret it." Bang! When the demon emperor heard these words, his face suddenly became deathly pale. His body swayed, and the heaven-defying demon god sword in his hand suddenly stabbed into the ground to support his body from falling down. His eyes were somewhat lifeless, and his gaze was filled with endless sorrow. At this moment, even the enemy human experts couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy in their hearts after hearing this story. Reading the contents of the letter in blood, Bayou herself seemed to feel a sense of relief. Her expression also became much more relaxed. She turned her gaze to her son and carefully put the letter in the brocade pouch around her neck. She quietly took up the responsibility of raising me. Although I couldn't cultivate, they still took care of me meticulously, watching me grow up day by day. They never told me about the tragedy that happened to my mother because they wanted me to live happily. If possible, they wanted me to never know about it. After all, I'm not a professional, and I won't participate in the war against the demons. When I was 18 years old, I met Xingyu. Although he was much older than me. Every girl has the heart to revere heroes. He fell in love with me, and I also fell deeply in love with him. Under the blessings of the priest temple's teachers, we were married in the night temple in the dragon-resisting mountain pass. If everything went well, we would have been a happy couple. I didn't have too many requirements in life. I just wanted the people I loved and the people who loved me to be happy. However, when I was happiest, you appeared. At this point, Bayou looked at the demon emperor not far away, and her words carried a thick sense of hatred. "It was you who ruined my life. You sensed your presence in my body and forcibly captured me during a war between the demons and the Alliance, and brought me back to your demon palace." At that time, I thought I was finished. I thought that I would never see Xingyu again. After falling into your clutches, I never thought that I would be able to return alive. I was already prepared. If you demons dared to do anything to me, even if I had to die, I would protect the purity of Xingyu. I held the hairpin in my hand, ready to end my life at any time. At this point, Baiyu gently raised her hand and caressed Long Haochen's face, saying, "If it wasn't for you, perhaps I would have ended my life the moment I was captured by the demons. However, at that time, I just found out about your existence, and I didn't even have the time to tell your father, so I couldn't bear to die. Children are innocent. Even if there is only a sliver of hope, I will survive and give birth to you. Just like how Mother sacrificed her life for me, I am willing to use my life to protect you. Mother." Long Haochen supported his mother, also sobbing uncontrollably. Later, he told me that he was my father. He felt the aura of his bloodline in me, and he saw that I looked almost the same as Mother. It was at that time that he left me with the demons for more than half a year. He was very good to me, and he often told me stories about what happened between him and Mother. However, because of his lies and deceit, I lost my mother and father since I was young. How could I forgive him? As the daughter-in-law of the Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars, but I was also the daughter of the Demon Emperor. At that time, my feelings were extremely complicated. I didn't know how to face your father. Until later, when my belly gradually grew bigger, I suddenly realized that no matter what, I couldn't give birth to my child with the demons. So I asked him to send me back to the Alliance. Only then did I come back. When I entered the Alliance, I was about to give birth. I didn't know how to face your father. On one side, it was the father that I didn't want to acknowledge but couldn't deny, and on the other side, it was my beloved husband. The hatred between humans and demons has long been irreconcilable. How could I face it? I couldn't face it. I didn't dare to imagine what would happen if one day my father killed my husband, or if my husband killed my father. So I could only escape. I could only choose to escape. After I gave birth to you in Odin Town, I decided to stay there. No matter how hard life was, I didn't want to face everything in the outside world. I missed Xingyu, but I didn't have the courage to stand in front of him and tell him that I was the daughter of the Demon Emperor. Because of the depth of my love, I was even more unwilling to let him suffer. So I could only avoid him and not meet him. This hiding lasted for nearly 10 years. By the time he came to find me, he had already become a Knight of the Seal. When I saw him again, I could no longer suppress the feelings in my heart. I finally agreed to go back with him and told him of your existence. Long Xingwu slowly raised his head and looked blankly at Baiyu and Long Haochen. But after seeing you again, I didn't believe you. I could feel that you were running away, but I thought that you were running away because of Haochen. Because you and the Demon Emperor had him, you ran away from me for so many years. Can you imagine how much pain I felt at that time, how much suffering I endured? But no matter how deep the pain in my heart was, it couldn't compare to my love for you. I loved you too much, so I would rather bury this heart-eating pain in my heart than be separated from you again. At that time, my heart gradually fell into darkness. Every time I saw Haochen, that heart-eating pain would become more and more intense. So I made a despicable decision. I recognized you and also recognized Haochen, but at that time I thought that I would train him to fight against the demons. I always thought that he was the son of the Demon Emperor. Although I liked his perseverance and kindness, the pain in my heart made me unable to think calmly. So I worked hard to train Haochen and let him grow. When I saw that he had the constitution of the Child of Light, there was a moment when I doubted whether he was my biological son or not. But we were separated for so many years, I couldn't understand why you didn't bring him back to find me if he was my son. So I continued to sink in pain. I trained Haochen for 2 years, but finally I couldn't bear the pain in my heart. I didn't even dare to look at his clear eyes. So, I brought you back to the dragon-resisting mountain pass. I thought that I would feel better if Houchin wasn't by my side, but I soon discovered that the pain in my heart was still there. Moreover, it was getting more and more intense. So I chose to escape. There were many times when I wasn't in the dragon-resisting mountain pass, and sometimes I would be gone for several years. I loved you deeply, but I couldn't ignore everything that was in my heart. Later, Houchin's talent gradually revealed itself. He shone brilliantly in the Monster Hunter selection competition and became a demon hunter. I gradually began to pay attention to his situation, even following him and watching him carry out his tasks. Sometimes I even secretly helped him. At that time, the pain in my heart had gradually turned into malevolence. I thought that with Houchin's constitution of the Child of Light, one day he would inevitably become especially powerful enough to threaten the existence of the Demon Emperor. At that time, the father and son would kill each other. No matter who killed who, it could be considered as my revenge. At this point, Long Xingwu painfully closed his eyes and said, "Houchin, did you know that when you brought the Light of Dawn monster hunters to Demon City to enter the Star Demon Palace? I knew about it. At that time, I was also in Demon City. My resentment made me not stop you from taking the risk. When I felt that you had fallen into a trap, I also didn't go to rescue you. At that time, I thought, it's over, everything is over. The Demon Emperor killed his own son." Ha! I didn't know that I had actually watched my own son fall into the tiger's mouth. How ironic. I'm not worthy to be your father. I'm not worthy. When you died, I indeed felt a sense of relief in my heart. I only felt that the things that had been suppressing me in my heart had all disappeared. So I returned to the dragon-resisting pass immediately. I thought that I could finally be together with you. But when I really faced her, I discovered that your figure kept appearing in my mind. I didn't dare to tell her that you had already died in the hands of the Demon Emperor. I didn't want her to suffer even the slightest bit of shock. I thought that everything had passed, you were a demon hunter, so it was normal for you to stay forever in the land of the demons. However, the pain in my heart grew deeper and deeper. Every night when I woke up, my mind would see the image of you smiling and calling me father. I would often wake up from my dreams with a start. I began to reflect on myself and my resentment. The resentment disappeared and was gradually replaced by endless remorse. No matter how wrong the Demon Emperor was, you were innocent. I actually sent a child who had always called me father, a child who trusted me the most, into the enemy's mouth and eventually perished. I couldn't forgive myself for this kind of behavior. I even gave up the opportunity to participate in the temple competition. During those years, I was incomparably depressed, and my cultivation didn't make the slightest bit of progress, only lingering at a bottleneck. However, even if I realized that I was wrong, what could I do? The mistake has been made, and you are already dead. Until that day when I suddenly found out that you led the Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad to the sacred city and participated in the grand tournament of the temple. My mood at that time was incomparably complicated. I didn't know whether I should be happy, fortunate, or pained, but I soon discovered that this time I truly felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off my shoulders. At that time, I made up my mind that no matter whose child you were, as long as you always called me father, you would be my son. I would try my best to forget everything in the past, to use the future to atone for my sins, to treat you well and nurture you. However, very soon after, I received news that you led the Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad to win the grand tournament of the Temple of Light. Only then did I know that you had already surpassed me. Afterwards, when we father and son reunited, I was really happy. When I saw you again, I truly felt that I had already forgotten all my unhappiness. I was really foolish. For these past few decades, I had always treated my own son as someone else's child, and I even almost caused your death. Do you know, when I saw the video of you and Kai, I cried many times, and the regret in my heart reached its peak. I really regret I really regret that I didn't do anything back then, letting you suffer so much. If I had stopped you from taking risks at that time, all of this could have been avoided. If I had appeared by your side when you were attacked by the demon god emperor and fell into his trap, I would have at least been able to share life and death with you. But I didn't. At this point, Long Xingwu looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. Tears streamed down his face as he looked deeply at Long Haochen and Bai Yu. Suddenly, without any warning, he accelerated and rushed towards the demon emperor. An intense golden-red flame instantly rose from his body. That was the burning flame of life of the Judgment and Judgment Night of the Seal. When Long Xingyu learned that Long Haochen was his own flesh and blood, his heart was already in pain, as if it had been shattered. He simply didn't know how to face his wife, and even more so, he didn't know how to face his own son. At that moment, he already had the will to die. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to rush towards the demon god emperor with all his strength, not because he hoped to kill the demon god emperor, but because he wanted to leave his own life here. He already didn't know how to atone for his crimes, and only wanted to apologize with death. "No, father." With tears streaming down his face, Long Haochen shouted fiercely. However, even with his cultivation, it was too late to stop Long Xingwu. Long Xingwu had already made up his mind the moment he made his move. His speed had reached the peak of his life. The demon emperor was still immersed in pain and didn't look up at Long Xingwu. Even so, with his cultivation, Long Xingwu definitely couldn't hurt him. A purple figure blocked in front of the demon emperor. With a flash of purple light, Long Xingwu's body suddenly bounced back at a speed faster than when he moved, as if he had hit a large cushion. Long Haochen hurriedly moved to catch his father. The one who blocked Long Xingwu was the moon demon, Agars. Long Haochen hugged Long Xingwu tightly, forcibly suppressing the burning fire of his life. He said in a sorrowful voice, "Father, you can't die. You can't do this. If you die, what about me and Mother? This is all a misunderstanding. If you really want to atone for your sins, you must live." Long Xingwu broke free from Long Haochen's embrace. The powerful Judgment and Judgment Knight of the Seal was actually squatting on the ground and crying bitterly. This scene made the hearts of all the Federation powerhouses in the temple feel heavy. The moon demon, Agars, looked at Long Haochen calmly and said, "Now is not the time to cry, Long Haochen. You must make a choice now. Do you know why I suddenly went back on my word and joined forces with His Majesty and Vasak to deal with you?" Long Haochen's mind was in a mess at this time, and he subconsciously shook his head. The moon demon god Agars said, "Because Austin Griffin isn't dead. As long as he isn't dead, he's our common enemy. I'm cooperating with you because I hope that my people can assimilate into humans in the future and not be destroyed. As long as Austin Griffin isn't dead, it's not just my people who won't be able to survive. Every living thing in this world won't be able to survive. Long Haochen, you're the leader of the humans now. You must make a decision. Otherwise, it'll be too late and everything will be destroyed. Do you understand?" Long Haochen's body swayed slightly. The moon demon, Agars, calling him the leader of humanity, had awakened him. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue, and the intense pain made him sober up from his sorrow. Yes, he was now the leader of humanity. No matter what situation he faced, no matter what he encountered, he must think for humanity. At this moment, he had already defeated the demon emperor, the moon demon, and the star demon. This was a great opportunity for humanity to break through the barrier of darkness. Even if the demon emperor was his grandfather, he had to make a choice in the interests of humanity. How many human powerhouses had died in the hands of the demon emperor? The most recent were the 2 legend rank monster hunters. The demon emperor had killed all the demon gods. More importantly, if he did not kill the demon emperor, the age of darkness would not be broken. Perhaps he would not have another chance. Thinking of this, Long Haochen's mind gradually calmed down. He looked at the moon demon, Agars and said in a deep voice, "Senior Agars, I respect you because you made the right choice and helped us a lot. It can be said that without your help, we would not have been able to successfully gain the upper hand in this holy war, and we would not have achieved our current results. However, I do not agree with you changing your mind because of Haoyue. Haoyue is my partner, my brother. I do not believe that he will do anything against me. What you said about him destroying the world is just an alarmist." Chapter 305. The Moon Demon, Agar, smiled bitterly. "It would be great if I was just being an alarmist. If that was the case, why would I bother doing this? Do you think that His Majesty will spare me after he gets through this? It's not too late to make a move now. Austin Griffin hasn't really awakened yet. Yes, he is your partner and your brother now, but once he awakens, he will be the symbol of destruction. No one can stop him, not even God. I know you don't believe me. Now that you have the upper hand, His Majesty and I are no match for you. Can you give me a few minutes and let me tell you a story?" Long Houchin thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Go ahead." Agars let out a long sigh and said, "The story starts 7,000 years ago. It was a plane very similar to the Holy Demon Continent. Perhaps the creatures were different, but the rulers of that world were also humans. There were all kinds of wars on the entire continent, but they were basically under the control of humans. In that plane, forests and lakes occupied a large area. An environment was even more beautiful than the current Holy Demon Continent, until one day a powerful existence appeared and changed everything. This powerful existence was Austin Griffin. When he first appeared, he only had 3 heads. Although he wasn't weak, in the eyes of the humans who encountered him, he was just a relatively strong magical beast. There were even humans who tried to kill him, but he cunningly escaped. With the passage of time, Austin Griffin began to slowly evolve. Gradually, he had his 4th head, then his 5th head. Because he had been besieged by humans, he began to learn to endure. He hid in a safe place deep in the forest and quietly evolved his power. When he appeared before the eyes of humans again, he already had 6 heads and 6 attributes. At that time, he was already quite powerful. Ordinary human powerhouses were far from being his match. He began to kill and retaliate against humans, but by virtue of his intelligence, he never clashed with human powerhouses. His cultivation was also in the process of steady evolution. After 100 years, he finally grew his 8th head. At that time, he thought that he was strong enough, so he stopped hiding and began to fully display his terrifying destructive power. His terrifying strength was indeed almost invincible. After causing several massacres in succession, he finally attracted the attention of humans. A large number of human powerhouses from that plane gathered and began to besiege him. Finally, they surrounded him in a valley and launched a fierce battle. The 8-headed Austin Griffin was indeed very strong, but there were too many human powerhouses. After 2 days and 2 nights of battle, Austin Griffin was finally defeated and seriously injured. But I have to say that the 8-headed Austin Griffin was already quite powerful, but he still managed to escape. Letting him escape was also the biggest mistake that the humans of that plane had ever made, causing the entire plane to be plunged into misery and suffering. After Austin Griffin escaped this time, he found a place to cultivate in seclusion, and it took him over 100 years to recover his vitality. He knew that his strength was not enough to conquer the entire dimension, so he hid himself and worked hard to cultivate. It was only after another 100 years that he finally completed the last step of his breakthrough and awakened. Only then did he appear on the mainland again, and this time he became a synonym for destruction. At this point, the eyes of the moon demon Agars were filled with fear. This story was passed down by the demons, although he had never experienced it himself. Even in the memories passed down from the first moon demon, Agars was still deeply afraid. The demon emperor kept his head down and did not say anything, allowing Agars to narrate. Destruction, endless destruction. When Austin Griffin appeared on that plane again, the entire continent was faced with a terrifying storm of destruction. Austin Griffin was too powerful, so powerful that no living creature could resist him. In the face of his terrifying destruction attribute, no living creature could resist at all. It took him less than a month to kill all living creatures on 1/3 of the continent. Whether it was plants, magical beasts, or ordinary animals, they all turned into nothingness under his destructive aura. 1/3 of the continent was plunged into misery and suffering, and there was no longer any vitality. Humans felt great fear. There were many human powerhouses on that plane at that time, and more than a dozen of them had reached the demigod level. They forcibly suppressed themselves from breaking through. It can be said that there were many more powerhouses on that plane than the current holy demon continent. There were no less than 10 powerhouses at the level of His Majesty, the Demon Emperor. They had also tried to use their strongest powerhouses to fight against Austin Griffin, but without exception, all of them failed. At that time, Austin Griffin had already become a symbol of invincibility, undefeatable. Even a true god was no match for him when he had awakened his 9th head. In order to prevent the destruction from continuing for the future of mankind, all the human powerhouses joined forces. With the power of tens of thousands of people, they gathered all the most precious resources and wealth of mankind at that time, and took advantage of the time when Austin Griffin was gradually advancing towards the destruction of the continent. In a month's time, they constructed a formation that specifically targeted Austin Griffin. On the day this formation was formed, more than 10,000 powerhouses who participated in the construction all perished. Their blood essence nourished the power of the formation, and this formation became known as the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God-destroying formation. In that short period of a month, Austin Griffin destroyed nearly 1/3 of the continent. More than half of the living beings on the entire plane had perished under his terrifying aura of destruction. He finally arrived before the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God-destroying formation. He was too proud, so proud that he did not believe that there was any power on that plane that could fight against him. Hence, he finally fell into the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God-destroying formation, and he was finally sealed in the formation, unable to break through. At this point, the moon demon Agars took a deep look at Long Houchin and said, Austin Griffin's pride did not allow him to be sealed like this. He was not willing to be imprisoned forever. The 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God-destroying formation was made up of 72 divine artifacts, and the 3 at the core were supreme divine artifacts. They formed a huge cage, and after struggling desperately to destroy the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God-destroying formation, Austin Griffin did something that completely destroyed all the remaining humans and creatures of other races. He sacrificed his life as the price and perished together with the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God-destroying formation. He used his huge body to fiercely hit the formation. In the end, the moment the formation broke, his body also broke. The terrifying power of destruction formed the most terrifying force of destruction and swept across the entire continent. All the creatures on the continent were completely wiped out in that terrifying catastrophe. The 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God-destroying formation was also completely smashed. At the moment of impact, it tore apart the plane of space, causing the 72 divine artifacts that formed the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God-destroying formation to turn into 72 prison pillars that shuttled through space and finally entered another plane. This plane was called the Holy Demon Continent. After listening to the moon demon Agars, the human powerhouses were suddenly in an uproar. The Dark Ages had lasted for more than 6,000 years, but humans had never known the true origin of the demons. Agars finally gave an answer as to why they appeared in the Holy Demon Continent more than 6,000 years ago and why they were so powerful. Yes, you should have already guessed it. When these 72 pillars came to your Holy Demon Continent, they were called the Demon God Pillars by the humans here. And the artifact spirit of the 72 demon god pillars is what you call the demon god. In other words, he is His Majesty and also my ancestor. Because of the difference in the world, the 72 demon god pillars also contained a formidable strength. When they fell into the holy demon continent, they immediately emitted an aura of assimilation. This is how the demon race came to be. So, if there's really someone who's the main culprit behind humanity's descent into the Dark Age for over 6,000 years, then it's in your right hand. It's the symbol of destruction and destruction, the god of divine wrath, the nine-headed chimera Austin Griffin. The moon demon's high-pitched voice shook Long Houchin. He had no choice but to believe Agar's words. He thought of the plain of Hauyua, the black and red world full of destruction and filth, and the all-out attack of all the undead creatures. No matter how unwilling Long Houchin was to believe it, he knew that the moon demon Agar's words were probably true. Otherwise, why would he and the demon emperor be so afraid of Hauyua? Why would the 72 demon god pillars that no one could destroy be unable to resist the power of Hauyua? All of this was answered by the moon demon Agar's narration. No, this is impossible. When Hauyua came to this world, I had already used my blood to wash away the darkness attribute from its body. It is not the original Austin Griffin. It is just my Hauyua. Agars nodded and said, Yes, it is indeed not the original Austin Griffin. The original god of divine wrath has already been destroyed, but when it crashed into the 10 earths and 9 heavens god extinguishing formation, it said that it would return. It has 9 chances to reincarnate, and it will come back alive. I don't know how you brought it to this plane, but you are nurturing a tiger that will only invite disaster. So what if you washed away its darkness attribute? Its origin is not darkness, but destruction. Do you understand the name God of divine wrath? It is the wrath of heaven, the destroyer of all planes. It is the wrath of heaven, the destroyer of all planes. Its existence is for destruction and destruction. According to the historical records of my race, Austin Griffin is the dark side of the god of creation, or rather, the twin of the god of creation. Once it is fully awakened, there is almost no power that can destroy it. The great formation of 10 earths and 9 heavens can no longer appear. When the formation was broken, it turned into the demon god pillars and is no longer complete. Moreover, among the 72 demon god pillars, some have already been destroyed by Austin Griffin. Long Houchin, if you are really thinking for the sake of humans and this plane, then you only have one choice now, and that is to destroy Austin Griffin completely before he evolves his last head. This is your only chance. Otherwise, once his head of destruction appears, he will turn back into the god of divine wrath and repeat the path that Austin Griffin once took. The holy demon continent will be completely destroyed. Not only us demons and you humans, but all the living creatures, all the plants, and even the stars that can be seen in this world will eventually perish under its destruction and destruction. Houchin, don't believe him. Long Tianyin stood up and said, This is all the demons' alarmist talk. The Dark Age should be over soon. What are you still hesitating for? After hearing Long Tianyin words, Long Houchin's spirit was lifted. Although he was gradually believing in Agar's words, he really hoped that it was not true. Moon Demon Agars laughed bitterly and said, After saying this, I don't want to live anymore. Long Houchin, if you don't believe me, then you can kill all of us first, and then kill Austin Griffin. I only hope that after I die, you can preserve my organization and people, and let them live in a place where there is no threat from the god of divine wrath. It's too late, it's all too late. Demon Emperor Fengxiu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised his head. In this short period of time, he seemed to have aged a lot, and his eyes dimmed. He pulled out the heaven-defying demon sword from the ground. Agars, can't you see that Austin Griffin has awakened? Otherwise, even in his 8-headed state, how could he have broken our formation of the sun, moon, and stars? That was the core formation of the 10 earths and 9 heavens, god-destroying formation. If the god of divine wrath had not awakened, we would have succeeded. The moment we fell from the sky, the outcome was already decided. We can no longer stop Austin Griffin. It has returned. After hearing the god Emperor Mo's words, Long Houchin couldn't help but be stunned. He subconsciously looked at the 8-headed purple gold Hauyue sword in his hand. A soft buzzing sound rang out in Long Houchin's hand. Immediately after, the purple gold Hauyue sword turned into a purple gold stream of light and soared into the sky. "Thank you for your welcome speech, Demon Emperor, right? You're just the leader of the remaining ants. What a wonderful story. It's really touching. I haven't spoiled the atmosphere, but you just had to call me out. This isn't good. Why did you have to force me to come out so early? I wanted to see how Master would choose in such a situation." The cold voice had a tinge of humor and playfulness. In the sky, a purple gold light shone brightly. In the next moment, the entire sky turned a noble purple, but also a purple that was filled with an aura of destruction. Just as the purple gold Hauyue sword stopped in the air, a figure gradually appeared. He had long purple hair and wore a luxurious purple robe. His slender figure was perfectly proportioned, but he had a pair of gray eyes that were filled with a deathly stillness. What was even more shocking was that his appearance was exactly the same as Long Houchin's. With his hands behind his back, the purple-haired youth descended from the sky. There was a faint smile on his face as he said, "Hello, everyone. Although I don't know if you'll welcome me, I'm still here. My name is Austin Griffin. Of course, you can also call me Hauyue. Since you all love telling stories, how about listening to me tell you a story?" Seeing this purple-haired youth, the moon demon god Agar's face turned ashen, while the demon god Huang Fingxiu's eyes flickered with something, as though he had made some sort of decision. At this moment, his eyes regained their resolution. Long Houchin stared blankly at the purple-haired youth as he muttered, "You're Hauyue?" Hauyue smiled faintly. Even his smile was very similar to Long Houchin's. He looked at Long Houchin with a much gentler gaze and said, "Of course, my master. I'm your Hauyue. Your appearance is really perfect. I'm surprisingly proud to have become like you." Long Houchin suddenly had a very bad premonition. Hauyue's current attitude and tone were completely different from the way he had communicated with him previously. It was as if he had changed his soul. This was also equivalent to confirming the words of the moon demon god Agars from another aspect. Hauyue didn't care what the humans and demons thought. He smiled and said, "Master, don't worry. No matter what, I won't hurt you. Who asked you to be my master? You saved my life again. Let me tell you a story. From now on, no one is allowed to speak." Just as his voice fell, the sky seemed to collapse, and a terrifying pressure instantly appeared in everyone's heart. Whether it was the devil race or the human race, they were all under this terrifying pressure, and sure enough, they couldn't speak. "I came from the time of the world's creation. It seemed to be a big bang." Hauyue's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. His voice was very similar to Long Houchin's, but it was more erratic and less steady than Long Houchin's. "After the Big Bang, my consciousness began to appear. After the Big Bang, my consciousness began to appear, and at the same time, another consciousness appeared. He was much stronger than me, and after his consciousness appeared, he had unparalleled power. He was called the Creator. At that time, I was still too weak, so I could only attach myself to him and watch him create the entire world. One plane after another was quietly created by him, and he gradually endowed these planes with all living things. There were plants, animals, and the aura of life multiplied in each plane, causing them to begin to have the aura of creation. The Creator told me that his proudest work was a species called humans. Although humans weren't strong, the Creator gave a part of his creativity to this species, giving humans the ability to create and learn. The Creator said that one day humans would break through the shackles of the plane and bring the power of creation to further places. But I don't know why, but I especially hate his tone and his creation. Although he was much stronger than me, in order to create each plane, his power was consumed very quickly. In the end, he died. He left behind a lot of the breath that belonged to him, and he even created countless planes. But in the end, didn't he still die? The most hateful thing was that before he died, he left a seal on my body and sealed my soul, so that I would never be able to reach his level. He also said that my nature was to destroy, and that I was his twin. He didn't want to destroy me, but he didn't want me to destroy his creation either. Damn it, damn it. But how is it possible for him to completely seal my power? I used my own method to transform into a creature that he had created. I used the characteristics of a creature's growth to gradually remove the seal on my body. Finally, I succeeded in a plane. I found the power that belonged to me, and I finally found my original body. I am the god of divine wrath, the nine-headed chimera, Austin Griffin. At this point, Haoyue's eyes were filled with pride. That high and mighty dignity made the human powerhouses, who were originally excited about breaking through the Dark Age, feel their hearts sink. The demon emperor was already scary enough, but this god of divine wrath, who called himself the creator's twin, was probably even scarier than the demon emperor. What power did they have to go against him? When my ninth head woke up, I found the feeling of destruction. At that time, I thought that there was no power that could stop me. The creator was dead, and I was the master of the entire world. Any plane would groan under my feet. Didn't that bastard creator want to create? Fine, I'll destroy all of his creations. I want to prove that I'm stronger and more outstanding than him. However, I never expected that I would be plotted against by the humans that the creator created. My carelessness and underestimation of my enemy caused me to fall into the despicable human's trap. I was trapped by the 10 earths and 9 heavens, God-destroying formation. There was actually a portion of the Creator's power left in that formation. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break through the barrier of that cage. Who am I? I'm the destroyer of all planes, the god of divine wrath, the nine-headed chimera Austin Griffin. How could I be trapped by a mere human? Did they think that they could destroy me just like that? They must be dreaming. With the pride of the god of divine wrath, how could he admit defeat to a mere human? Hence, I used all my power to break through this cage. In the end, I succeeded. No matter how much the Creator's power restrained me, it was only a trace of his aura and not his actual body. He was dead. He had died a long time ago. Who else could really stop me? So what if I died once? I could still reincarnate and be reborn. With my great power of destruction. Even if I died, I still had enough power to destroy that plane and turn it into a lifeless world of destruction. Even if I reincarnated in such a world, I could still evolve again and absorb the power of destruction that belonged to me back into my body. When I grew my 9th head again, all the power of destruction would return to the earth. I would continue my great wish to destroy everything that the Creator had created. Until now, Haoyue's face was filled with pride. They didn't need human food or water to survive. They didn't even need light. Moreover, they were filled with hatred towards me. They dared to kill the noble Austin Griffin. My reincarnation failed again and again because of their obstruction. My origin energy was constantly being consumed. I knew that if I died again in my 9th reincarnation, I would be like the creation world and disappear from this world forever. I couldn't accept it. I really couldn't accept it. I only had a few reincarnations left, and I was being chased by those filthy, undead creatures. I was already covered in wounds. It was at this moment that a ray of hope enveloped my body and forcefully brought me to another world, a world filled with the aura of light. At that time, I thought I finally had a chance, but who would have known that because I reincarnated too many times, I became so weak, and because I had been silent in the world of darkness for too long, I could no longer adapt to the power of light. I felt that my life was slipping away and that I was about to die. At that moment, I saw a pair of eyes, a pair of clear eyes. That little human started dripping his blood on me, using his bloodline to change my inadaptability, allowing me to walk out of the darkness bit by bit, expelling all the hateful aura of darkness, and finally turning it into light. With his bloodline, I actually felt an unprecedented warmth and coziness, a feeling that I had never felt before. I felt very comfortable, and then I grew a second head, the head of light, while my original head retained the attribute of fire. That young human, my master, fell into a desperate situation because he helped me change my attribute. I actually instilled my noble bloodline into his body, nourishing his body, and under that feeling that I had never felt before, we formed a contract that even I could not have imagined. That was clearly a contract of the highest level created by the world of creation, a blood contract. How could this happen? When I woke up and recalled everything that happened with him, I really didn't understand why someone as noble as me would make such a choice. However, I was still very grateful to him. After all, he gave me the chance to be reborn and gave me the chance to become Austin Griffin. In the end, I came back. This young man who gave me this chance is you, my master, the owner of the physique of the God of Light, the controller of the throne of God of eternity and creation, the president of the Temple Federation, the Knight of the Seal, Long Houchin of the Knights Templars. When my consciousness was shaped along with the growth of the ninth head, my body imprinted all the memories in the depths of my consciousness. I was surprised to find that you actually brought me warmth, happiness, and joy. These were emotions that originally didn't belong to me. This feeling is really novel. So, my master, no matter who I destroy, no matter which plane I destroy, don't worry, I won't destroy you. I still hope that you can still bring me those feelings in the future. My newly awakened body is actually a little afraid of something called loneliness because of your existence. It seems like compared to the last time, it's really very, very different. I love you, my master. In the future, let us roam the world of creation hand in hand. One day, I will turn all the planes into worlds that I destroy, into the domain of I, the God of divine wrath, Austin Griffin. All of you must be very curious as to how I could evolve so quickly. This is also thanks to my master. His growth actually played a role in promoting my growth, and during the few critical breakthroughs, he even protected me from those annoying specters, allowing me to evolve to the eighth head. As for my final awakening, I also have to thank you, my master. You brought me to the eternal realm left behind by the Creator and allowed me to find the seed that originally belonged to me, the seed of the tree of destruction. In a sense, the tree of destruction is an important clone of my soul. After retrieving its seed, I finally completed the final breakthrough and awakening after this period of seclusion. Demon Emperor, that aunt was right. If I hadn't completely awakened, it would have been really difficult for me to break their seal with just the power of 8 heads. However, as for now, everything has become much simpler, and there won't be any power that can stop me. I have to say, Master, this plane that you're in is much weaker than the plane that created the 10 earths and 9 heavens, God-destroying formation. There really isn't any power in this plane that can stop me. The feeling of awakening is really wonderful. A layer of white light emitted from the armor of eternity and creation on Long Houchin, forcibly resisting the pressure brought by Haoyue. Moreover, he had the bloodline of Haoyue, so the pressure brought by Haoyue was the lowest on him. Haoyue, do you want to destroy our plane? Long Houchin asked in a deep voice. Haoyue smiled and said, I've said so much, Master, you should have understood long ago. I'm the God of divine wrath, not the Creator. Since I've awakened, of course, I need to use some things to attack. What's wrong with destroying this plane? Anyway, 3/4 of this plane is occupied by the demons that you hate the most. Don't worry, I'll destroy the demons first, and then the humans. Long Houchin eyes were filled with pain, and he said, No, you're no longer my Haoyue, you're not. Haoyue nodded seriously and said, Of course, I'm not the Haoyue who only listens to you. I'm Austin Griffin, the God of divine wrath. Didn't you hear what I said just now? Before I awaken, my body will have 8 consciousnesses, and each head will have a consciousness. When I awaken, all the consciousnesses will return to one and be under my complete control. Therefore, my 9th head is called the head of destruction, also known as the head of divine wrath. Now, I'm the true God of divine wrath. But don't worry, the feeling you gave me is still there. I won't destroy you, but only you. In the future, I'll bring you along to destroy other worlds. As for the other humans, I'll be impatient. I hate humans, and the Creator can indeed be proud of the humans he created. Even I, the great god of divine wrath, the nine-headed chimera, Austin Griffin, was destroyed by humans once. However, that was the only time. My master, wake up. Watch me destroy the demons that you hate the most before you tremble. Long Houchin. At this moment, the demon emperor's voice suddenly rang out. He was also forcefully resisting Austin Griffin's power to speak. Long Houchin subconsciously turned to look at the demon emperor. Their eyes met, and he could see many things from the demon emperor's eyes. The tremors that came from his soul transmitted the demon emperor's intentions. Long Houchin's body trembled slightly, and his emotions also fluctuated slightly. He suddenly turned around again and raised the sword of eternity and creation towards Haoyue. Haoyue, I was the one who brought you into this world. If you want to destroy the mainland, you'll have to step over my dead body first. As he spoke, the wings on Long Houchin's back flapped abruptly, and his body had already turned into a stream of light as he pounced towards Haoyue. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it at all. His most trusted and important partner would actually betray him and become the demon hand that would destroy this plane. Haoyue had actually become even more terrifying than the demon emperor and the demons. In the end, Long Houchin still had a sliver of hope in his heart. He didn't believe that Haoyue would lay a hand on him. There was a trace of contempt in Austin Griffin's eyes as he said, "My master, do you still not realize it? Do you really think that you can defeat that demon Emperor Fengxue with your power? And you can't even defeat him. So how can you possibly contend against me? I address you as master, but do you really think that you're my master?" As he spoke, Austin Griffin raised his left hand in the direction that Long Houchin was pouncing towards. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared around Long Houchin's body, and he was unable to move at all. Austin Griffin said coldly, "Actually, I hate this eternal and creation throne of God that you possess, because it has a trace of the aura left behind by the Creator. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that I wanted you to borrow its power to protect me from evolving from 6 to 8 heads, do you think I would have allowed you to obtain its approval so easily? Now that it's useless, let me first destroy the aura left behind by the Creator in this plane." As he spoke, Austin Griffin clenched his right hand abruptly, and a ball of purple light blasted towards Long Houchin like a bolt of lightning. It was also at this moment that a violent explosion suddenly sounded from the ground. The Doomsday and Massacre Throne of God on Long Xingwu's body exploded with a loud bang, and it also forcibly broke through the suppression of Haoyue's entire body. In a flash, he pounced in front of Long Houchin and fiercely hugged Long Houchin, using his back to block the ball of purple light that Haoyue had blasted out. Chapter 306. Long Xingwu and Long Houchin looked at each other. What Long Houchin saw was a look of relief in his father's eyes. Long Xingwu even smiled faintly. Even with the protection of the throne of God of Doomsday and Massacre, it was impossible for him to block Austin Griffin's attack. Moreover, he had to rely on the power of the throne of God to get to Long Houchin's side. Without any protection, there was no other ending for him under Austin Griffin's attack. However, at this moment, Long Xingwu was smiling. He did not regret his decision in the slightest. In fact, his heart was filled with excitement. That was because he could finally do something for his son, even if he had to pay the price with his life. No. Long Houchin let out a loud roar, and the 9 purplish golden runes on his forehead suddenly lit up, allowing him to break free from Haoyue's restraints in an instant. He suddenly raised his hands to grab his father, and his body instantly spun 180 degrees in the air. The smile on Long Xingwu's face instantly stiffened, and in the next instant, the purple ball of light had already fiercely bombarded Long Houchin's back. Boom! Long Houchin's entire body trembled violently in the air. At the same time that he was bombarded, he had already pushed Long Xingwu back to the ground. Without the support of the throne of God, it was impossible for him to break free from Haoyue's suppression. The throne of God of eternity and creation flickered with intense white light. The purple light that Austin Griffin released seemed to want to merge with the white light. Intense rumbling sounds came from Long Haochen's body. Finally, with a loud rumble, fine cracks began to appear on the armor of eternity and creation. If the purple light that was full of destructive aura continued to wreak havoc, this supreme artifact would probably be completely destroyed. One could well imagine Austin Griffin's terrifying strength. Just as the moon demon Agars had said, even a true god would not be a match for Austin Griffin. Long Haochen's body shook violently. The power of the throne of God of eternity and creation, including the sword of eternity and creation, instantly turned into 13 rays of light and returned to the source. Then they were absorbed into Long Haochen's body. He could not allow this supreme artifact to be destroyed. Perhaps at a specific time this would be his last hope. Long Haochen erupted at the same time that the throne of God retracted. He spread his arms wide, and 2 rays of purplish gold light rapidly spread from his hands and turned into 2 swords. These swords were completely transformed from his own spiritual power. Not only did this spiritual power contain Haoyue's aura, but it also contained his purest power of light. At this moment, it turned into the most powerful weapon that Long Haochen could condense with spiritual power. In the next instant, Long Haochen's body turned into a ray of purple light in midair and charged towards Haoyue. At this moment, the light on his body had completely turned purplish gold, and the pressure that Haoyue released could not affect him at all. That's right, in order to fight against Haoyue, Long Haochen had completely activated the power that belonged to Haoyue in his body. Only with the help of Haoyue's bloodline could he contend against Haoyue. After Haoyue evolved into his 9th head, Long Haochen would actually receive a huge improvement due to the blood contract. However, this improvement was completely suppressed by Austin Griffin. At this moment, when Long Haochen activated the bloodline in his body, this part of the power seemed to burst forth as well, causing his aura to be at least 70% similar to Austin Griffin's. In a flash, Long Haochen appeared in front of Austin Griffin like a bolt of lightning, and immediately used the Brahma's eye of the Brahma 3 techniques. The huge, purplish gold vertical eye opened in the air, and thousands of purplish gold rays of light converged into one, blasting towards Austin Griffin. Long Haochen had already understood from the moment Austin Griffin attacked him that Haoyue was no longer here. In fact, it could even be said that he had been devoured by Austin Griffin. Right now, the only one in front of him was the god of divine wrath, the 9-headed chimera Austin Griffin, who was bent on destroying everything. Therefore, Long Haochen would not let Austin Griffin succeed no matter what. Even though he knew that he was no match for Austin Griffin, he still launched an attack. At this moment, Long Haochen was extremely calm because his attack was definitely meaningful. Austin Griffin frowned slightly, as if he still could not bring himself to attack Long Haochen. He allowed the attack of the Brahma's eye to land on him and did not even dodge. The purplish gold light shone on Austin Griffin's body, but it only brought about a dazzling halo and did not cause him any harm at all. In the next instant, the purplish gold giant eye instantly turned into a purplish gold stream of light that swept past Austin Griffin. It was the second technique of the Brahma 3 techniques, the momentary beauty, which was created by Long Haochen. Previously, he had used this technique to destroy the star demon Vasak, and now he was using it on Austin Griffin. Austin Griffin stood where he was and did not move. Long Haochen's attack did not seem to affect him at all. He only frowned and turned to look at Long Haochen. At this moment, a huge purple shadow lit up behind Long Haochen. It was a strange 6-pointed star that glowed with purplish gold light. All the elements in the air, including Austin Griffin's aura, were gathering towards the 6-pointed star at an astonishing speed. Long Haochen's body also began to shine intensely, and the tyrannical aura seemed to tear his body apart. Austin Griffin's expression finally changed, and he finally moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Long Houchin and slapped his palm on Long Houchin's chest. However, Long Houchin smiled. He had been waiting for this moment. The purple six-pointed star behind him shone brightly, and the ultimate attack of the Brahma three styles, boundless heaven and earth, finally appeared. The purple six-pointed star suddenly became illusory. It twisted and spiraled, turning into a huge purple vortex. In that instant, the world changed color, and everything seemed to converge into one. At the same time, in the world that had lost the light of the sun, moon, and stars, a ball of 9-colored golden light shot out from Long Houchin's left wrist and fused with the purple light that had converged into one. Then it blasted towards Austin Griffin, who was right in front of him. Long Houchin's body was slapped to the ground by Haoyue, and a deep pit was formed. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Austin Griffin had not released much of his attack power at all. Although Long Houchin had crashed to the ground, he bounced up the next moment. On the other hand, Austin Griffin did not seem to be in a good condition. His entire body was filled with a layer of 9-colored light, and a small hole had appeared on his chest. The boundless heaven and earth and the sun-moon divine snail shield were an attack that was a supreme divine weapon, and Long Houchin had unleashed all the power he had. Even the powerful demon god of heaven and earth, the 9-headed chimera, and Austin Griffin would be injured by this powerful force. However, just as everyone was pleasantly surprised, the wound on Austin Griffin's chest rapidly healed like water ripples, as if nothing had happened. He looked coldly at Long Houchin, who was on the ground, and said, "My master, it seems like you really don't care about our old friendship? Unfortunately, your power is far from enough. I've said it before, there's nothing in this dimension that can threaten me. Do you think you can?" Long Houchin had a mournful look in his eyes, and he sighed. "Yes, of course I can't hurt you with my power, but you've devoured Haoyue's soul. No matter what price I have to pay, I'll destroy you all the same. You've said that I'm the chairman of the Temple Federation, the Knight of the Seal of Glory and Leadership. As the leader of humans, I have to protect humans and protect this dimension from being destroyed by you. Let's begin, Grandfather." Demon Emperor was shocked when he heard Long Houchin address him as Grandfather. He looked at Long Houchin in disbelief and saw the determination in Long Houchin's eyes. The Demon Emperor instantly raised the heaven-defying demon god sword in his hand. With his demigod cultivation base, Austin Griffin naturally couldn't suppress him with just his coercion alone. The moment the Demon Emperor raised the heaven-defying demon god sword, it seemed to light up the entire world. The purple color in the sky finally changed, and Austin Griffin's expression also changed drastically. He finally felt an existence that could threaten him. Then, all the demon god pillars in the distance lit up. The Demon Emperor's body shook, and he disappeared in an instant, while the dark, golden, heaven-defying demon dragon pillar expanded at an astonishing speed. Not only him, but the moon demon Agars also did the same. He went all out to release the power of his demon god pillars. In an instant, in front of the dragon resisting pass, demon god pillars lit up one after another and quickly flew into the sky. Even if the demon god pillars no longer had any demon god, they still released their most dazzling light at this moment. Long Houchin's previous attack was not to defeat Austin Griffin, because he knew very well that he didn't have the strength to do so. Through the exchange of eyes and souls with the Demon Emperor, he knew very well what he had to do. His attack on Haoyue was to cover for the Demon Emperor and buy him enough time to prepare. Who would have thought that the human and demon powerhouses, who were mortal enemies previously and had fought against each other for more than 6,000 years, would actually join forces at this moment? It was precisely because Austin Griffin didn't expect this that he eventually fell into the trap prepared by the Demon Emperor. 10. Earth. 9. Heavens. God. Destroying. Formation. On top of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, the demon emperor's almost crazy shout came. The dark golden light instantly rushed into the sky, as if it really connected to the limit of the sky. A thick layer of dark golden light also instantly covered Haoyue's body, causing his body, which was just about to move, to slow down for a moment. Immediately afterward, the purple moon and orange starlight in the sky lit up at the same time. It was the moon demon pillar and the star demon pillar. The three demon god pillars instantly formed the core formation of the 10 heavens and 9 earth god destroying formation. The three demon god pillars firmly locked Austin Griffin's body in the center. At the same time, the remaining 17 demon god pillars flew up one after another. Rays of light connected them to form a cage frame in the air, forcibly sealing Austin Griffin within. Not only that, but each demon god pillar flashed with a different light. The purple that originally belonged to Austin Griffin was actually sealed and fragmented in this cage. The 10 heavens and 9 earth god-destroying formation was originally created to counter Austin Griffin's ability. Everything was actually formed to counter it. At the same time, rays of light began to light up in the distance. One after another, demon god pillars actually tore through the space and appeared in front of the dragon resisting pass. Whether it was the demon god pillars that were left behind by the demons to collect, or the demon god pillars that followed the necromancy demon god Agatha and the hell demon god Marbus to attack the southeast stronghold and the myriad beasts pass, all of them actually rushed over. This was the demon emperor's preparation. As the leader of the 72 demon god pillars, what he needed to do was to fully mobilize the power of the 72 demon god pillars and recreate the original 10 heavens and 9 earth god destroying formation. Austin Griffin floated there quietly. He seemed to be really affected by the formation and was imprisoned within it. He could only watch helplessly as the demon god pillars appeared out of thin air and assembled into the huge cage, confining his huge body within. This was the true and most terrifying power of the demons. Just the aura alone was enough to make all the Federation powerhouses in the temple unable to contend against it. It was only at this moment that Long Haochen also understood what a huge loss the Moon Demon's betrayal was to the demons. As the controller of the Moon Demon Pillar, if he turned to the human side, it would mean that even the Demon Emperor would not be able to activate the 10 heavens and 9 earth god destroying formation. This was because the activation of this formation required the combined power of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon Pillar, the Moon Demon Pillar, and the Star Demon Pillar. Once Agar's gave up, this formation would not be able to be completed. However, could the 10 heavens and 9 earth god destroying formation really restrain Haoyue? After all, the 72 demon god pillars were not complete. As early as when Long Haochen led the Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad to battle the demon race, several of them had already been destroyed. Now that he thought about it, it had to be said that Austin Griffin had planned ahead. Could the incomplete version of the 10 earths and 9 heavens god extinguishing formation really destroy him? A trace of contempt appeared in the depths of Austin Griffin's eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and shook it gently. I said that what happened in the past will not happen again. Since I dared to stand here and let you complete the formation, I am naturally not afraid of this Boolsh *T 10 heavens and 9 earth god destroying formation. Not to mention that this formation is already incomplete, so what if it is complete? I suffered a great loss back then because I was unprepared. At the same time, there were a large number of human powerhouses activating the formation. So many years have passed, and your formation is no longer as good as it used to be. The blood chi that tens of thousands of human powerhouses left in the formation has long dissipated. My master, let me give you a big gift. Let's destroy the foundation of all the demons first. As he spoke, Austin Griffin's gray eyes suddenly lit up, and the gray light shone brightly. At the same time, a layer of misty purple light spread from his body. The cage in the sky suddenly enlarged along with Austin Griffin's transformation. In the next moment, Austin Griffin, the god of divine wrath and the nine-headed chimera, let everyone witness his true terror. It was as if a purple sun had suddenly appeared in the 10 heavens and 9 earth god-destroying formation. The intense purple light instantly overshadowed all the magnificent colors released by the 60-odd demon god pillars. Wherever the purple light passed, it did not seem to have any intention of shrinking. An extremely huge and terrifying body also appeared in the sky within the 10 heavens and 9 earth god-destroying formation. The god of divine wrath, the nine-headed chimera, had finally revealed its true form, a terrifying and terrifying form. Previously, when the demon emperor had revealed his heaven-defying demon dragon emperor form, it was already terrifying enough. However, compared to what Austin Griffin had just revealed, the demon emperor's true form was like a 3-year-old child's. 10,000 meters. Yes, it was a massive body that was more than 10,000 meters long. It was as if a city had suddenly appeared in the sky. Its massive body was covered with huge scales that were dozens of meters in diameter. Its thick limbs seemed to be able to cause the earth to collapse at any time. When it spread its huge wings, they were close to 10,000 meters wide. The most terrifying thing was that there were 9 heads growing out of its thick neck. The shape of each head was very familiar to Long Houchin. He had witnessed them grow up with his own eyes. However, at this moment, the 9 heads that had appeared in front of him were so foreign to him. This was because each of their eyes had lost their original colors, and all that was left was a gray that was filled with destruction and madness. The head in the center was the most foreign to Long Houchin. Back then, when he had first met Haoyue, there was only Xiaohua. Later on, after his blood fused, there was Xiaoguang. All along, these 2 heads had always been in the center of Haoyue's heads. But now, there was an additional head between Xiaohua and Xiaoguang. It was a head that was completely gray and almost twice the size of the other 8 heads. A strong aura of death was constantly reflected from its eyes, and the gazes of the other 8 heads would also change according to its gaze. Xiaoguang and Xiao was separated on the left and right, and then the others. It was indeed no longer Haoyue. Although Haoyue had a unified body and a unified mind, it was still 8 souls together. But now there was only one soul of Austin Griffin, the one that symbolized destruction. As soon as the god of wrath, the 9-headed Makira, and Austin Griffin's colossal bodies appeared, they filled the originally wide 10 earths and 9 heavens god extinguishing formation to the brim, while every single demon god pillar in the formation lit up under the urging of the demon god emperor and the moon demon god. In the sky, a terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. The powerful pressure suppressed all powerhouses below the 9th level to the ground and rendered them unable to move. Even the 9th level powerhouses could only barely stand. It had been a few hours since the start of this holy war. Who would have thought that the final outcome would be like this? In the end, the most powerful enemy was not the leader of the demons, the demon emperor, but Long Houchin's mount companion. This was an unbelievable scene, but he had indeed appeared. Now, the demons were doing their best to seal Austin Griffin, and the human powerhouses could do nothing. It turned out that the demons who worked together were so terrifying. It was no wonder that they did not have the power of creation and could not produce. It turned out that their origin was not a race, but a terrifying formation formed by 72 artifacts. The 10 earths and 9 heavens god-destroying formation was no longer something that human powerhouses could participate in. At this moment, Long Houchin, who was floating in the air, did not pay attention to Austin Griffin, who was surrounded in the air. Instead, he turned around. His gaze first fell on his mother. At this time, Baiyu had fainted because she was too emotional earlier. It was Kai-Er who was supporting her and using her purification power to protect her future mother-in-law. Long Houchin turned his head, and Kai-Er also saw his eyes. For some reason, Kai-Er's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Long Houchin's gaze was very calm and gentle, with a strong sense of attachment and reluctance. Suddenly, Kair seemed to understand something, and her beautiful eyes were filled with horror. She said, "No, Long Houchin, don't." However, she could do nothing now. Even with her cultivation at this moment, she could not break through the 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation and the terrifying pressure brought by Austin Griffin. That tyrannical power suppressed her to the point that she could not move at all, and she could only barely protect herself and by you with the power of her domain. Long Houchin shook his head gently at her, and his lips hummed as he said something to Kair. Although she could only see the shape of his lips, Kair immediately understood. Tears instantly gushed out, and under the strong pressure in the air, they turned into countless tiny water elements that scattered in the air. Long Houchin's gaze shifted to his father again. At this time, Long Xingwu was also unable to move, but when Long Houchin's gaze fell on him, he also said something to him. Long Xingwu also understood. The Knight of the Seal, who was once such a strong judgment, was indeed in tears, but he could do nothing now. Long Houchin's gaze swept past each of his companions from the light of dawn monster hunters, and then swept past the powerhouses of the Federation in the temple, the eternal heroes. Everyone saw the reluctance in his eyes, but they also gradually saw the determination in his eyes. Long Houchin, we can't hold on any longer. I didn't expect you to go to that other world with me, but I'm very happy to hear you call me grandfather. The Demon Emperor's voice echoed in the air, and Austin Griffin's originally calm and huge body seemed to suddenly realize something and struggled frantically. The 9 huge heads were like 9 super weapons, madly crashing into the 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation. The power of the God of Scourge was too terrifying, so terrifying that even the power of more than 60 demon god pillars couldn't resist it. The originally powerful demon god pillars were gradually collapsing in the face of this pressure. The first to crack were the 3 cores in the center, the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, the moon demon pillar, and the star demon pillar. As the cracks appeared, Austin Griffin's struggle became more and more intense, and the terrifying aura of destruction seemed to be able to break through the restraints at any time. Long Houchin raised the purple gold sword in his hand and looked calmly at the 10,000-meter-long, incomparably powerful, and even terrifying god of heaven's wrath. He murmured, "How Yue, it was I who brought you to this world. Now let me take you away. Perhaps in another world we can still be brothers. Little Lei, come out." With a flash of green light, the divine spirit Yi Xiaolei instantly flew out from Long Houchin's chest. Her petite face was now filled with tears, but she had no intention of stopping Long Houchin, because she knew very well that what Long Houchin was doing was the only way out. Long Houchin nodded at Yi Xiaolei and said gently, "Xiaolei, you've already fused with my power of light. Even if you don't attach yourself to anyone, you're already a divine spirit. You won't die because of the environment. Take care." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a layer of purple gold light enveloped Yi Xiaolei's body, shielding her from the immense pressure from the great formation of the 10 earths and 9 heavens and Austin Griffin's body. She was then slowly sent to Kair's side. Perhaps this is the best ending. A smile appeared on Long Houchin's face. At this moment, the past was no longer important to him. He had so much reluctance and indignation, but he no longer had a second choice. The purple gold heavy sword formed from the power of Haoyue's bloodline was slowly raised. Long Houchin stared intently at Austin Griffin, who was struggling with all his might, and said coldly, "You've taken away Haoyue's soul. Now, I'll take away everything from you." As he spoke, the purple gold heavy sword flew out of his hand and into the air. After rising 30 meters into the air, the heavy sword turned into a ray of purple light and shot down. Its target was the top of Long Houchin's head. Indeed, when Long Houchin and the Demon Emperor exchanged glances, he had already made up his mind. Through the undulations of their souls, the Demon Emperor had told him that there was no power in this world that could defeat Austin Griffin. Even if the 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation reappeared, it would be impossible for Austin Griffin to be killed again when the god of divine wrath, the 9-headed chimera, and Austin Griffin were prepared. Austin Griffin's only weakness was Long Houchin. Only the blood contract with Long Houchin was his only restriction and also his last chance. Therefore, when Long Houchin rose into the air and launched a suicidal attack on Austin Griffin, his and the Demon Emperor's plan had already begun. Long Houchin's attack on Austin Griffin was to buy time for the Demon Emperor, so that the Demon Emperor could activate the incomplete 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation. This 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation was not to kill Austin Griffin. Similarly, the Demon Emperor was also buying time for Long Houchin to commit suicide. There was a blood contract between Long Houchin and Austin Griffin. Only when Long Houchin died and the blood contract ended could Austin Griffin be killed. This was also why Long Houchin had attacked Austin Griffin with all his might, but Austin Griffin did not hurt her. It was not because Austin Griffin was benevolent, but because the blood contract made him hesitate to attack Long Houchin. It could be said that Long Houchin was the god of divine wrath's only weakness. At this moment, the 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation restrained Austin Griffin so that he could not intervene and prevent Long Houchin from committing suicide. This formation gathered the power of more than 60 demon god pillars, and had once sealed Austin Griffin. Even though it was now incomplete and could not reproduce its former glory, at least it had enough power to restrain Austin Griffin for a certain period of time. And this was enough for Long Houchin. At this moment, Long Houchin's heart was clear. All the clamor had left him at this moment. He was going to leave. No matter how deep his reluctance was, for the sake of all living beings on the holy demon continent, this was his only choice. Purple light flashed. Under the urging of Long Houchin with all his might, the powerful power of destruction poured into Long Houchin's head. Even if the holy law god of necromancy, the scourge of necromancy Electrolux, came back to life, it would be impossible for him to save Long Houchin's life. Countless, sorrowful cries sounded from below. When the powerhouses of the Temple League saw this scene, although only those who were most familiar with Long Houchin understood the meaning behind his actions, everyone could feel the spirit of self-sacrifice from Long Houchin. At that moment, he looked so frail, but also so duty-bound. At this moment, all the human powerhouses who had tried to compete with Long Houchin couldn't help but feel inferior. As the Federation's head of the Serpent, he fully deserved it. Big brother, don't! Just as Long Houchin's heart was calm and the purple streak of light was about to reach the top of his head, an extremely familiar and urgent voice that was filled with an indescribable sense of intimacy suddenly rang in the depths of Long Houchin's soul. The purple-gold heavy sword that was about to reach the top of his head seemed to be forcefully pulled back by some sort of power. The tip of the sword had already pierced through Long Houchin's scalp, but it did not descend. Long Houchin suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Haoyue!" Yes, that voice belonged to Haoyue and definitely didn't belong to Austin Griffin. No matter how powerful Austin Griffin was in the 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation, he couldn't possibly stop Long Houchin at that moment. And what stopped Long Houchin from committing suicide was the power of his bloodline. At that moment, Long Houchin clearly felt that the bloodline that belonged to Haoyue in his body was completely boiling. The huge purple-gold sword in the air instantly turned into a ball of purple light and fused back into his body, refusing to hurt him. And what shocked him the most was, in the high school, Austin Griffin's gigantic body that was 10,000 meters tall twisted violently. Long Houchin saw a pair of familiar eyes. The eyes were golden, representing the color of light. The huge head that belonged to it suddenly raised and fiercely collided with the huge gray head in the middle of Austin Griffin's body. Little Light. It was Little Light. That's right. The one that called out to Long Houchin was Little Light, who was born because of Long Houchin's bloodline. At that moment, it had actually forcibly broken free from Austin Griffin's control. Its consciousness had actually awakened, and it forcefully collided with the side of Austin Griffin's neck. However, its eyes were still fixed on Long Houchen. In its eyes, Long Houchen saw urgency, worry, and deep sorrow. The same emotions were also rising from the bloodline that belonged to Haoyue in his body. Long Houchen's suicide had actually awakened the trace of consciousness that Haoyue had left in his bloodline. It was also the existence of this consciousness that stopped the purple gold sword at the final moment when he was on the verge of death. That was the power of Haoyue's bloodline in the first place. Could this be Austin Griffin's ploy? Long Houchen thought of many things in that instant. Could Austin Griffin have temporarily awakened Little Light in order to prevent him from dying, and then used all his strength to break through the 10 earths and 9 heavens God eradication formation before controlling him? If that was really the case, given Austin Griffin's powerful abilities, Long Houchen wouldn't be able to resist him no matter what. In the future, he would only become a puppet controlled by the god of divine wrath. However, Little Light quickly dispelled Long Houchen's doubts with its actions. Austin Griffin's head of destruction, which had been knocked away by Little Light, bellowed furiously and turned to glare at Little Light. A thick layer of gray light enveloped Little Light. Light, on the other hand, did something that terrified the head of destruction. It abruptly opened its jaws and bit down on the base of Austin Griffin's neck, forcibly tearing off a large chunk of scales and flesh. Of course, Austin Griffin's evolution wasn't limited to the head of destruction's evolution. Every other head had evolved to the level of the god of divine wrath, and Little Light's sudden outburst could be said to be a backlash from its own body. Roar! The head of destruction abruptly bellowed in pain. Under the impact of the gray light, Little Light's head trembled violently, as if it was struggling against something. It was also at that moment that a pair of red eyes on the other side of the head of destruction broke through the shackles of destruction. An intense and fiery aura instantly burst forth, viciously biting the head of destruction's base from another direction. Little Fire. It was Little Fire. With Little Light's awakening, so did Little Fire. Among Haoyue's 9 heads, Little Light and Little Fire were undoubtedly the closest to Long Houchen. One was a life that Long Houchen had saved, while the other was a life born from Long Houchen's bloodline power. At that very moment, as Long Houchen resolved to sacrifice himself to destroy Austin Griffin, Little Light and Little Fire's consciousness awakened. For the sake of Long Houchen's survival, they attacked the head of destruction at all costs. Chapter 307. Due to the intense pain, Austin Griffin's massive body trembled violently. This terrifying body was still under the control of the head of destruction, and the 10 earths and 9 heavens god extinguishing formation finally could not hold on any longer. Boom! Thousands of rays of light exploded in the air, and one after another, the demon god pillars collapsed in the face of Austin Griffin's terrifying power. His massive body also rushed out of the cage formed by the 10 earths and 9 heavens god extinguishing formation. How terrifying was that power! It was so terrifying that even the joint efforts of over 60 demon god pillars could not continue to control it. However, Austin Griffin was facing an unprecedented crisis. Even when he was sealed in the world of black and red, he had not encountered such a huge problem. After all, the current god of Scourge was no longer the god of Scourge of the past. Little Light's existence had replaced the darkness, and there was a part of Long Houchen's bloodline in Austin Griffin's body. It was the bloodline of the god of light. The will of destruction was weakened by the power of this bloodline, and the 8 heads attached to Austin Griffin not only had their own intelligence and souls before the head of destruction was awakened, but they also had an extremely close relationship with Long Houchen. Under such circumstances, how could they watch Austin Griffin destroy Long Houchen, destroy their lives, and destroy their master, brother, who had sacrificed for them countless times? Brother, don't die. We'll help you. In Long Houchen's heart, voices resounded one after another. At this moment, he only felt the blood in his body boiling, and his body was enveloped by an indescribable feeling of familial love. How touching it was for a person to be saved from a hopeless situation of death by familial love. Long Houchin suddenly roared, "How you at? I'll fight with you!" As he spoke, Long Houchin suddenly leaped up and pounced towards the battlefield high up in the sky. At the same time, the grayness in the eyes of the other big heads on both sides of Haoyue also dissipated. Little Green, which represented the wind, was the third to awaken, followed by Little Blue, which represented the water and had a butterfly horn. Next was Little Purple, which represented the poisonous chrysanthemum horn. Little Yellow, which represented the earth and had a tomato horn. Finally, it was Little Gold, which represented the metal, and Little Thunder, which represented the thunder. The eyes of the 8 heads shone with different lights. At this moment, they only had one target, and that was the head of destruction in the middle. Roar, roar. The head of destruction roared crazily, constantly spitting out grayish breaths. Its huge body was also struggling desperately, destroying more and more demons. However, the big heads that had regained their consciousness all pounced on it and bit its thick neck. No matter how strong the head of destruction was, under the joint bite of the 8 heads, it could not break free. Large pieces of flesh mixed with the thick grayish air were torn off. Before Long Houchin's body could get close to the head of destruction, he was knocked back by the terrifying power that burst out from the final destruction of the 10 earths and 9 heavens God extinguishing formation, causing him to violently hit the ground. And this time his body no longer had the protection of the armor of eternity and creation. His body hit the ground, and immediately blood spurted out. Boom, boom, the other 2 figures fell not far from Long Houchin. In the sky, all the demons had been turned into dust. The terrifying elemental storm seemed to tear the entire space apart, causing the purple in the sky to instantly turn black. If this terrifying elemental storm was allowed to fall, then not to mention the dragon-resisting pass, perhaps even the holy demon continent would suffer irreparable damage. At this time, the recovery of Haoyue's consciousness played an extremely important role. 9 different colors of light bloomed on the huge body that was 10,000 meters long. At the same time when the 9 heavens and 10 earths God extinguishing formation was completely destroyed, Haoyue seemed to have taken the initiative in his body. A layer of strong purple light was suddenly released from his huge body, forming a huge purple light film, forcibly isolating the raging elemental storm outside, and forcibly driving the elemental storm into the torn space crack. The 2 figures that fell not far from Long Houchin were Demon Emperor Fengxiu and Moon Demon Agars. As for the other 6 demons that were still alive, they were all turned into dust in the Battle of the Seal just now, living and dying together with the demon god pillars. Long Houchin could clearly feel that although Demon Emperor Fengxiu and Moon Demon Agars were still alive, their auras were declining at an alarming rate. The destruction of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar and the moon demon pillar had a huge impact on him. Agars's cultivation was weaker, and his injuries were more severe. It seemed that he only had 1 breath left. It was unknown how many wounds there were on his body, but he was barely maintaining his vitality. However, for a powerhouse of his level, as long as he still had 1 breath left, he would not die completely. However, with the destruction of the moon demon pillar, even if he could survive, his cultivation would definitely decline significantly. Compared to Agars, Demon Emperor displayed his demigod-level advantage. Although he was also severely injured and bleeding from his 7 orifices, he managed to climb up from the deep pit in the ground that he had smashed out. Moreover, he got up almost at the same time as Long Houchin. At this time, Demon Emperor's eyes were full of puzzlement. He looked at Long Houchin beside him. How could this be? Austin Griffin, how could he? Long Houchin looked up at the fierce battle between the 9 heads in the sky and muttered, "He's not just Austin Griffin, he's also my Haoyue. Haoyue is my brother, my partner. My suicide seems to have awakened their consciousness. Haoyue is back. I'm going to help him. I'm going to help him." As he spoke, Long Houchin was about to soar into the sky again, but Demon Emperor flashed and pressed down on his shoulder. Long Houchen turned his head to look at Demon Emperor. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other. This was the first time they looked at each other at such a close distance, but there was no hostility in their gazes. Demon Emperor Fengxiu, at this time in the situation where all the demon god pillars were destroyed, actually revealed a smile on his face. There was a sense of relief in his smile, and even an indescribable sense of freedom. "I'll help you." As he spoke, the thick aura of darkness on Fengxiu's body quickly retracted. In a flash, he turned into a dark golden light and floated in front of Long Houchen. It was the form of the heaven-defying demon god sword. However, this heaven-defying demon god sword no longer originated from the existence of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. Instead, it came from Demon Emperor Fengxiu's body. What shocked Long Houchen even more was that he couldn't sense any aura of darkness from this heaven-defying demon god sword, especially at the hilt, which seemed to have no attributes. There was no time to hesitate or think. Long Houchen currently had no weapon to use. The throne of God of Eternity and Creation had been heavily damaged by the god of divine wrath, Austin Griffin, and could no longer be used. Even if it had powerful self-healing abilities, it would still take a long time to recover the power of a supreme divine weapon. Raising his hand, Long Houchen gripped the hilt of the heaven-defying demon god sword tightly. He looked up at the sky again. The thick aura of light mixed with Haoyue's bloodline power caused a layer of purplish-golden flames to appear on his body. The 6 wings on his back flapped with all their might, and as the purplish-golden flames burned, he held the heaven-defying demon god sword that the heaven-defying demon dragon Emperor Fengxiu had transformed into and soared into the sky. "What do you stand to gain by doing this? If I die, all of you will die as well." Austin Griffin roared in exasperation. Dense gray light surged in the air, and with a piercing, tearing sound, Austin Griffin's head of destruction was torn apart by the other 8 heads in unison, forcibly tearing it apart from the center. The gray light instantly drifted far away, and at the same time, the massive body that was 10,000 meters long also shrank at an alarming rate. The head of destruction had been torn apart, but it clearly would not die just like that. It was the god of divine wrath, the 9-headed chimera, and the destruction soul of Austin Griffin. As the massive gray head tumbled in the air, it quickly transformed into a human form. It was still Long Houchen's appearance, but this time there was no longer a purple hue on his body. All that was left was the gray that was filled with a destructive aura. After biting off that gray head, Haoyue's 8 heads seemed to be very tired. After suffering the full impact of the destructive energy, blood of the same color as their respective element flowed out of each of their mouths. However, the light in their eyes was so resolute. "Brother, we can't let him escape. Kill him." Haoyue's voice rang in Long Houchen's heart. In the next moment, its massive body turned into a purple stream of light that surged towards Long Houchen. At the same time, the purple light film that had just stopped the destructive elemental storm in the air closed up and formed a massive purple bubble that engulfed Long Houchen and Austin Griffin. The thick purple light that Haoyue had turned into instantly engulfed Long Houchen's body and dyed him purple. Fusion. This was the fusion between Haoyue and Long Houchen. An indescribably massive power instantly filled every pore on Long Houchen's body, and an extremely gorgeous purplish gold armor covered Long Houchen's body. The body of the purplish gold armor was somewhat similar to the armor of eternity and creation that Long Houchen had worn previously, but its color was more dazzling and eye-catching, and there were also many differences from the armor of eternity and creation. Firstly, there were no statues of angels or holy dragons on the purplish gold Haoyue armor. What it had was the metal form of Haoyue's 8 heads. On his left and right shoulders were Little Thunder and Little Gold, while on his chest were Little Light and Little Fire, which covered both sides of Long Houchen's pectoral muscles. The other 4 heads appeared on Long Houchen's abdomen, waist, and knees, respectively. The 8 heads turned purple after turning into the armor. Other than their horns, the only difference was the color of their eyes. Even when he was wearing the armor of eternity and creation, Long Houchen did not feel that he had broken through that boundary. However, at this moment, when the purplish gold Haoyue armor covered his entire body, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have risen to another height and entered a whole new level. God level. This was clearly the power of a God level. It was the God level power that Haoyue had given him. A purple light extended from Long Houchen's right hand, and he quickly transferred the heaven-defying demon god sword to his left hand. Wasn't it the 8-headed, purplish gold Haoyue sword that appeared in his right hand? At this moment, Long Houchen could not help but have mixed feelings. Had he ever thought that one day his power would break through to the God level? Had he ever thought that one day his hands would hold the swords that were transformed from Haoyue and Demon Emperor? Buzz! The heaven-defying demon dragon sword lit up with a rich, dark, golden flame, and Demon Emperor Feng Xiu's voice sounded. Long Houchen, this is your and our only chance. Austin Griffin's body has automatically separated its head of destruction, which is also the god of Wrath's core power of destruction. Kill it, and Austin Griffin will never be able to reincarnate again, because this is his own power purifying himself. Do it. As the dark, golden flame burned, Long Houchen could clearly feel that at this moment the heaven-defying demon dragon sword that the Demon Emperor had transformed into had actually reached the god level. The dark, golden flame seemed to be his own flame of life. What was more precious was that Long Houchen did not feel the existence of any dark aura, and it would not affect him at all. Long Houchen, you can't attack me, Austin Griffin said exasperatedly. Even though he looked exactly like Long Houchen, the malevolence and unwillingness on his face was a stark contrast to Long Houchen's. Your Haoyue is a part of me, and I'm the god of wrath, the core of the 9-headed chimera. If I die, then your Haoyue will die too. Your luminous moon is a part of me, and I'm the god of divine wrath, the core of the 9-headed chimera. If I die, then your luminous moon will die as well. He sacrificed so much for you, yet you actually want to kill him. How can you bear to do that? As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to think of a way to completely separate your luminous moon from me. In the future, he'll be him and I'll be me. We'll become 2 completely different life forms. When he heard the words, Haoyue will die too, Long Houchen could not help but tremble violently. Although he had already guessed it, when Austin Griffin said it personally, his mind was in a mess. Brother, don't listen to her. He has to die. If he doesn't die, destruction will not die. As long as he's alive, we won't have freedom. When he recovers his abilities, he will devour us again. But if he dies, perhaps we will still have a chance to reincarnate. Kill. Demon Emperor Maofeng's furious roar erupted from the heaven-defying demon dragon sword. Long Houchen finally made up his mind at this moment. Purple light filled the sky, and the dense spiritual power undulations instantly rose to the extreme. At this moment, he was controlling the power of a god. A huge, purplish gold vertical eye appeared in the sky, and the surroundings of the purplish gold vertical eye were burning with dark, golden flames. At this moment, the god of heaven's wrath, Austin Griffin, was a little sluggish. After being torn apart from his body by Haoyue, he had already suffered a great deal of damage. Right now, he did not have the power of the god of heaven's wrath at all. When he saw the purplish gold vertical eye clearly, he actually muttered to himself, Genesis, is that you? Genesis, you're actually still alive, and you're still looking at me with your eyes open? In the next moment, the purplish gold heaven burning eye had already completely covered his body with countless rays of light. Heaven burning 3 styles, heaven burning eye, instant of youth, boundless heaven and earth. The sky once again turned purple. Within the noble purple, there were traces of sorrow and determination. At this moment, all the gray was completely covered by the light of the combination of purplish gold and dark golden. In the sky, an unwilling voice echoed, Genesis, I hate you, the The purple light in the sky lasted for a full quarter of an hour before gradually dimming. The humans and demons in front of the dragon resisting pass were finally no longer affected by the terrifying coercion, and gradually regained their ability to move. The gray disappeared, and so did all the destructive aura. At the same time, all the demon god pillars belonging to the demons that had ruled the holy demon continent for more than 6,000 years had also disappeared. As the purple light gradually faded, the sky seemed to be torn apart. A faint golden trace began to appear, and then happily spread out. The dark clouds and darkness were gradually destroyed and disappeared under the drive of the golden trace. A golden sun gradually revealed its face from the trace of light. At this moment, the body of the first temple master of the Knights Templars, the eternal hero Xiaohua, trembled violently. He was an undead. Bathing in the sunlight would bring him incomparable pain, no matter how powerful he was. But at this moment, bathing in the sunlight that was getting warmer and warmer, he let out a choking sound. Although he did not shed tears at this moment, his emotions had already reached an unparalleled level. Not only him, but every eternal hero, every human powerhouse present, stared at the increasingly dazzling sunlight in the sky with dull eyes. They could not speak, nor were they willing to blink. This glorious sun seemed to be telling them that the darkness had ended, and the dawn of light had come. The dark age that had covered the holy demon continent for more than 6,000 years had finally ended at this moment. It had completely ended. The purple golden light fell from the sky, as if it had drilled out from the dazzling sunlight, and lightly fell on the ground. From this moment on, he was no longer just a legend, but a legendary and epic hero. He had finally led mankind to create history, broke through the darkness, and caused destruction to disappear into nothingness. He was the son of light of mankind, the god of light, the president of the temple, the owner of the throne of God of eternity and creation, the glorious and leader of the Knights Templars, the Knight of the Seal, the legendary and epic hero Long Houchen. Puff! Long Houchen floated to the ground. The purple golden Haoyue armor that Haoyue had transformed into did not have a helmet. Everyone could see that Long Houchen's handsome face was a little pale at this moment. He had completely killed Austin Griffin, and mankind was finally going to walk out of the shackles of the Dark Age. But at this moment, there was not the slightest bit of excitement on his face. Instead, it was full of sorrow. "Ha!" Long Houchen cried out, choking with sobs. He was turning into a wisp of purple light that flew in the air. Disappearing, Long Houchen pressed his hands on his body, desperately trying to hold on to something, but he could not grasp anything at all. Haoyue's aura was becoming weaker and weaker, and it was slowly dissipating in the air. A dark golden light flashed, and the demon emperor appeared 5 meters away from Long Houchen. The remaining demons quickly surrounded him, with the demon emperor as the core, protecting their most powerful emperor. But at this moment, there was a faint black mist constantly dissipating in the air around all the demons, and their aura also began to rapidly weaken. The 72 demon god pillars had been completely destroyed, and the foundation of the demons had been completely destroyed. All the power brought from that plane began to dissipate from the demons after the demon god pillars were destroyed, and their cultivation also decreased with the loss of the power that belonged to darkness and the other plane. Not just the ordinary demons, even Demon Emperor Fengxiu and Moon Demon Agars were in the same situation, and the power in their bodies was dissipating even faster. Fengxiu's face was much paler than Long Houchen's, and dark purple blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. Previously, when he transformed into the heaven-defying demon dragon god sword and burst forth with god-tier power, he was actually using all his power to suppress his dark attribute, so as not to affect Long Houchen. Moreover, he had to bear the huge amount of pure light spiritual power that Long Houchen injected into him during the battle, and convert it. This was a very difficult situation, but the demon emperor persisted and persisted until Austin Griffin was completely destroyed. At this moment, the Lord of Demons had a look of relief on his face, as if he had let go of the biggest burden in his heart. He raised his hand and motioned for all the demons to keep quiet, and just stood there, silently watching Long Houchen, who was in extreme sorrow as the purple light on his body gradually faded away. Hao Yue's aura was becoming fainter and fainter, and Long Houchen's face was already covered with tears. He could not even sense any signs that Hao Yue was still alive. The god of wrath, the nine-headed chimera, and Austin Griffin were right. The head of destruction was one with the other 8 heads, and the moment the 8 heads, led by Little Light and Little Fire, bit it off, Hao Yue had already sacrificed his life for Long Houchen. At that time, unless they were willing to let Austin Griffin regenerate where his wound was, Hao Yue's life would only fade away with time. Austin Griffin's head of destruction was the core, and he might not die if he was not attacked, but Hao Yue, who had lost his core, would undoubtedly die. But at the last moment, Hao Yue had used all his strength to help Long Houchen kill Austin Griffin. Of course, it was not because he loved humans, and it was not because he pitied this plane, but because he did it for Long Houchen alone. He was afraid that Long Houchen would be hurt in the slightest, afraid that his master and brother's life would be threatened. So he used his last bit of strength to help Long Houchen resolve all possible disasters. But at this moment, when all the problems were resolved, what Hao Yue had to face was death. He would leave this world and Long Houchen forever. Long Houchen's heart ached violently. That indescribable pain made him tremble uncontrollably. Even if he died, he did not want Hao Yue to leave him forever. Memories began to appear in his mind. From the first time the knight met Hao Yue on the sacred mountain, from the moment he used his blood to help Hao Yue change his attribute, their fates were linked together. Light appeared, and Hao Yue had 2 heads and became his best friend. In the process of Long Houchen's growth, Hao Yue had always been by his side and grew together with him. Gradually, Hao Yue grew a 3rd head, greeny, followed by blue with butterfly-like antennae, purple, yellow, gold, and thunder. Every time Hao Yue grew, it had to grow with Long Houchen. Before today, Long Houchen had never doubted that anything would happen to Hao Yue, and Hao Yue had always used his strength to protect Long Houchen and help him advance. Long Houchen's trust in Hao Yue was not wrong. Even if Hao Yue would become a 9-headed chimera after awakening, it would not be Hao Yue's betrayal towards Long Houchen. Hao Yue had always regarded Long Houchen as the closest person in its life, and it was the same for Long Houchen. Hao Yue grew with him and gave him greater strength. But now, Hao Yue was actually going to die for him. How could Long Houchen accept this? The purple gold Hao Yue armor gradually dissipated in the air and was replaced by endless pain in Long Houchen's heart. He desperately tried to catch that trace of purple air current, but it could only flow past his fingertips. Hao Yue, Hao Yue. Long Houchen shouted loudly, but there was nothing he could do now. Finally, when the last trace of purple faded from his body, Long Houchen's body swayed, and he fell to the ground with a pale face. Hao Yue had left, and it was as if his heart had been completely sucked out. At this moment, a soft call suddenly woke Long Houchen up from his grief. He lifted his head abruptly and looked into the sky. A purple illusory figure was gradually taking shape. Wasn't it Hao Yue's appearance? At this moment, Hao Yue only had 8 heads, and Austin Griffin's soul was not present. The 8 heads and 8 pairs of eyes of completely different colors were looking at Long Houchen with gentle gazes, as if they were telling him something. Hao Yue, don't leave me. Long Houchen shouted and wanted to pounce on him. At this moment, Hao Yue's figure in the air suddenly became illusory, and it rapidly turned into a purple vortex that condensed in the center. Finally, it turned into a small purple rune that flew towards Long Houchen and landed in the middle of his forehead. Long Houchen's body shook violently in the air. When he landed on the ground again, he was completely unconscious, and the 9 purple gold patterns on his forehead gradually faded. Finally, the 9 purple gold patterns turned into a small rune that stopped there, and then gradually disappeared under Long Houchen's skin. Hao Yue's figure and aura completely dissipated at this moment, leaving no trace behind. Kai hugged Long Houchen's falling body. At this moment, her pretty face was also covered in tears. She knew the relationship between Long Houchen and Hao Yue all too well. Hao Yue's death was too heavy a blow to Long Houchen. Fortunately, he was still alive. Her man was still alive. Everything should come to an end. Looking at the unconscious Long Houchen, the Demon Emperor raised his hand and waved at Baiyu. Long Xingwu's figure flashed, and he stood in front of Baiyu, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the Demon Emperor. What else do you want? Demon Emperor Feng Xiu smiled faintly. Long Xingwu, although I look down on your past actions, and I'm not too willing to acknowledge you as my son-in-law, you were willing to take that blow for Long Houchen just now. You're a responsible man. Everything is coming to an end. I just want to say a few words to my daughter. Long Xingwu stared blankly for a moment. The Demon Emperor, who had always been insurmountable in his eyes, at this moment, had lost all of his previous majesty. All that was left was a sense of tranquility and benevolence. Baiyu stumbled out from behind Long Xingwu, and Long Xingwu hurriedly supported her. However, Baiyu didn't look at him. She first looked at Long Houchen, who had fallen into Kai Er's arms with concern, before turning her gaze towards the Demon Emperor. What else do you have to say? A gentle smile appeared on the face of the demon god Huang Fengxiu. Child, I know you're not willing to acknowledge me. You're not wrong. I'm not a qualified father, and even more so, I'm not a qualified husband. No matter what happened in the past, the final result was a tragedy. I have an unshirkable responsibility. However, I have to tell you once again that in my heart, your mother is the only woman I've ever loved. Ling Xian still remembered me even when she died. When I heard the last words she left behind, when I heard her last words, do you know what I was thinking? Baiyu didn't make a sound. She only looked at the Demon Emperor with bloodshot eyes. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu sighed. At that time, the only thought in my heart was that my life wasn't a failure. Once upon a time, my goal was to break through in my cultivation, and I was also proud of myself for becoming the strongest Demon Emperor in history. However, it wasn't until I heard Ling Xuan's last words that I realized that all of this wasn't important to me. What's important is that I've loved, and there were people who loved me before. Just like your mother said, I've loved once and I don't regret it. Hearing the Demon Emperor's words, Baiyu could no longer control her emotions and cried bitterly. The Demon Emperor took a deep breath and said, the 72 demon god pillars have been destroyed. No matter how many wrongs we demons have done to humans in the past, or how much hatred we have, it's time to put an end to it now. Without the demon god pillars, in less than 3 years, all the power from the demon god pillars will dissipate. The demons that originally didn't belong to this plane will self-destruct, and the demons that were transformed from other races will gradually return to their original state. You humans don't need to do anything at all. You just need to wait for a while, and the Holy Demon Continent will completely return to your control. I only hope that you won't vent your anger on those who have lost their magic power and belong to my race. Agars is still alive, and I believe that he will also restrain these people. In less than 100 years, the demons will completely become history, and everything will be assimilated into a new world ruled by you humans. All right, that's all I want to say. Please pass on my words to Long Houchen. No matter what, we demons sacrificed everything to prevent this plane from being destroyed at the last moment. For this reason, I believe that he will agree to my final request. At this point, Feng Xiu suddenly laughed. His laughter was very carefree, and a strong wave of spiritual power spread in the air. The Demon Emperor slowly opened his arms and looked up at the sky. I am the heaven-defying Demon Dragon Emperor, the greatest emperor in the history of the demons, but the demons will end in my hands. No one can kill me, not even Austin Griffin. The only one who can end my life is me. Baiyu suddenly realized something and shouted, "No, However, her words were still a step too late. A dagger had appeared in the demon god emperor's right hand at an unknown time, or perhaps it could be said that he used his own power to condense it into a dagger and ruthlessly stabbed it into his own heart. However, his laughter continued, and his gaze shifted to Long Houchen. "Brat, I killed you once and shattered your heart. Now I've returned it to you. Do you know that? Hearing you call me grandfather, I actually felt very happy. This is the first time I felt happy since Lingxian died." "No." Bai Yu cried bitterly and rushed towards the demon emperor. This time, Long Xingwu did not stop her. From the moment Bai Yu was willing to jump down from the dragon resisting pass for the sake of the demon emperor, he understood that in Bai Yu's heart, the demon emperor existed as a father. "Don't come over," the demon emperor shouted. As he shouted, Bai Yu fell to the ground. On the chest of the demon emperor, a strong purplish-black light mixed with dark blue lightning scattered in all directions. He was obviously afraid of hurting his daughter. Looking at Bai Yu, the demon emperor's gaze became incomparably gentle. He said softly, "You are my daughter. I know you don't want to recognize me as your father, and I don't have the qualifications to be your father. However, just as my life is about to end, I have a request. Can you give me the will that your mother left behind, so that I won't have any regrets when I leave? Let me follow the scent of blood left behind in her will to find her, okay?" No matter how much hatred Bai Yu had for the demon emperor, he was still her biological father, especially when she saw the demigod-level life of the demon emperor slipping away at an alarming speed. The current Bai Yu did not have the slightest bit of hatred in her heart. "Daddy!" Bai Yu cried out sorrowfully and threw herself at the demon emperor. Long Xingwu appeared behind her in time and hugged her. If she was allowed to come into contact with the terrifying dark aura around the demon emperor, Bai Yu's body would definitely not be able to withstand it. The demon emperor smiled and said, "Silly girl, what are you crying for? This is a good thing. I'm not dying. I'm going to find Lingxian. You should be happy for us. Moreover, if I don't leave, you will still be in a difficult situation. Daddy can't do more for you and can only do this. Hearing you call me Daddy, I'm really happy. With you and Houchen calling me, I'm very happy and it's worth it. It turns out that human kinship is so beautiful. Give it to me. Your mother is waiting for me." Chapter 308. Black and red filled the entire world. The filthy air surged and lingered in the air. Occasionally, there would be a sudden rise in temperature, which must be caused by dark red magma flowing unrestrainedly on the ground. Suddenly, a purple light lit up in the air without warning. What was amazing was that the purple light actually stopped in the air and then slowly spread to both sides, showing the appearance of a door. Two figures, hand in hand, appeared in this world of black and red. A young man was covered in a white armor, and the crown on his head was inlaid with 9 gems. It looked so dazzling. As soon as he appeared, the white luster emitted from the armor easily isolated all the filthy aura in the world of black and red. What was even more amazing was the woman he was holding. She was extremely beautiful, and her long hair was fluttering in the wind. She was just floating quietly beside the man, but her body emitted a pure and fresh aura. In the world of black and red, any filthy aura that came into contact with her would be automatically purified within a foot of her body. I finally found the coordinates, with the aura left in Haoyue's bloodline. Wasn't the man wearing the armor of eternity and creation Long Houchen? And beside him was naturally Kai Er. Kai Er said softly, "Houchen, don't be too anxious. According to the information Haoyue left for you, if he can reincarnate, then he should have already started." Long Houchen nodded and said, "Haoyue will definitely come back to life. The seal rune he left for me before he died not only fixed my cultivation at 999,999 spiritual energy points, but also told me that he might reincarnate. If I'm not wrong, the rune he left on me was for me to seal the reincarnated Haoyue in the same way. Even if Austin Griffin's remnant soul of destruction is still in the reincarnated Hauyue's body, as long as I seal his cultivation forever and prevent him from growing strong enough, there will definitely be no more body of divine wrath, the nine-headed chimera. That day, Long Haochin, Haoyue, and the Demon Emperor worked together and finally killed Austin Griffin of the Head of Destruction. Haoyue also died because of this. Before he died, he left a rune for Long Haochin, which permanently stabilized Long Haochin's cultivation. In other words, Long Haochin didn't need to worry about the situation of time withering after he became a god. The Demon Emperor committed suicide and took his wife's suicide note to another world to find his most beloved. In a sense, he really didn't die. His cultivation had already reached the god level. Even if he didn't have the position of a god, his soul was extremely strong. Maybe he could really find his wife's soul. The Demon Emperor died, and the demons who lost all the demon god pillars were even more leaderless. Their power was just like what the Demon Emperor said, withering with the passage of time. After Long Haochin woke up from his coma, he had a careful discussion with the moon demon Agars. Agars returned to the demons and reorganized the remaining demons. They retreated to the sea and returned half of the land to the humans. As time passed, the demons without the demon god pillars could only be assimilated by the humans. A year passed quickly. Long Haochin and Kai, Sima Xian and Little White Flower, Lin Xian and Lin Xian, Han Yu and Wei Yang, Zhang Fang and Wang Yuan and Qining, and Yang Wenjiao tied the knot. Under Long Haochin's persuasion, Bai Yu, who had suffered a huge physical and mental blow, finally forgave Long Xingwu. Long Xingwu took her back to Odin Town and stayed in the small hut on Odin Mountain. At the same time, Long Xingwu released his contract with the Throne of God of Doomsday and Massacre and gave the Throne of God to Yang Wenjiao. He said that he would use the rest of his life to repent to Bai Yu. He was no longer the Knight of the Seal, but Bai Yu's husband. When Long Xingwu sacrificed his life for Long Haochin, both Bai Yu and Long Haochin had forgiven him. After all, blood is thicker than water. After the war, Long Haochin's reputation in the Temple Federation rose to the extreme, and he was recognized as the first hero in human history. Within a year after the wedding, Long Haochin worked hard with the help of the higher-ups of the 6 great temples and continued to accept the land returned by the demons. At the same time, he also handled the internal affairs of the Temple League in an orderly manner. Everything was on the right track. It was also at this time that Long Haochin proposed a rotation system for the Federation presidency. Every 5 years, the Federation Parliament would hold elections to elect a new Federation presidency, deputy presidency, and Parliament, and they could serve for a maximum of 2 terms. The darkness was broken, but in the end, the continent didn't completely return to peace. Long Haochin had to continue his position as the Federation's president. Fortunately, he had set a time limit for this job. After 9 years, he would be completely free, and he could bring Kai to roam the world, or even travel across plains. For Long Haochin, the biggest regret in his heart was Haoyue. A year had passed, and if Haoyue could successfully reincarnate, he should have returned by now. Moreover, Long Haochin had already made preparations for Haoyue's reincarnation. Long Haochin brought Kai to a stop high up in the sky. Facing the sky, he let out a resonant roar. In less than an hour, the 10 great sovereigns of the undead gathered together. Feeling Long Haochin's aura that was so powerful that they could not resist, the 10 great undead kings bowed respectfully. After Long Haochin explained to them for an hour, the 10 great undead kings dispersed. Are they really trustworthy? Kai asked Long Haochin worriedly, what if they find Haoyue and harm Haoyue? Long Haochin shook his head lightly and said, you don't understand their intentions. To them, if they can let this world have the aura of life again, they are willing to pay the price of their own soul fire. Back then, it was Austin Griffin's Haoyue who destroyed the life of this world. This time, we are here to do our best to atone for Haoyue's sins. I believe that these undead kings know what is important. Since they have gone to search, let us begin. As he said that, Long Houchin descended with Kai air. They landed on the ground and sensed the poisonous air in this world of black and red. Long Houchin could not help but sigh. Destruction would always be much easier than creation. With a flash of green light, the divine elf, Yi Xiaolei, silently emerged from the divine stone of eternity in Long Houchin's chest. Is this the place you were talking about? What a foul air! Can this really be done? Long Houchin nodded firmly. I believe it can definitely be done. For Haiyue's sake, and for the revival of life in this plane, I will definitely do my best. Yi Xiaolei nodded. Then let's begin. The armor of eternity and creation on you possesses the presence of the God of creation. If there's a person who can accomplish something like that, it's probably only you. Long Houchin smiled and said, Let's just be the God of creation for once in this plane. Kai air spread her hands in front of her chest, and pure white lotuses flew into the air. Gradually, rings of white light expanded in the air, purifying all the foul air. Before long, an area of 3,000 square meters and 1,000 meters in height had been completely purified by the presence of the domain of purification. The air became much fresher as a result. Long Houchin moved with lightning speed, and the ground began to rumble. The tough, black earth gradually shattered, and the cracks with lava were forcefully sealed and caved in by Long Houchin. Afterwards, large swathes of earth began to scatter in the air. It was the earth of the holy demon continent, and a heavy earthy fragrance began to permeate the region. A hazy, green light radiated from Yi Xiaolei, and the heavy presence of life merged with the earth as it descended from the sky. The black earth was gradually replaced by an earthen yellow, and the heavy presence of life took root in the ground. Long Houchin roared at the sky, and a ball of golden light radiated from him. It slowly rose into the air like a golden sun hanging in the air. After the condensed, solid spiritual energy stabilized in the air, it gave off a heavy presence of light. With Long Houchin's cultivation, the miniature sun he had created could last for at least a month without being extinguished. Long Houchin scattered the seeds that he had prepared in advance, and they drilled into the soil of the ground. Next was the water. The gentle ripples of water scattered in the air, like the fall of a long-awaited rain. That was not the end. After all that, Long Houchin cast the forbidden technique of holy rain, causing the golden rain to descend once more. At the same time, he summoned King Easton. Working with Yi Xiaolei, he filled the region with a dense presence of life. Gradually, tiny green sprouts drilled out of the soil at an astonishing speed. Under the infusion of such a huge amount of life energy, under the nourishment of sunlight and water, they grew at a rapid speed. They were saplings, and their roots were beginning to penetrate deeper into the ground. As they absorbed the dense aura of life, they also began to release their own aura of life. Long Houchin chose the tree species with the greatest vitality and the greatest resistance to the harsh environment. 2 hours later, a forest silently appeared on the ground. Under the illumination of the light in the sky, they automatically purified the air within the range of the domain of purification. Before anyone knew it, a large number of undead began to gather outside the green world. Indescribable emotions danced in their flames of souls. The necromancer Judge Knight and the Lich King arrived together. When they saw the green world and sensed the dense presence of life, they were so excited that they could not speak. Long Houchin looked at the millions of undead outside the domain of purification and said in a low voice, "Back then, Austin Griffin brought destruction to this plane. I am willing to atone for his sins. Today, this is just the beginning. I will use my actions to prove to you that the presence of life will rise again in this plane. The thick and dirty dust and poisonous clouds in the air have blocked the true sunlight. I plan to use 10 years to gradually purify and clean them up so that true sunlight can shine upon the world again. This plane does not lack water. It is just that most of the water has been buried by magma and soil. I believe that the day when I draw out the underground water and the sunlight from the sky will be the day when this plain will be filled with the presence of life again. I, Long Houchin, hereby swear that as long as I am alive, I will definitely let this plain regain its own presence of life and complete the evolution of the food chain. I do not know how long this process will take, but what I can say is that I will do everything in my power to complete it. I know that Hao-Yuan may have already reincarnated in this world, or he may never be reincarnated again. But no matter what, the promise I made today will not change. I only hope that if you really find it, you can hide it, but please do not harm it. One day, when I have fulfilled my promise, you can give it to me, all right? You are our God of creation. I swear in the name of the fire of the soul that if Austin Griffin is reborn, we will definitely bring it to you, the Necropolis Judge Knight said respectfully. Long Houchin's figure flashed, and he was already out of the purification region. He personally helped the Necropolis Judge Knight and the Lich King up and said, "Thank you for your trust. I will use my actions to prove everything I said to you. Now, I have to continue my work. If possible, let your subordinates help me, for the sake of rekindling the presence of life in this plane. As you command." With a loud shout from the Necropolis Judge Knight, all the undead creatures bowed to Long Houchin. Long Houchin looked into the distance and murmured, "Hao-Yuan, I'm here. Where are you?" Thousands of miles away, in a small call, there was a crisp sound of rocks hitting each other, and an egg flickering with a faint purple light quietly rolled down. Fine cracks started to appear on the eggshell, and a small triangular lizard head drilled its way out of the crack and,